диджей слон. Тёлки. Молоко хорошо, ну а водка еще лучше. Молоко хорошо, буду пить, что покруче. Молоко хорошо, ну а водка еще лучше. Молоко хорошо, буду пить, что покруче. Давай же будешь это танцпол! Опа, 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 салют, ну где вы все, вас ждут? Мы все здесь, водка есть, но мало здесь девчонок.
Аля, Аля, не слышно ничего, бля. Мы придем, да, мы придем, и водочку допьем.
Эй, диджей, водочки налей, водочки налей, водочки налей смелей. Эй, братишка, выпей не робей, будет все у нас окей. Эй, диджей, водочки налей, водочки налей, водочки налей смелей. Эй, братишка, выпей не робей, будет все у нас окей. Опа, 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 yeah! Давай, 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 давай! Молоко хорошо, ну а водка еще лучше. Молоко хорошо, буду пить, что покруче. Молоко хорошо, ну а водка еще лучше. Молоко хорошо, буду пить, что покруче. Эй, диджей, водочки налей, водочки налей, водочки налей смелей. Эй, братишка, выпей не робей, будет все у нас окей. Эй, диджей, водочки налей, водочки налей, водочки налей смелей. Эй, братишка, выпей не робей, будет все у нас окей.
Hello guys, welcome to the stream. Give me a moment, just gonna play a little bit first.
Диджей, блядь. Russian гопник.
I'll say hello to the people in the chat.
High track speed, водка no limit. Watching me on Pornhub, Siberia, Paris transit. I like Kazakhstan, I like Maria and Juan. Do you like my pretty pussy? Direct Instagram. Oh, my friend, come to Russia for weekend. Oh, my friend, narcotic don't forget. Johnny in Kamaz and race, LSD Sputnik to space. If you like romantic games, I'm sitting on your face.
You so sexy Russian girl, прыгай в мой фургон танцпол. Drink shot, fireball, drink it all. Dance all the night, guys, gangsta paradise. Absolute Карпас, Russian Putin КамАЗ. Russian Putin КамАЗ. Russian Putin КамАЗ. матрешка pussy. Come on, get in, давай затусим. I have Jim Beam, эстетика и физика, адреналин. You my number one today, Формула-1. Калашников, прав, we are going to Москва, мы едем в Подмосковье. Спасибо. Пати на колесах, I'm a superstar. Эй, камрад, товарищ, тебе пизда. You so sexy Russian girl, прыгай в мой фургон танцпол. Drink shot, fireball, drink it all. Dance all the night, guys, gangsta paradise. Absolute Карпас, Russian Patin КамАЗ. Russian Patin КамАЗ. Russian Patin КамАЗ. Absolute Карпас, Russian Patin КамАЗ.
I can only take so much of that music. Oh gosh. How's it going, everybody? I want to say hello to the people in chat as soon as I figure this out. Yeah, I know. That was DJ Bliatman. I don't know. Yeah, welcome, people. Mr. Spaps or Spops, however you say it. It's good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Have a wrench. That way you can post links, things like that. MDP official, it's good to have you back. Same thing with Chris Jones. And who do we got? Ed Bourgeois. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. Has bushcraft Russian bears reported yet? I'm sure he'll find a way in there if he knows he can profit from it. What a long running joke. Let's see what you guys are saying before we get into stuff. Finland has been warned, along with Sweden, by Russia to stay out of NATO. Yeah, I could definitely see Finland, where they're on the border of Russia. Although Finland has always been pretty neutral and self-sustaining, so I assume that they're getting some pressure put on them by Europe to play the old NATO line. So that's probably what that's about. That's my guess on that. My girl says the Ukrainian president twittered, "This is all fake. What's the update?" There's definitely going to be a lot of fake news on both sides and by people trying to break stories. So don't really trust anything that comes up. Could you be a little bit more specific as to what you believe is fake, that they're going in on Kiev? The last stuff that I saw, I'm gonna play that video that I have up there now in 1 second, but apparently they're about 20 miles away from city center, and they have been there has been some fighting in as close as the zoo of Kiev, which is really central. Hold on, I can get back to that in a second. This was yesterday. This was happening. No, that's Donetsk. Hold on. The zoo's like somewhere. It's like somewhere around here. Yeah. It's right here. There was reported fighting right here. Now that doesn't mean that the front line was here. That could have been just infiltration or something like that. But there was fighting here yesterday, about 24 hours ago, maybe a little less. They have been repelled a couple times. There's one point where the front line was right here. There's this river that there's a main road going in, and they did get as far as here. Now, I think they have been repelled from that. So, I mean, like, listen, this is a huge city, and this is where most of the people, well, not most of the people in Ukraine, but lots of people live in Kiev. It's going to be hard to take, and they're going to fight with this to the last man in the capital. So expect that not to be taken so easily. But they do have Hostomel Airport. That's confirmed. So this is not that far away, guys. It's like, I don't know if I have 3 kilometers is like this. So yeah, around 20 kilometers away from the city center, which is right here. So yeah, it's a hard push. I mean, that's a lot of coverage that they've done in what, less than 3 days, 72 hours. And you see, this is Chernihiv. My Russian sucks. And you can see that they had a dual-pronged advance here. This has since slowed, by the way. This has been like this now for about 24 hours. I don't know how much they update this, but I do know that this has been updated recently, so I don't know why they wouldn't do it over on the other side. Looks like they're going to join the Donbass along with just north of Crimea. This is the place that was annexed back in 2008 or whatever it was. And they've been pushing up. They tried to get into Kherson. I believe they failed in getting across this river. It looked like they were going to take this yesterday. It looked like they failed in doing that. But I don't see much problem with them getting to Mariupol, especially if they have a tank column or 2 down here. They should be able to make it to Donetsk and, well, the Donetsk region. This is the city of Donetsk here. It's going to be, I gotta say, they're probably going to solidify this front pretty soon. Depends on the defense in Mariupol. Looks like they're having trouble here. This is Kharkiv, I believe. Yeah. I think they are having trouble taking this here, the Russians. And up here, they have Konotop, which is a smaller town. That place is being, well, it says on this that it's surrounded, but not taken. So we'll have to see if as time goes. Yeah, one thing to just always bear in mind is that we're not always going to get the most accurate information. This is what happens in war. Am I red-pilled on NATO or not? What do you mean by red-pilled on it? I think that NATO is, like, I'm not pro-Russia, but I'm not pro-NATO. let's put it that way. You're not going to hear me just stand up and support Ukraine at all costs, because I know Ukraine is a money laundering shithole that NATO or EU leaders send their sons, send their kids for family dynasties, and basically launder money and extract resources from Ukraine, the people of Ukraine. So I'm not pro-NATO, let's put it that way. Let's see, did I miss anything here? I'm still waiting for Biden to one day give the address that Neville Chamberlain gave Britain the news that they are at war with Germany. Yeah. I don't think that's a good decision. We're now in the nuclear era. I don't think that's going to be happening. I don't even know how far they can go with sanctions, honestly. The world needs oil. And Russia supplies it to many of the countries in Europe. That would drive oil prices up even over here in the Americas. I don't know if they can deal with that right now, or maybe that was the plan all along. Who knows? I don't think it's going to be a World War III situation, but if things escalate, maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I think what's going to happen here is that Russia will take Ukraine and install a more puppeted regime. Break away Donetsk and Luhansk. Luhansk. I've been reading Russian characters. It's throwing me off now. NATO has a couple goals. It's still pursuing limit Russia. We're still pursuing to limit Russia, I guess you mean. Subject Germany, in other words, keep it underpowered, keep the USA involved in Europe, and lastly, exert British influence. Yeah, they like doing... they're pretty schemy. NATO is pretty schemy. They like their soft power. They like crying out as they strike others. Let's see. I put my name on itch.io. It says the Roman Empire never ended. And we're controlled by our thought pattern correlation. Running from Easter bunnies. The airport too. The airport of Kiev. Yes. Yeah. So hold on. This is the airport in here. Hostomel. So they don't have the town. At least what's on this. They don't have the town, but they made sure to get the airport. Yeah. There is another one here. But, yeah, they're coming in pretty hard. I have high doubts that they haven't taken this area yet. They said this was shelling 6 hours ago. Six hours ago, there was a big explosion heard in Kiev. I don't know if that's pinpointed. Let's see what else we got here since I was kind of rushing to start this up. Shelling targeting Sumy, and I think Sumy is northeast. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Let's start this up. I'll get to your stuff now in 1 second.
Два жилых
Oof.
частных дома. Отойдите от машины. Погибших не знаем. Скорая помощи, все сюда.
That's rough. That's rough. Kharkiv, Ukrainian National Guard captured. Russian scout group attempting to infiltrate military unit. To be expected. Clash is audible in Kiev. This is 4 hours ago. You can see some gunfire there. So we'll get this a little bigger.
Алиша, как хорошо, что вы уехали. Летит все в сторону вашего дома. Ну как летит, не беспилотно еще, но... Да.
So provided that they put this in a timely manner.
Это уже четвертый заход.
Kiev, yeah.
По 3-4 минуты стреляют.
Yeah.
Четвертый.
So this person put this on wasn't even 4 hours ago actually, and it does say in Kiev. Looks like quite the urban setting. So I suppose we can confirm this. Now, it didn't look like that was, you know, heavy front. It could have just been infiltration. But there definitely was gunfire in the city. 5 civilians killed, 6 wounded as a result of Russian army attack on bus near Volokiv Yar village of Izium district. Hold on. That's in the east. There's Kharkiv here. And this is the disputed region. We'll get into this now in a moment. This is basically this area right here that has the red borders around it. This was under control of more or less Russian. It is technically Ukraine, but it's of a particularly Russian-speaking and independent or regionalist governments. There's 2 de facto governments right now: the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic. And this is what this war, or at least the pretenses for this war, this is what kind of escalated it into it. I know everybody has their own opinion as to what started it. You know, there's people who are just like, oh, you know, Putin's just crazy, and well, maybe he is. But there were reasons to do this, and it started more or less with these guys breaking away. And this was almost 10 years ago now. It was 2014 or something. They had their own referendum and declared a split from Ukraine. Ukraine has been trying to rein them in over the past 8 years. There's been upwards of 14,000 deaths, and they've been shelled. Well, they've done their own military actions against Ukraine, but Ukraine has shelled these areas as well. And last week, I'd say about 6 days ago now, Russia pledged to protect them, or like cooperate with them in, well, more or less military measures, defensive measures they call it. This is called a defensive special operation is what Putin is declaring this at the moment. I assume the invasion is to take Ukraine and install a new government that is more pro-Russia, because Ukraine, or at least the ones that are running it now at the moment, are anti-Russian. And everybody living here from Crimea, actually even over here, over on this side by Moldova and stuff, these are mostly Russian-speaking here. And over here, most of the people here speak only Russian. Well, I mean, I'm sure many of them speak Ukrainian as well, but their mother tongue is Russian. There's a heavy Russian culture here, and they have felt increasingly alienated over the years by these pro-European, anti-Russian governments. And this makes for a great pretense for Putin to invade. If you want to give NATO at least some benefit of the doubt, it gives them pretense. All right, what am I missing? What am I missing here? Hope the Versky Dance Ensemble stays safe. They're one of my favorites. I've never seen it. I do hope that there is as little casualties as possible on the civilian side. You have a lot of urban warfare here. That is wishful thinking, to say the least. I'm also seeing a lot of evidence that Ukraine is firing artillery from cities, which is essentially, it's an old trick, well, somewhat old trick. It goads the opposing force to start attacking residential areas, and then you can just blame them on, or you can blame them for hitting residential areas, right? It serves 2 purposes. It demoralizes the other side. It's very hard to target things in urban cities, number one, but if you can get them, likely you're going to hit other things as well, and likely those other things are people, civilians, and then you can get like the double victory. Even if you lose something there, you can make propaganda saying that you're targeting civilians. get more people on your side. Joel, good to see you. Neither side ain't worth a damn, in my opinion, says Chris Jones. Yeah, I hesitate to support either side here. Yeah, I can get into that a little later. I don't support either side. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to jump up and throw a blue and yellow flag on my channel. Let's put it that way. Stream behind by about 5 to 9 minutes, or were you just slow at replying? Yeah, I'm just slow at replying. Sorry, FXO Rec. Not to mention they only have a fraction of their military positioned at Ukraine or in Ukraine. Yeah, so that's another thing too. First off, there's big supply issues, right? You can't just throw all your tanks. Like you need a mile-long supply convoy going on, and there's a lot of and Kiev or Ukraine still has air superiority, so you can't just throw all your tanks there and your people. I mean, they have what, it was like 750,000 troops or something for Russia's side. They can't supply all that, not from 3 or 4 different fronts, because they're coming in from Crimea, Belarus, the Rostov Donetsk area or Donbass, and also the northeast part. I forget what that city is up there, but going into Kharkiv. So I mean, that's like 5 fronts. So one supply line is hard to keep up. Also, the terrain really sucks, from what I hear. You're not going to just be able to like push tanks through without getting some major problems. So yeah. Let's see if they don't declare a safe area in Ukraine. Like curfews and things. They've already done so in Kiev. There's now curfews there. A lot of no-flies around now. Did Putin underestimate Russian protests on the move? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that a lot of those protests, now don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are ticked off and think he's gone too far. But I would say that there is a lot of infiltration in Russia. That's why you see it happening in St. Petersburg, where it borders those Baltic states. But you don't see it too much in Moscow and the other cities. I'd say a lot of that is CIA. But I could be wrong on that. I don't think he didn't expect them. And I don't think they're not really as big as what the Western media is really putting it out to be either. Like St. Petersburg has millions of people, and they say that there was thousands, but like the pictures that I saw were groups of maybe 500 people. They said that there was 1,000-something arrests, but like this is where we get into, truth is the first casualty of war. So yeah, recently I saw a celebrity posted a video of herself reading a poem made for Putin. It's the funniest thing I've seen. Listen. Oh gosh, the cringe that's on this side, the pro NATO side, or whatever you want to call it. I really want to avoid picking a side on this. I really do, but it's so hard. It's so hard to look at the propaganda on our side. There's propaganda on both sides, but the stuff that's on the pro-Ukraine or pro-NATO side, oh gosh, it's so cringy. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to watch. Because Biden wants it. So Biden definitely wants to look tough. That might get him reelected, because historically it's always a good thing to go into an election with a long war or whatever. You tend to not want to rock the boat and just keep someone in. Usually your approval goes up in war. It's good priming. There's been 5 years of anti-Russia stuff in U.S. media with like CNN and stuff like that anyways. so he can play off that and gain some approval. Yeah, that's a good thing. Also, you have Burisma, which he's got some strong ties to, like his son being the vice president, or at least he was. He's got a lot of investment, as well as many of his counterparts. But there's a lot of his party members too that have some big ties to Ukraine oil and other resources. So yeah, he probably wants to make sure that stays fully anti-Russia. He's got a lot of reasons to want to make sure that they win, but you got to bear in mind this is a big deal to have two nuclear powers go against each other. That's what happened with Korea, right? Russia and USA never fought each other directly in the Korean War for this reason, and that's why the Cold War happened as it did. They didn't want to have two nuclear powers fighting directly, and that's why they fought a whole bunch of proxies. So more likely what's going to happen is that they will send supplies to different countries to do the fighting. Like right now, I think Belgium is starting to send troops. So like people like that. If there's one thing the USA didn't learn, it was Bismarck's warning about starting an arms race. Yeah, it's kind of inevitable, though. Militaries always want to be technologically ahead. It'll happen. I would love to see these fat American wannabe war hawks fight on the front line. Let's see how much they truly stand for either side. Yeah. Yeah, these ones that are like foaming at the mouth for Putin, or for Putin's blood, I mean. Yeah, let's see if they want to jump in there. Yeah. Yeah, I agree there. It's so hard to watch. It's so hard to watch. Let's see what we got here. Shanona says, going to be a lot of purple-haired furries surprised if we do go to war and they get those draft notes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how feminist they are at that point. Welcome to the channel. Have a wrench so you can pass links on. Just obviously for those that are new and they get their wrenches, just be careful, you know. Don't be fed posting. Let's see, we won't have to worry about shell shock and stuff for them. Maybe they'll run into those soldiers and give them a bear hug. Yeah. the sarcastiball of World War III. Let's see. Affluent for you. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Kind of excited to see those $1 million maternity flight suits be used finally. If we do go to war, it'll be last war we fight as the USA. Yeah, yeah. Russia is where empires go to die, and I wouldn't. I don't think USA will. I don't think like. I think NATO is gonna bark and bark and bark, and Russia's gonna continue to take Ukraine, and NATO is going to opt to be more soft power as they get a new regime installed into Ukraine. I think that's what's going to happen here. Can more people do YouTube live on their phones, as in like what I'm doing here? I think you could pull off a little something if you got a good phone. Yeah, I think so. I'd say that there's probably some issues with the internet in Ukraine right now. If I'm not mistaken, a company named, which is like the big internet service provider, is called Gigatrans. Apparently they are having massive issues. So, and remember that Ukraine is super poor too. So you're probably not going to get too many live feeds like that. I think they're like GDP per capita or something. It's like below 4,000 a year. So it's like almost a third that of Russia. You're not going to get too much there, but you will get some like journalists and stuff that can do it. If you have links to that stuff, I can probably replace some of these less exciting ones. You can always post the links. Just let me know what it is. As you post the link, just give like a little description of what it is. Let's see. This killing of civilians by occupying rebels and blaming the government in Syria. Yeah. It's what it's really smart to do. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing to do, of course, but it's smart. It's cowardly, but it's smart. Because if you have a good enough propaganda machine, which NATO does, right? Most people will not hear about it. I'm pretty sure I have. Give me a second. I'm still looking for confirmation on this, by the way. But I do have a picture here of that. Hold on. Oh, I don't have it yet. Hold on. I'll need a moment or so to get that. But what I was about to say is there was like a football field in Kiev where they have artillery stationed in the football field. And in between it is like a couple schools and some residential buildings. And they're firing from there. Dang, I thought I saved that. Sorry. But yeah, if you have a good propaganda, like propaganda machine, you can just basically act like it never happened. Do some whataboutism, you know, whatever the propaganda tactics are, and just blame the other side for hitting buildings, because like a picture of buildings being hit is much more exciting. You know, the for lack of a better word, the idiots that are soaking up all the propaganda aren't going to be as emotionally disturbed watching a football field with artillery as they are a big hole in a building. Right? That's why you're seeing it all over. By safe area, I mean a safe area like the one that was made during the Yugoslav wars to cause international outrage. Maybe. With the big global pushes to control food and farmland, Ukraine would certainly be tempting for Putin to have more control of. 100%. That's huge. If I'm not mistaken, man, like the farmlands in Ukraine are like top notch. Like, I've heard them being referred to as the breadbasket of Europe. It's like full of farmland. That's something that's like, everybody looks at the oil and I think coal that's in those areas. But really, there's the food that can be produced there is crazy. Like the amount of, I think, wheat, like, and different grains and stuff like that that's grown there. I mean, I heard the percentage of like, it's like a quarter of the food of Europe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's a big deal, especially for like a place like Russia, which is like basically, you know, tundra and forest, with a couple cities. I don't know how much farming you can still do in Moscow, so. Monsanto and others are interested in Ukraine's farmland. Oh, I don't doubt that. I'm sure Bill Gates has his eyes set on that too. As long as there isn't any World War I, World War II style bombardment. No, I don't think there will be. So there is going to be, you know, stuff getting hit in like the cities and stuff like that, of course. But that's another reason why you don't see Russia throwing everything it has onto Ukraine as well. Remember that they want to have a pro-Russia government go back in, like back in, 10, 12 years ago, with, what was his name? Yuskevich, I think. So they want to have a more or less tolerant people living in Ukraine, or the populace, at least, at least not hating them like crazy or whatever, So they're not going to, they want to have as little devastation as possible, right? When they do the bombing, shelling, stuff like that, you're not going to see it like completely level cities. You're not going to see that kind of stuff here. At least that's certainly not going to be their first plan of action. Their first plan of action is going to take it with as little devastation as possible, so that you can at least get a receptive populace afterwards. If they start leveling things, then you're in real trouble. What do we got here?
But this city and the country is on edge right now because Moscow, the Kremlin, has said that it will push on its offensive, enlarge its offensive across the country on all fronts. So we're waiting to see what happens next. And there's a lot of nervousness here, especially as it appears Russian troops are poised to take the capital city, Kiev.
So this is just the live feed that I have. That was up in the top left. I'm not even sure what source that is. I just got it from this channel. It's got those Chinese letters or whatever. And also it kind of switches over, but she talks intermittently. Yeah, it looks like Kiev is probably going to go down within the next 24 to 48 hours. I'll probably do some live streaming, a decent bit of it until that point. I can't see it lasting much longer if they're that close already.
City on edge. There are now checkpoints around the city. There are some patrols within the city as well. But this still is the safest place in Ukraine right now. And this is why almost every hour at the train station here, thousands of people come here fleeing the fighting in Kiev, Kharkiv, and other
thousands of women
cities,
and children
trying to get here safely.
Okay, so it looks like it's that. Oops, wrong audio.
My colleagues are hearing similar report.
Looks like we have an idiot that's like not even. It's CNN morons that are filming themselves, and I don't think that they know that they're filming themselves as they show Kiev. I might have to turn that down for now, but I think we got the gist of it. We're not going to get too much more other than propaganda, but it looks like CNN is admitting that they're going to lose Kiev rather soon, and that the offensives are back on in the area. So I can show you once again what they're talking about here, the advance on Kiev. This is Belarus here. Okay, and we got 4 hours ago. Yeah, they were talking about these trucks with V on it. Okay, so they came in here. They started coming down from here. Chernobyl is somewhere around here. There's the city of Chernobyl, or what was the city of Chernobyl. So they took that yesterday, or well, maybe a day and a half ago now, and they've been pushing since. They've been making some pretty fast progress. This is a lot of land to take within a couple days. I know it doesn't really look like it. I mean, like, Ukraine is quite large, right? Like, it's a big area, right? But and it just looks like there's been a couple places here and there, but you got to realize that, how big it is, and that, wars are not fought like, a game of, Call of Duty or something where it takes 10 minutes, right? Like, this is 30, let's say about 30, 60, 90 kilometers deep at this moment. It's not going to take much longer. It's not going to take much longer, especially if they have a second flank and start pushing down here. And if they're pushing in on all fronts, this keeps a spread. And then you're basically just fighting civilians in Kiev now at this point, I would say, mostly. So I don't think it's going to be much longer before Kiev goes. I'll get to your chat now in just one sec. Let me see if there's anything else here to take a look at. That was the firefights. Jerry Connolly of NATO says the Ukrainian people have already demonstrated the willingness to resist, yada, yada, yada. It's just Western propaganda. They would just require the means to do so. As president of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I call on all delegations. Okay, yada, 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 yada. Soft power. Soft power. Clashes today in Kiev at Oblonsk. Fighting on the streets of Kiev. Oh, snap. So I'm assuming that this was the Ukrainian side. They're trying to push in through. And the tank was, or well, armored vehicle, I should say, not tank. It was just like, nah. Nah, I'm good. You can't really do much to me. So yeah, this is what happens, right? So like, this is on the propaganda end. You know, there's probably some artillery that's like right next to this building or close to the building. They're trying to shut it down. And then in trying to knock out that artillery, it hits a house or a building. This is clearly a residential building, I'm pretty sure anyways. And then you have all the media hit this. They won't show the artillery, but they'll show this because this is quite effective. I mean, it's just my guess, but damage to a civilian building in Kievsky. And it's like, if you go like online on Twitter and stuff, it's like, why are they shooting at civilians? It's like, well, it's what happens. This is an unfortunate part of war, but you can't just say that it was like they're just trying to hit civilian buildings. 'Cause most of the time, especially in a case like this, like we were just talking about, they want to have as little civilian casualty as possible or collateral damage as possible. That was more than likely what happened there. They're trying to knock out artillery that's in an urban setting, and they hit a residential place. Oil depot of Ravensky, or in Ravensky of the Luhansk region, caught fire. Oh, that's deep into Luhansk. That might be sabotage. Oh, snap. See if we can make that a little bigger. So this is deep into what has been controlled by pro-Russian. It's called the Luhansk People's Republic. It's a breakaway state from Ukraine. And this has been in control of pro-Russian forces for a very long time. So this is very unlikely that it would be Russians doing this. But in fact, I don't know if we have any translators there, but it's likely sabotage in order to cut off supply lines, so that Russia's offensive pushes can't go so fast. They've held up pretty well. They have held up pretty well. Let's see what I've missed, guys. Just one sec. Yes, we saw this killing civilians by... Oh, yeah, that's where I left off, wasn't it? Let's see. Chris Hansen says Sneed. I can't sneed. The sign is a simple joke. Or it's a subtle joke. Sorry, not a simple joke. Have yourself a wrench. Just please be civil in the place. I give you a wrench so you can put in links. Welcome to the channel. Let's see. Russia does not need more land. They have plenty to spare. Yes and no. They have lots of land, but a lot of it is more or less inhabitable. They don't have a lot of farmland. They have a lot of resources on their land, but not a lot of farmland. So they do have issues with food. So bear that in mind, actually. Ukraine is a pretty good place to fix that problem. Scholz, the German chancellor, visited Moscow. Secret deal, maybe. Poland, maybe next. Well, desire that Kaliningrad. Maybe he does. What was it called back in the day? Königsberg, wasn't it? You have Germany that was basically opposing those sanctions. And another thing too, so Canada, like I'm in Canada, right? They were announcing sanctions. And one thing that they refused to stop the sales of was oil production equipment. So that should tell you something right there. Those sanctions they do not have the teeth that NATO is pretending it to be. Because as soon as they start needing oil, they're going to go straight for... They're going to be right back on Russia's side again. That's the kicker, right? And it's not only Russia either. You have Syria. I'm pretty sure they have oil production there too. But more importantly, they also have Venezuela. They're allied with Venezuela. So you get a double whammy there. You can't get the Venezuelan oil. You can't get the Russian oil. And that's not good. That's not good for the world economy. It's not good for anybody who wants oil. It's not good for people that want to heat their homes. So Russia has people kind of by the old cojones on that, right? The old cojones. That was about as cringy as a pro-NATO Redditor. All right. Monsanto and others are interested in Ukraine's farmland. Yep, I think we were just in that. Sorry if I repeated. Alonzo Hall. Alonzo Hall. Good to see you, man. Changed your name, but I still recognize it. Because he told the USA to stay out and not to interfere. Yeah, that was the big dick, what do you call it? You will see a war the likes of which the world has never seen. I'm pretty sure he said something along those lines there last week. Ukraine is like Iraq, huge importance for food control. Yeah. Russia exports food already? I did not know that. Like, are you talking about, like, I'm sure they export some food or whatever, but I wanted to say that they have an intake as opposed to export, but I could be wrong. I'm by no means, let's just put it out there, I'm no expert on the region. I like learning about stuff. That's about it. Yeah, it's about some gaining power and blaming on some other nation for starting the war. Well, that's what this is. Like, both sides can claim that. I mean, so first off, you have, like, what the turning point that, like, the real flashpoint here was that Ukraine tried to join NATO, right? And if you don't know anything about geopolitics, you won't see that as a casus belli, right? But there was something called the Minsk Agreements. Hold on. Minsk Agreement, Ukraine, NATO. Hold on. DuckDuckGo. I think the Minsk agreement. Here we go. Hold on. Let's see, NATO. Give me one moment. Signatory. I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that these agreements stops Ukraine from being able to join NATO. This was an agreement between Russia and Ukraine. And anyways, as Ukraine tried, or at least tried to initiate the process to join NATO, Putin said this violates the Minsk agreements, and that basically is what gave him the casus belli to do it. But you don't see that if you're, like you're a Redditor and you don't really care about anything but hating Putin. Not that I'm pro-Putin. I guess I'm not at all. I think that he is just as controlled as anybody else. This is what I think of Putin. Hold on. Give me a second. This is what I think of him. There's him with the old "You will eat the bugs. You will be happy." Right? That's Putin. Right? He is just as global homo as everybody else. I don't support him. I don't like him. But I'm not out, like I'm not rabidly against him like these people that don't know anything at all. Think they might do an operation to blow the cap on Chernobyl? What, like Russia? Or Ukraine, while it's under Russian control, will try to do something like that? I don't know. That's playing with some real fire there, unless there's like some, I don't know, agenda that is behind the scenes, which I'm sure there are some agendas behind the scenes. Like, this is all face value stuff that we're talking about right here. Like, it could very well be that it's like this is all controlled opposition against each other in order so that we all come together and ignore like sovereign nations and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Right? It very well could be the case that that's what's going on. Right? But as for Chernobyl, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that they're going to mess with that. That is too hot of a potato, my friend. There's other ways to get your points across, right? There's other ways. Russian troops guarding Chernobyl plan with Ukraine troops also. Nobody wants a radiation disaster. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm thinking. Lava flow is getting close to Kiev. Oh, yeah, I used to do Volcano Watch for those that are new here. And it does look like it. It does indeed. Hold on. Yeah, just like the, what do you call it? La Palma volcano. Yeah, it's making its way, doesn't it? Yeah. There's a little side flow here. A couple different side flows. That's funny. I never thought about that until you just mentioned. I'm going to shut down the war, says Biden. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he will. I don't think so, though. I don't think Putin is really caring what Biden has to say. Nick W. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Kostadin Randulovic, or Randulovich, whichever country you're from, depending. Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Have a wrench so you can pass out links. Sandra Saunders says, long time no see. This should be interesting. Yeah. Let's hope that there's no, there were minimal amount of deaths, but definitely an interesting watch. And I welcome you back to the channel. They both signed on the UN Agenda 21, so they both have the same agenda. Yeah, this is probably what this whole thing is, by the way. Let's be fair. I mean, what beautiful timing, by the way. I mean, you have these right after the protests. It's not just Canada. like we have the whatever happened there in Kazakhstan, right? I don't think that was over oil prices, and I'm not 100% sold that it was organic there either. I am not sold that the Canadian trucker convoy was organic, but I think that it played off real frustration against these lockdowns. This is a perfect way to get people's minds off this stuff, you know. So I mean, this could all just be perfectly put in place just for timing, you know. They both signed on. Yeah. I just read that because I'm an idiot. Sorry. Russia exports food now. I've been seeing lots of Russian products in supermarket shelves in Cali, primarily the Superior Grocers supermarket chain, the international shelves. Oh, interesting. What kind of stuff? What kind of stuff do they sell? I guess you got the details of Russia exports. Okay, and we can take a look at that. Hold on. Copy link address. YouTube, I don't need you to warn me that I'm leaving your channel or your website, you fool. Let's go. Main trade is China. $112.4 billion US dollars. So now you see why China doesn't want to pick a side at this moment. Even though they could really use some extra points scored on the western end. Germany at 46, Netherlands at 37. See, fuel and energy 58.3%. Yep. Coal, and they'll get more of that by getting part of a piece of Ukraine. Same thing with natural gas, I believe. Wait, no, natural gas is Kazakhstan, isn't it? Metals and metal products, chemicals, food products, raw materials for their production. Wheat, maslin, barley, sunflower oil, poultry meat. Interesting. Oh, this is what decreased, sorry. But what increased... Oh, okay, yeah, the increase are much more than the decreases. Milk and cream, cheese and curd, fresh and frozen meat, fresh and frozen pork. Russian exports of vodka have been on the rise. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on one second. I got a really good example of just like the crappy propaganda that we're doing in the West here. Oh, and this is from such a pathetic channel as well. It's in Canada. It's called City News. They have like they're a traditional media station.
Russian vodka is being pulled from the shelves of every LCBO in Ontario.
Oh wow, that's so. I love. She like shakes her head as she says this. Ontario boycotts Russian vodka. Let's just play it again. Just take a. You gotta see this. These prostitutes, man.
Russian vodka is being pulled from the shelves of every LCBO in Ontario.
Whoa.
The province looks at what it can do locally to punish President Putin for the attacks on Ukraine.
So it's to punish Putin. So you're gonna pull bottles of vodka off the shelves now, the ones that are on now, the stuff that you've already paid for. This tokenism is so. Oh man, we're doomed in the West. We're doomed. As long as you have some prostitute shaking her head saying, "Oh, this is some tough stuff, man."
I think that's a really good place to start, and I think it's.
Oh yeah, already paid for vodka. Yeah, good job, Mr. Bald Glasses Cuck.
A way of sending a clear message, both financially, but also symbolically. We stand with Ukraine.
Liberal
We stand with Ukraine. Yeah, with your make sure you get your hashtag in there.
leader Stephen Del Duca sent a letter to the president of the LCBO this morning calling on Ontario's liquor retailer to stop all commerce with Russia until troops are withdrawn and the aggression ends.
Given what's happening in Ukraine, I just don't want to see their products on the shelves. Not a lot of people know this. The LCBO is actually the largest buyer of alcohol in the world. And so I think it will send a clear financial message to Russia.
We were discussing this yesterday with the finance minister.
And by late afternoon, the Ford government made it official, with the finance minister confirming in a tweet. Now, several brands will be affected, including Russian Standard Vodka, the #1 Russian product sold at the LCBO. And as attacks on Ukraine continue for a second straight day, the premier says Ontario is...
See, and this is how it works, right? You shell from Kiev, right? And when they have to return fire, and I can't believe it sounds like I'm defending Putin. I'm not, but like, let's just look at what this is. When you start trying to disable that fire, then you have these news programs show only those air raid sirens, right? And people walking out. The women and children, of course. The men cannot leave. The one from 16 to 60, I think. They cannot leave the country. I bet you they're being kept in Kiev.
Haven for Ukrainian refugees, and is calling on Ottawa to load up the planes and speed up their immigration.
We need to speed things up, expedite people fleeing the tyranny that Russia has put on Ukraine. It's absolutely disgusting, and the rest of the world has to step up, and Ontario is going to be at the front of the line welcoming people here. If you have relatives there, if you have friends there, we're going to open our arms and help them any way we can.
Now,
I'm sure, yeah. Open the floodgates.
When it comes to financial aid, Ontario is pledging $300,000. But according to the official opposition leader, we need to up the ante. The NDP's Andrea Horwath says Ontario should be sending at least $3 million to Ukraine, and that the Ford government should be matching donations.
Why should Ontario be sending $3 million to Ukraine?
Made by Ontario residents. Shauna Hunt, City News.
Yeah, cough it up, Ontario. Cough it up, Ontario. And no vodka. Including the stuff that's already bought and paid for. Oh, these people. These people. Let's do a quick refresh on the live map. By the way, I got the link for this live map in the description if you want. Oh, shelling targeted Zaporizhia. Sorry if I am not saying that right. Zaporizhia. Shit. I can't. My Cyrillic sucks. Or Cyrillic. Cyrillic. like friggin' painting. Cyrillic. See if I can get it.
Пацаны, уебало в депо троллейбусный, нахуй. Горить к ебаной матери.
Okay. Not too much there, but yeah, some shelling anyways. If I'll take your word for it. Mr. Anime display pic with a blue and yellow. Okay. What you guys saying in the chat? Just a second. It's nighttime over there. Yeah, it's like what? I think that I have the local time here. It is 1:45 a.m. over there at the moment. 1:45. Ukraine or Canada? That was a Canadian news story that I just showed. This is the like this. It's just so stupid. Just like vodka. That you guys are hitting them hard, man. Like I can't wait. They're not going to be able to withstand such slaughter. Taking off the vodka off the shelves, like big deal. Like, are you going to send your reinforcements of rainbow flags along with that? I wonder. How real are those cams? Aren't all lights out right now in anticipation of bombings? All right, so I have one down here. A lot of these are ones with, they will show the ones with just the lights. But since this one right now is not on Kiev, this is Kiev at the moment down here. I can actually turn this off just 1 second. So in the daytime, you can really, it's super, super faint. But this is St. Michael's Cathedral or whatever it is. St. Michael's Church. It's like a big church there. This is beautiful. It's like a big Orthodox church. So you can kind of make out like the top of the steeple here. Right? And this overlooks the city. This is part of the city. So it is partially lit up in some places. But over on this side, it's pitch black. And I highly doubt that this is always so dark over here. Like maybe they, like, because it's a cathedral, it might have like terrace area where there's not so many lights, but for it to have no lightage, I don't know. I don't think that this is normal. I would assume that a lot of this area is it's under some sort of blackout. Yeah. Yeah. But again, bear in mind, I think that the shelling, the quote-unquote shelling, is minimal. Right? Like, they don't want to be shelling this stuff or these places too crazy. But I bet you they have the lights on in the residential areas to give a good target, just in case one flies by. This up here is the central square. I think it's called Maidan Square. This was also the site of the, if I'm not mistaken, this was also the site of the protests that took place in 2014 that ousted Yushkevich, or Viktor Yushkevich, or whatever his name is. And he was pro-Russian, and he did some dictatorial stuff. It created those protests, be it natural or global homo produced, and Poroshenko came in after him. He was the new leader or whatever, but that was a big thing. If you want to look into like the history of Ukraine, that's one thing to look into. The Euromaidan riots or protests, whatever you want to call it. It was essentially it was a coup. I guess you could say it. Guess you could call it a coup. And that made things a lot more pro-Europe. It's been going back and forth. Like, I actually have a pretty decent video lined up. We can watch it shortly. That gives like a decent rundown of the history of Ukraine and the tensions. We can watch that shortly, actually. Time to make some stills, y'all, as there will be some desperate people and you will need to sell or barter. Yeah. Yeah. Or you will be able to sell or barter. Yeah. People need their vodka, man. I have a friend in Poland who told me Germany just sent troops to them. Time for Danzig debacle electric boogaloo. Yeah, I guess they would feed now to take that back. But I don't think there's no German speakers there anymore at all, is there? In Kaliningrad. It's 2022. You don't need lights for bombing anymore. Just plug some coordinates in. Yep. Yeah, but remember the Russian missiles, right? They're not like USA. Remember that. Like, they build their missiles for high impact at low cost, but they're not precise. Unless things like are, unless I'm just completely talking out of my ass. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the Russian missiles are known for. That they big booms, low cost, but not very precise. Let me know if I'm wrong in that in the chat. But I'm pretty sure that's how she goes. A kid's hospital got hit. Yes, I did hear about this. There's also a kindergarten and stuff like that. Welcome to the channel, New King. Have a wrench. If you have a link on that, you can certainly push it. Or you can certainly put it in the chat. Yeah. You're going to have stuff like that happen. That's for sure. Let me see if I can find that link, what I was looking at before. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, I found a picture of it. I wanted to get a supporting one, the maps that show it where it was. I want to get this. I thought I had all this saved already, but apparently I'm an idiot. So, shelling res, I guess we'll put it as. Okay, I'm gonna put it up on screen. Give me a second. Right, okay, so it's dark over there. I don't think we need to see that at this moment. You can see right there. So we had this, if the corroborating image that I had seen earlier was correct. So this is residential area, obviously. They have artillery here. And on top of that, so this is a track and field area, or you can see like the soccer or football match pitch or whatever, football pitch I mean to say. And you have track going around here. This is actually part of a school. On one side, there's a high school. On the other side, there is a, I think there's a kindergarten actually. Not a high school. Elementary school, and then on the other side there's a kindergarten. So you can see how this works, right? They put their artillery there, they fire at the enemy. When they fire back, often it's going to hit in places, like they set it up there for a reason, right? I know that it's good to have like open ground or whatever is artillery or whatever, so this is a good place to put it, but that's not why they're firing it from there. It's so that when people fire back, they will hit places like a hospital, residential areas, housing, yada yada, and schools, right? So that once it happens, everybody goes online. They're like, oh, they hit a school, they hit, Gosh, I know it sounds like I'm trying to defend Russia, and I'm not. Okay. I'm not. I don't think it was the right move to invade. I think they cut off more than they should have. But this type of stuff, this is some cowardly shit. Excuse my language. How long has it been right now? I don't want to be too long here today. I will be on for longer, but just want to keep track of time. Hold on. What do we got here? Virtual Asylum, good to see you. Sorry, I'm a little late. Georgian snipers admitted in a court case they were paid to fire on civilian protesters in Maiden Square. False flag. Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Nick, do you got a link for that? I would love to look more into that. A kid's hospital got hit. And that is the news for it. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Copy link address. Put it in here. I don't have a translator on this. Obstrili. What does that mean? Ditina. I assume this is the hospital. Is it maybe? I'm going to have to get a Russian translator for next time. I will. Oh, English. Shelling in Kiev. 1 child killed, 4 people wounded. Due to artillery shelling by the Russian invaders in Kiev. Okhmadit Children's Hospital reported that 1 child was killed. 2 children and 2 other adults were injured. Air raids of Russian invaders in the suburbs of Mariupol killed 4 people. 1 child among... Wait now, Mariupol is south, not Kiev, right? Oh, I guess they're just talking about other places. Okay. In Okhtirka, Sumy region, 1 child was seriously injured during shelling on the 25th of February. He died on the 26th of February because of the injuries. Russian invaders shelled the orphanage in Vorzel near Kiev, which housed 50 children. And again, man, this is Pravda, eh? Not too much there. Is it like missing? Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff here. Let's see. I don't know if I can show that, actually, to be honest. I think YouTube is pretty strict on this kind of stuff. But you do have the link there, and up on the top here, you can click on English. It doesn't have those Twitter things, but you can look for yourself. It's in the Ukrainian one, YKP, or, well, you know. It looks like YKP to us. Thank you for that link. Appreciate it. Lots of 33s, 13s, and same lady used in bombing photos. This is all planned. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not ruling that out. And for those that are new to this channel, just so you know, I'm not an Alex Jones fan. For those that are not new to this channel, they've probably heard me shit all over me before. But I am not an Alex Jones fan. But it's interesting that in October, I'll have to find this video for later. He called that Ukraine and Russia were going to go to war in February. He said from his sources telling him that. So I mean, like, whatever you think of the guy, I don't like him, right? But he was able to say that Russia and Ukraine were going to war in February. How did he know that? How did he know that? Right? Consortium News did a good examination of the snipers. If you use the appropriate search terms, you will find it. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I saw Bill Gates' response to the ending mask and COVID restrictions. Man, yeah. Well, I mean, he's not in it for us. Let's put it that way. He's not good at life. He sucks at interviews. Like he can't carry on a conversation. Like he expects people to just completely agree with him and just worship him, right? Because that's the type of people that he surrounds himself with. As soon as he has anything where he has to persuade someone, like earnestly persuade someone, and not someone who will just like either by reluctance or by enthusiasm just accept whatever he says, like he comes off like an idiot. Like he sucks at being persuasive. Alex Jones is controlled opposition, of course. Yeah. In your astute, you said your humble opinion, but in your astute opinion, I believe he's completely controlled. I think that his job, in my opinion, obviously opinion alone, I can't prove it, is that he's an intelligence asset that is meant to tell you things that the mainstream news won't say, and often is true. Not always, of course. He's one of those people that the best lies are told with 95% truth, or it's probably nowhere near 95, but the majority of it being truth, with that small minority of stuff that's meant to poison you, right? And not just like the material that he says being poison, but the way in which he presents it is meant to rile you up and get you to start acting more emotional than what you are inclined to do normally. I think that's what Alex Jones, what his job to do is to start freaking out people, because the ones that see through the lies think with more logic than your average Redditor, for example, right? Yeah, he's meant to make people look crazy as well. So there's it's a multi-pronged attack, is what Alex Jones is. For the people that don't buy in, or that buy into the nonsense of the mainstream media, those that watch him will look crazy by guilt by association, because he looks crazy. For those that are looking for truth because they see that the media lies to people, the mainstream media lies to people, and they want to look somewhere else and find the truth, they will possibly find Alex Jones, see things that he says that make a lot of sense, right? Like, at least at first, right? There's a lot of things he says. That's why the whole Alex Jones was right again is a meme, right? They will see things that he says that make sense. So they are willing to forgive the craziness, right? And in that time, man, he can pump you in before you even know it. He can get you acting emotional, or at least many of the people, right? Have you ever like argued with an Alex Jones fan? Right? Like they can get super emotional. For people that had the logic to see through the lies of the media, they can get super emotional. Many of them can, anyways. If Alex was someone who was really a threat to the U.S. political system, he would have been removed a lot sooner. Yeah, he would have been Bill Coopered. Let's put it that way. That's what would have happened there. Might look crazy, but wind up being right, so it's a win. Kinda, yeah. But here's what I would challenge you to think about when it comes to Alex. Is it possible that he's given like a cheat sheet, maybe, so that he will sound right? He will sound like a prophet, but it's because he's got intelligence doing it so that he does look like a prophet. When this stuff happens that nobody saw coming except for Alex Jones, was it just that he was let in on plans so that he gained street cred, right? But is that, like, is him passing that on to you? Like, they will give you stuff as a gambit so that you will follow him when it counts for them, right? For example, a good example being like the January 6th stuff. Now, whatever you think about the January 6th stuff, I don't think that, like, the people that went there, the vast majority of them, I don't think that they're bad people, but there was enough criminality that was conjured up, at the very least, right, that it smeared the whole crew and many other protesters after them. Because now all you got to do is say Jan 6th, right? And you're already at a disadvantage with the mainstream. Arguing with an Alex Jones fan is like arguing with a QAnon fan. But that it is true in a way, Talks. It is true in a way. There are some differences. But again, this same MO appears with QAnon as it does with Alex Jones, in that QAnon mentioned a lot of things, like the whole pedophilia thing, right? But what it did was tell these truths, in part of it being truth, right? In order to put in a whole bunch of other crazy stuff, B, put in patterns so that you start connecting dots that aren't there, and C, look crazy to those that won't buy into the story, right? So like, this is how counterintelligence works, right? This is what like, have you ever heard of like COINTELPRO? Like this is COINTELPRO. QAnon is dumb, and it's exceptionally outlandish, even more so than Alex Jones, right? So it's going to turn off even more people, but it is going to attract those that do see a problem with pedophilia in very high ranks. But the problem is that it only pointed at one side, right? Like, I don't know why QAnon never mentioned the Franklin scandal, the Franklin cover-up. Take a look at Franklin cover-up. I'll just, real quick, I'll throw it up on screen. Franklin cover-up. This happened in Omaha in the 80s, late 80s. And this was a child prostitution ring. And one of the head guys, his name was Larry King, not the CNN interviewer, although it wouldn't surprise me with CNN's allegations these days. But again, it's not him. It was a top Republican in Nebraska. And there was a good few others. This was like a brownstoning operation to start pulling in Republicans in Nebraska. And there is so much evidence that this happened. Nothing came of it, and Q never talked about it. They certainly had the chance to, but they didn't, because they needed to attract one side and one side only, right? Yeah, it has to be so good you can't notice it. Exactly. But the ones that will trust the mainstream media will certainly notice it, but the ones that are looking for truth outside of the mainstream media will either be willing to look past a little bit of the craziness, or they can't see it, right? Exactly. This is like I don't know if you'd exactly call it MK Ultra, but like we're an offshoot of it, maybe something like that. But it is advanced psychology, and I'll give it credit where credit's due. It is a brilliant plan in order to divide people, divide and conquer. I've been listening to Alex for 12 years. And listen, I'm not saying there's things, and I'm not going to just say everybody that listens to Alex Jones is a nutter or something, because I don't think that that's true necessarily. When I first, quote unquote, woke up, whatever that means, or got red pilled or whatever, I listened to Alex Jones a little bit, and I learned a lot of stuff. I did. He is going to give you stuff that you don't get on the mainstream media that is true, and stuff that turns out to be true. But I do challenge you wonder why this guy is still alive. And just watch for him. Watch the emotion. That's him. I think he does it really well too. Like, he's super entertaining. I still even watch him for the entertainment. As well as, like, there's some stories that he does that are actually, you know, just like how I watch MSM. You know, like, there's times that I watch MSM and I'll learn something. I'll learn a little something from MSN every now and then too. So, like, I do watch him every now and then, and I think he's so good. Like, if I'm correct in my belief of who he is and what he does, and I think it is a counterintelligence agent. He's really good at what he does. But when, like, Owen Schroyer and, like, some of the other ones, they try and do what he did or what he does, like when they're taking over for him for the day or whatever, they're not as good. But they're trying to do the same thing, and I think it's trying to rile people up. He sells it way better, and he's way more entertaining than Owen and the I forget the other guy that does the show with him. Joe Rogan, yep, yeah. Like, I mean, he's like another color of the prism, in like, for those that are kind of woke up but not really, and they got a heavy, you know, yo bro kind of thing going on. Like, he appeals to them a lot, and they're just like, who was making fun of him recently that I was watching? It was really good. It was like just pointing out how, like, he always talk, you know, humans, they're like a caterpillar, and we're just gonna evolve, and we're gonna be like half machine, half human. This is like, we're like the last humans. And it's like, oh, okay there, Mr. Globo Homo, transhumanist. Yeah. Yeah. He's meant to, like, get those that are almost red-pilled back in the boat. That's what Joe Rogan is. But I think they started losing control of that. So now they need to, like, paint his followers as idiots or whatever. I forget who was talking about that. That's not me making these jokes up or whatever. It was really, really funny, actually. This person that was making fun of him. I'll get back to you if my memory. I remember hearing about Alex Jones for the first time during 9/11, and I hated him. Then during Obama, I started to tune in, and I'm like, well, look at that. Yeah. Actually, I started tuning in during the Sandy Hook times. That's when I started watching him, I think. Do you know who Bill Cooper is? You should look up what Bill Cooper had to say about him. That is a little telling. There was also another one where there was like a protest, like a truther protest in Austin, Texas, and he basically kind of like came in with a megaphone, and he like basically took over the show when these people were trying to speak or whatever. Like, he was like clearly trying to talk over them and like disrupt it while looking like he was part of it, right? Like, people are trying to speak, and he comes in with a megaphone and just like talks over it the entire time. And like, he got like pretty hostile with like one of the organizers too. It was super, super sus. This was like in the early 2000s, like it was like 9/11 truth stuff, I guess. Take a look into those two things. So like the Austin protest and Bill Cooper, Alex Jones. I don't know if you can find that. Probably find that on like Odyssey or BitChute. And it's still there. I remember watching it about a month or two ago. And he was saying that like he was on the show, and he tried to like straw man him. That's the crux of what Bill was saying, was that something was very off. Like, he was one way with him on the show, and then he straw manned him completely when he was off. M is another Alex Jones, and Mark Dice. Now that I think about it, Mark Dice is meant to make people that are truthers look like dicks. That's what Mark Dice's thing is. It's meant to make us look like assholes. Excuse my language, but like mean-spirited and haughty. And he's trying to like on the other end, he's trying to get people to act more like that. Alex Jones isn't so haughty. He's listen, if I'm right, he's really good at what he does. Okay, and like I still find him like really entertaining to watch and funny. He's really funny. Like did you see him on Tim Pool? Did you see that interview? I think it's off now. Tim Pool pulled it or something like that, or he quote unquote got a strike for it because he looked like such a fool. He could not keep up with him and Michael Malice. Michael Malice and Alex Jones just chatting with each other in the same room, and then Tim's trying to like be on the same level. It was pathetic. But Alex and Michael were so entertaining talking to each other. It was just so funny. I still like watching Alex Jones every now and then, just if for nothing else, for entertainment, because he can be just, he seems like one of those guys you could just chill, have a beer with, and like, you know, it would be great to just chill with him, or at least that's the personality that he comes off on. The one in the trailer, yeah. It was the three of them, and like Alex was like giving his all too. It was such a good one. I want to say that someone re-uploaded it, even though it got pulled from YouTube. Someone re-uploaded it elsewhere, and it like Tim Pool looks so bad because you know how like Tim Pool gets, he has to try and dominate the conversation, and like you're not doing that with an alpha like Alex, right? And he tries to seem like the smartest person in the room. Tim almost has this need to look like the smartest person in the room. And he was trying to do it with these guys. And Michael Malice is one of the smarter guys you'll find on the intellectual dark web, or whatever you want to call it. Alex Jones is no idiot, as much as he wants to look like it at times, right? So he was coming up against these two, and he was just totally outmatched. And there's times where he was like super socially awkward, like and almost comes off a little pissy, like meh. Like, take my ball and go home. It was really pathetic. So yeah, he had no problem with that video being struck down. He didn't appeal because he knew it made him look bad. You gotta see, if you haven't seen this. I don't know if Rogan was on it actually, dude. This might be another one that you haven't seen. Go try and find that, man. Alex Jones on Tim Pool podcast. It was so good. This happened, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, maybe not that long, maybe not that much, maybe a little more, somewhere in that range. Dude, it was so good. You got to see it. I'm going to take a little break. It's almost 2 hours there now. And we'll get into, if you guys are like a little behind on this whole Russia thing, I got this video coming up. We'll watch this one. I don't think this guy is going to have a problem with watching it. Oh, hold on. Did you guys see any like flashes on the screen? I didn't, but I thought I heard a shell. Oh, not that one. Not that one. That was Lviv. I'm hearing something like shells, but it seems far away. Yeah. There's no visuals. I'll check the live map. Oh yeah. It's faint on my side. I'll turn this up a little bit. Hold on. Careful if you're wearing headphones. I'm going to turn this, amplify this a bit. Was going to play music. Now's not the time. I'll be right back. Keep your eyes open and listen in because I am hearing shelling, I'm pretty sure. You guys can hear that? I just got back. I don't know what's happening with this over here on this one, but I don't think it's coming from here. Yeah. They don't sound happy. Catching up with the chat there now. Oh yeah, I think Joe was in the beginning of it, and he had to go like right away. Yeah. I think you're right. Here we go. Pray for them. Yeah, definitely. That's got to be like, you know, that's got to be a freaky time, because I mean they are going to take Kiev. There's a lot of propaganda at the moment, which is understandable. I'm not saying like evil propagandists. Like this is part of war, right? There's a lot of propaganda to keep spirits high in Kiev. Okay, and so, you know, maybe they're not realizing the seriousness of the situation, but yeah, it's rough, and it's basically inevitable. Anonymous declared that Russia would invade in 96 hours to So there's been multiple attempts now on Kiev, and there's been an entire column of tanks that were just blown up, if we are to believe the reports, and they do look pretty credible. That a Russian tank column tried to invade, tried to get into Kiev, and got blown to smithereens by anti-tank personnel. But it's not going to last forever. Donald Trump is speaking at CPAC USA, 7 p.m. EST. I'll share it on you now. Oh, cool. I don't know if you guys know my opinion on Trump. I believe that he is, if he's not controlled opposition, then he's, like, if not by his own hand, then by sheer psychological influence. He's kind of has strings pulled on him, whether he knows it or not. I guess would be a good analogy. He's got his Jesuit ties, just like Biden, right? I don't think he's. I don't necessarily think he's what he says he is. Shame he won't be re-elected. I mean, like, at face value, I mean, the stuff that he says, a lot of the stuff that he says I agree with, right? Like, he says the things I want to hear, but, I mean, you got to bear in mind that these people that pull the strings, they need to have somebody out there saying the things that we want to hear, or else it gets out of control, right? People are like, no, this is totally BS, you know? And they need to buy time. Like, now they kind of have a mask on in a lot of places, but actually a little bit ago, you know, they still needed someone to look like that there was some opposition. And I mean, like, who was it? I guess Ted Cruz, you could say. But yeah, he never did a lot of the stuff that he said. He did the opposite a lot. Oh, he taps. This is hard to find too. This Maiden Square. Yeah, and bear in mind, like, this area is covered in buildings, right? Like it's absolutely covered in buildings. Like in the daytime, I don't know, maybe we could see it. See, that's the daytime, and like there are no lights on whatsoever here now. It's pitch black outside of that square. I don't know what that means, but thanks for show he temporarily appeared to offer hope. Yeah. And kind of like this is the whole like, because I mean, let's talk about that Jan 6th thing. Like, wasn't he supposed to be walking up the stairs with all these people and then he just like disappeared? Like maybe he learned something at the last minute. I guess you could argue like, you know, he learned something at the last minute and for his own safety he just disappeared. So maybe, oh, gunshots. No visual. It's real quick because this is a bit quiet. I'm going to do a refresh over here. See if there's any updates. Again, this live map, you can you have to refresh it, and sometimes it goes down. I guess, you know, it's getting live now. I have noticed that it is now like increasingly pro-West propaganda. Like, it's like they're kind of shutting down anything bad because they need to keep the spirits up, which again is understandable, right? Not necessarily blaming it, but you know, it seems like we're missing the stuff that is bad for them a lot of the time, and they're like all too hasty to post anything decent. Sometimes, like they'll post up, or like something that is not newsworthy, like they'll put up, like to keep spirits high, you know, like, so bear that in mind. But I mean, for wartime, you know, reports, this ain't that bad. There's a lot worse out there. Yeah, see, like in the village of Zelenovka, near Kherson, which is over here, I think. It's, or hold on, down here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Kherson is right here. I guess this is it. Yeah. Russian soldiers shot civilian. Up here if they only control up this. See, this, you know what I mean? Like they're quick to post something that is good for them. Like, I know, like it's not good that, I'm not saying it's good that a civilian journalist was shot. I'm not saying that's good. But what I'm saying is that it's not good to show that the soldiers advance, but it's good for propaganda against Russia to say that someone was shot up here. You know what I mean? So like this red that we're looking at, the lava flow, should be up here. Or at least, you know, maybe, you know, around the roads or something like that. So it looks like they're starting to encircle Kherson then, if there's Russian soldiers up here uncontested. Ukraine closes border crossings with Russia and Belarus. Yeah, okay. I guess. See, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, you know what? No comment on that. I don't know. You'd again in golden passport scheme, which allows wealthy Russians and their families to obtain EU citizenship. Okay. To ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. See, like, nobody comes to this website for this stuff. Like, come on. And then you get this chick. Have you seen this chick speak? So we got a Buster. Got video of this?
Раз лупануло, потом свист. Второй раз, со вторым разом.
Lots of unexploded missiles just lying around in the footage that I've been seeing. I wonder, I do wonder its validity. I do wonder it. I've seen a lot of that. Explosions at the Kharkiv airport. Kharkiv is up here. Look. I think this is Kharkiv. Yeah. So is the Kharkiv airport right here. This is northeast Ukraine. Take a look. Whoa.
Это аэропорт?
Whoa.
Так а что это такое, куда она стреляет?
По стороне аэропорта. Очевидно же.
Ну тут, конечно, очень плохо видно. Ну как бы темно.
Ничего видно.
А откуда она стреляет?
Не знаю, где-то с Салтовки, наверное, прилетела. Град этих пидорасов. Утих.
Не, еще не все.
Intense. That is this one. Hold on, I'll post this in the chat. That should work. Air raid sirens, even Applebee's, yeah, the video I posted earlier. Freaking CNN, man. They're so incompetent, but they need that money. I mean, they're bleeding viewers like no tomorrow. I mean, how many sex scandals? Like, how many has it been? We got John Griffin, who was the producer for Cuomo, right? He was like, he's now arrested for lewd acts with a daughter and a mother, I think. There's the other one, Rick Salibi, who was another, I think, producer for CNN that got busted trying to groom a mother to get her and her daughter to do stuff with him. You got Cuomo, who was trying to cover up his brother's stuff. And then whatever the heck happened there with Jeff Zucker. Right? They're hurting.
Drinking water before bed reverses diabetes in just 4 weeks. People are eliminating their type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes by adding this one ingredient to their glass of water before bed. That's what Alison, a 49-year-old mother, was able to do using this new diabetes program that only 3% of people even know about. And John, a 62-year-old who was ready to lose his leg until he tried this method. If you suffer from type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes, this discovery could save your life. A recent discovery from Newcastle University has been leaked about a 6-second method that attacks a deadly molecule that compels fat cells to explode in your blood while stiffening your arteries, which is responsible for type 2 diabetes.
We'll shut him up for the moment. You got to see this right away. A clinically proven. No, hold on.
6 seconds to do, and most doctors have no clue it even exists. It is more powerful than any treatment or diet known to man, and it has the diabetes industry in absolute shock.
The raging. Hold
197,000 people.
I know this is a
are
commercial. You guys are probably annoyed, but that guy,
he
gets
any
ticked off.
Or diet known to man, and it has the diabetes industry in absolute shock. More than 197,000 people are already doing it, and they have been able to treat their type 2 diabetes successfully.
These 85 IQ commercials.
While also losing pound after pound of diabetic fat. Remember, this has nothing to do with medication, dieting, exercise, or expensive treatments. I urge you to stop everything you're doing and click the link below to watch a short free special video that shows exactly how thousands of people are taking advantage of this 6-second diabetic reversal method to
Okay, it's enough of that. Oh, these commercials. The diabetes industry. Well, I mean, I guess it is an industry. They make a lot of money. Yeah, it was painful. I know. I know. I'm sorry I put you through that, guys. I was trying to fix my audio, so I couldn't get to it right away. But then I was like, this is too funny. They come from Asia. Yeah. That's why they use the, what do you call it? The Microsoft Sam voices or whatever, because they can't speak English normally. Probably these ones. New King. 1 sec. Let me just double check real quick. Oh, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm pretty sure you guys can still hear me. I accidentally clicked out of the chat. The whole stream window or whatever. There might be just 1 second for this to load. I'll get to it now in a moment. I think I saw Finding Freedom come in, by the way. It's good to see you. All these names. It's so refreshing to see. It's been about 3 months since I really did casting. I guess I came back like once in like January or something, just say hello and catch up with you guys. There's a lot, because the comments, like there was still a lot of comments coming in on the channel at that point, and I didn't want to like make you feel like I was just ditching everything completely. I don't like spending, like it gets like a little bit, because once you start like, you know, talking about red pills and stuff like that, like they start coming at you. I know it sounds like it's paranoid or whatever, but like they start messing with your head. And I mean, I don't mind it. I like playing with it too. But after a while it gets tiring. It's not worth the effort. Misanthropy starts to rise. You start like false firing at people, because they'll try and shoot a whole bunch of misinformation at you, right? And you get tired of the misinformation and the repetition of the misinformation. So then you start like doubting people around you, like doubting real people that like want to post stuff, and you start losing your patience when you don't need to, you know. I'm not hearing any more of the shelling. I don't think we're missing too much there. I'm almost back. Just give me a second. I'm a little rusty with the operations. Oh, I can just go live stream. Did you hear that Ukraine have basically put their citizens under martial law because of the situation? Yes. So the men, I think it's either 16 or 18 to 60 years old, they cannot leave the country. Okay? They'll actually, they'll fight you if you try and get out. There is a curfew now in Kiev. If you leave, I have it on I actually copy pasted on that news ticker that I got down at the bottom. I think it said if you leave your house at night after 1,700 hours or something like that, they will treat you as if you were an enemy, because there's a lot of insurgency that's happening, right? So the Russians infiltrate and they try and take over stuff. So to combat that, they put everybody down under martial law. I think martial law started I think that started about a day ago, but it wasn't that strict. Now it's getting more strict. Yeah, Kiev tightens curfew. Authorities warn. Yeah, you can see it there now on the ticker. You can just read it better than I can explain it. What was I about to watch? Probably these ones. All right, this is what we're doing. Hold on. YouTube makes it increasingly harder to get these links and put them in. Oh, yeah. Yes. Likely what it is. TOCs. Horrible. I always see TOCs on the Russians. TOS. And they have been using them as well. I have seen it. There was some footage recently that I was watching that they were firing it. Yeah, it's got to be it. So they're doing it on the airport now. Yeah, because they haven't managed to gain much air superiority, and that's why they're taking such heavy losses. To be honest, the Russians are taking some pretty big L's. Right? Thanks for posting that. That was a good one. Still bubbling at La Palma, not fully asleep. Yeah, I saw it was I did see that it hasn't fully stopped. I have seen that. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, huh? Man, that system is just it keeps on giving, doesn't it? Look at the huge volcano. I know that one's 1 million years old, literally 1 million years old. The big one at the top of that island. Look at the size of that thing. That packs power behind it, even though that the hotspot has probably died down a lot since then, obviously. It just shows how much power there could be behind it. I got a feeling though that most of the pressure has been released at this point. Do I think La Palma will end up blowing the side of the island this year? No. I think that collapse will happen probably more than 1,000 years from now. I think it's going to take a lot more than just one or two volcanic eruption sequences. Yeah, getting back to the air superiority, they projected that they were going to have air superiority within 24 hours, and that has not happened. I don't think so anyways. They wouldn't be taking so much losses of their tanks would not be taking so much losses because they would have close air support by now, right? And they don't have close air support because they don't have air superiority. Right? You don't send in your tanks without close air support. I gotta again. I don't think Russia is going to fail in this invasion. but they are failing, or at least they were up until a certain point, because they just seem all out over the place, like too many prongs, and like they're sending in tanks when like there's no coverage, like obviously no coverage. Like these javelins are completely destroying them. The anti-tank personnel, they have like bazookas, I guess you can call them. They call them javelins. They're just ripping apart some of these tank columns. They've lost at least 2 columns that I know of. It's probably more. I don't think that the casualty numbers that Ukraine is putting out are accurate. But even if they're like a quarter of what they're saying, it's like, man, this is not going the way that Russia wanted it to go. One thing, that's another thing to look into as well. Like they need this to be a quick war, right? They need this to be a quick war. This cannot drag out. Okay, the longer this goes, the longer the sanctions go, the heavier the sanctions get, right? They can't afford this to go. Yeah, they can't afford like the Russian Panzerfaust. they cannot be sunk like bogged down into a long war. They can't. This has to be quick. And I'm not saying that it can't be quick, and I don't mean like in 2 days quick. Obviously, like war, that's not a place the size of Ukraine. That's not, realistic. But I mean, it's like this is just some of these like entire columns of tanks gone because they have no air support. How advanced are those? I don't know. They were talking about that being in was it Afghanistan? Hold on. So yeah. 88, 89. But they were like state of the art at that point. They remind me of like those old school, like way back the ancient, those Korean, I forget what they're called. Probably based on that, actually. I gotta look at this a little more. Someone just said boys with toys, yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Music's a bit annoying. Let me do a quick check now that we're back here on this. Explosions on Kiev. Oh, Kiev right now. Fire scenes. This was 7:21, less than an hour ago. So I'm not exactly sure where he is, but I don't know. I don't think that's St. Michael's. Welcome, MW Troll. Hey, Desert Town, good to see you. Yeah, happy to see you again as well. Welcome to the channel, MW Troll, or Trolla, whatever. I think it's like they will fail. Ukraine's army are doing much better than anyone expected. Support for Ukraine are growing, and even Germany sending stuff now. Even if they beat the Ukrainian army. Yeah, I know it sounds that way, but the thing is that there's a lot of propaganda on both sides, okay? And, yeah, there's a couple tank columns that were lost, but it's not enough, okay? It's not enough. Let's be real here. In less than 3 days, this is over 90 kilometers, okay? They took Chernobyl. They're right outside of Kiev, if not in Kiev at this point, okay? I know that it stops here, but we've been now seeing for 24 hours fighting in Kiev. You have people leaving in droves out of this city. We were just listening to CNN talking about CNN basically admitting that this is going to be taken. It's just a matter of when. I don't think it's going to be months. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that. I think we're probably looking at the next 2 days. Kiev is lost. You have up here. This has been pierced here. I know it doesn't look like there's much advancing here. Doesn't need to be. Keeping pressure on it so that you can't defend Kiev as much. Same thing over here. What's it called again? Sumy. Kharkiv is here. They're getting shelled hard as well. They're too spread. It's too spread. And then you have this right here. Mariupol is gone. There's no way they're holding Mariupol. I know for all the propaganda that we're hearing, Ukraine is doing great because you can't admit otherwise. And I'm not saying they're doing poorly. Okay, they're doing as I expect them. Pretty decent. I mean, they have a lot of anti-tank, right? But you're not going to be. These airports are being shelled. They're being held. You're not going to be able to get much in here. You'll have a resistance in the east or in the west. They won't be able to pierce through. Not before taking all of this infrastructure, all of these cities. Like, I know it sounds really good for Ukraine because that's the job of the media is, and I'm not blaming them for that. I'm not saying that they're doing the bad thing by giving false hope. You need to have that to counter the demoralization that both the Russian media and the Russian troops are doing. But Kiev's done, and once Kiev is gone, that's about it. Okay, yeah, there's like asymmetrical forces. It can get old. Yeah, it can get old. It can start tearing into Russia. But Germany is going to stop short. Like, we're seeing them talk about sanctions and all this stuff. If you think that Russia hasn't planned for sanctions, I would advise anyone that believes that to take a step back from geopolitics, because this has been planned for years, right? Like, they've had this. They weren't just like, oh no, they sanctioned us, now we're screwed. Like, they can get through this. Especially, like, I was worried about the food supplies. If this is true that they now can feed themselves and then some, like, they're fine. They can live with the sanctions. And I'm not seeing, like this would be, you're saying, do you have any links, actually, by the way, about Germany coming in? Because that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing was they were, like, cheering about Belgium sending a couple hundred people. It's not going to be enough. Russia has 750,000 people. Once they start taking these cities and they can start getting more in, there's no chance. There's no chance. And it's not just about the nukes, which is a strong enough deterrent either. Germany needs that oil. They need that oil. As much as the West loves to talk about how we need to move away, and we are moving away from oil, they need it. They need it. It's not just for heating homes, it's products, it's everything. There's a lot of chinks in the armor with this propaganda as well. I don't know if you guys have been hearing about like the ghost of Ukraine that's been shooting down Russian MiGs and helicopters, I believe. That just was that turned out that they were actually using a video game, Arma, to make footage about that. I don't know if you guys have been following. So the ghost of Kiev may not even exist. May not even exist. And nobody is willing to... Yeah, see, this is it. This is it. NATO's not going to stop this. All right? Nuclear war over Ukraine is not worth it to anybody except for Joe and Hunter Biden. and the likes of those, you know, who have their like politicians with their sons in oil companies. How will Russia hold Kiev? Well, what they need to do is not bomb. They'll have a lot of military police in there. So it has to be taken slow. Listen, this is the reason why it hasn't been taken in a day, right? It's because you can't just level the place. Level like everywhere that you can. It has to be done slowly with minimal casualties so that people will comply, right? That's what this plan is. So it looks like Russia's doing a lot worse than what it is. Yes, they have taken losses. But trust me, once they get in there, they're not letting it go. Yeah, Russia will hold Kiev by the balls. Yeah. They just need to get in there and not blow stuff up in the process. That's why you see so much propaganda talking about, oh, this building's blown up, this building's blown up, when they're having artillery shelled from the cities into the Russian army. They're goading them to blow up as much possible to tick off as much of the populace as possible. It's a smart strategy. It's you know, if you don't care about your own people, then it is the right strategy for that political reason. They don't need to send tanks into the city. Sorry, MW Troll was saying tanks don't do well in a city. They don't need to do well in a city. That's not what tanks are for. Tanks are meant to punch through lines. They don't need to punch through a city. It will be a nasty battle, yes. But all they need to do is just secure the supply line. Even if they should take Kiev, it's not likely to be over. If they take Kiev, it's over. Yeah, it's over. You'll have a lot of fighting in the West. That's about it. That's about it. Like, I don't think... I know it sounds like the media is making it like they're super patriotic and they'll die to the last man, but Kiev is not that pro-Europe and anti-Russia. If they were, there would have been no Yushkevich. It's much more neutral. All Russia has to do is go in and be strict when they get there. It will be a hard fight. It is a hard fight. That's what we're seeing. But once they take the capital, it's over. It's over. What do you have in the east? Hold on. Vinnytsia, Shrezhavka, Kumilink. What type of a city is this? Oh, having some loading problems. Get in there. It's the city core. Not look. For some reason, it won't load, but that is certainly not a massive city. And you have this place, which is sizable. Lviv, I think. Oh yeah, it says it here. I was trying to get underneath. It shows it right here. This is a bigger city, yeah. That would be the holdout. Lutz is not that big. Taz, good to see you. I might be a little late, probably not here, but it was great to see you. If Russia takes Ukraine, Putin won't stop with that. Moldova and Georgia will be next. Maybe. Maybe. Transnistria they already have, yeah. Then probably Central Asian nations. Well, they already scored a big... they probably scored a big... Or already scored a big win when they came in to help Kazakhstan during that unrest. Which looks very much like CIA to me. What was going on there? Kiev are only getting more Russian over time. It's because you had, well, Iron Maiden, Euro Maiden. You had those riots. Someone was just mentioning earlier. I don't know if you were there for that, but saying that it was a false flag. It started that. So psychological operations can be done on both sides. You can make people more pro-Russian over time as well. It's just that right now is that you have more anti-Russian people in power. That can change, and well, it is changing, isn't it? From what we're seeing. No, I don't think it's as sure as you may claim it to be. And I don't think that like the argument that he won't stop at that. Putin is, you know, he's an egotist. But one of the things that he's known for is more realism. He's not as crazy as people are trying to say he is. And I don't think he's going to push it much further than this. He needed to get people off his border that were with NATO. He doesn't like that. That's his issue. He doesn't want NATO on his border. And why would you? Why, like, have you seen those biolabs? Like, you know, the one in Wuhan, right? That was like partnered with USAID and Predict. And then you have the one that's in Kazakhstan and the one that's in Ukraine, right? All of these like P4 biolabs that like, oh, totally didn't release the coronavirus because I wouldn't want to get banned off YouTube. But come on, right? Come on. They what did USAID, which is a CIA front group, through Predict, they gave, what was it, $200 million that made its way through EcoHealth into the was it $200 million that made its way through EcoHealth into the Wuhan virology labs. And what were they studying? Bat coronaviruses. And the spike protein looks like it has insertions of AIDS. I don't know if it actually does, but it certainly looks like it. Many people have mentioned that. Many actual scientists have mentioned that. Like, I wouldn't want NATO on my doorstep either. I'm scared Putin can buy off the cartel who runs Mexico's president. Putin is a smart man and can see our weaknesses, and Biden is definitely weak. Yeah. Possible. Sending women to fight on the front lines after day one of training. Yeah, that doesn't work. That does not work. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of that too. Like the social media, women fighting on the front lines, and it sounds uplifting to some. Not good for many. Not good for many, especially when you have a more traditional population. They look at that and they're like, yeah, no global homo. No, thank you. No, thank you. It will bump the morale of many and drop the morale of others. But they need fighters at the moment, so. Biden and Pelosi are scary senile at this point. They both have sons in Ukraine. Yeah. Lots for many in Ukraine to lose under Russian control. It's not that simple to just go with Russians taking over. No, all transitions are rough. Just like the 2014 one was. But I'm not saying that that Ukraine is going to be annexed. You're going to have a puppet state, kind of like Belarus, sorry. It'll be more like pre-2014. Not that much has changed. As much as they tried to make a change, you can just swap out those oligarchs for Russian oligarchs. And again, Russia's got that oil. I mean, if we embrace feminism for the army, we can even out the female to men ratio. Of the general population or of personnel. Sorry, I didn't get what you meant there. Most countries send their 18 to 27-year-olds to the military for at least 1 year. We send ours to African-American lesbian art studies classes. Yeah. He won't stop, I agree. Where do you see him going next? I could see the Transnistria thing with Moldova. I could see Georgia. Again, both these places, though, I don't think NATO's going to do anything about it. I don't think they're going to do anything about it. They would do something about, like, the Baltic states, I think. Finland. Sweden. But not Transnistria, which is Transnistria is like it's like on the east part of Moldova that is. Hold on, let me show it to you real quick. This place right here in red. It's kind of like the same thing that's going on over in Donetsk, Luhansk. That's what's happening here. Like, I don't want these places to be their own state because, by the way, like, these are commie states. They're, like, actual communist. Donetsk is communist. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about Luhansk, but I would assume Transnistria like literally has the hammer and sickle on their de facto flag. I don't want these places going communist. Communist is crap, but Central Asia might tick off China enough to change things. Central Asia is, yeah, maybe a little bit. Georgia, I don't think they'd do anything about that. Kazakhstan, though, is that borders Xinjiang, and that's why they basically genocide everybody over there, is so that they can have that secure route out of the mountains. So, like with China, they're landlocked by mountain ranges and steppes, right? And Xinjiang is like the one passage out from the west, and that's why they want it so bad, right? So they don't want to lose influence on Kazakhstan. China wants to gain influence on Kazakhstan. I wouldn't be surprised if those protests were like Russian psyops in Kazakhstan so that they could go in and look like the heroes. I wouldn't be surprised. I know people were saying CIA. I suspect could be CIA, but I got a feeling that might be a Russian op. Did they already annex Transnistria? So no, this is like this is its own place. Like very much like Donetsk and Luhansk. Like this is not, Russia is not claiming this as a Russian oblast. Although they are trying to get them to be like the Russian Donbass. Everything okay on the webcam? Okay. I'm not missing anything on the bottom. It's all right. We good. So much like this over here, they are their own like self-declared nations, right? And that's the same thing with here. It's just not recognized. And that's Moldova right here. And that's like off of Moldova, but it is a breakaway state from it. Georgia's over here. You have Abkhazia. Or Abkhazia. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Those are the places that were in question in chat. Then you have Kazakhstan up here. And it was the Nur Sultan region. And Almaty, which is... I forget which side of it is and it's on. Sorry. It's the biggest city I should know. I think over here. I can't find it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nur Sultan was like one of the biggest ones. It was up north. And it's nice and convenient that was a place that Russia could just step right in and help restore order. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They can call up all men aged 18 to 60 at any time. Would be a lot of purple-haired furries surprised when they receive a draft note. Yeah. NATO looking like it's a sham. I don't know. Like, maybe they've gotten a little soft. They've gotten a little soft. That's what happens when you fight dinky states. You see some of these NATO commercials, like they can't shut up about diversity. Like their priorities are not on military strength. It's about diversity is our strength. It's all like not trying to play on words, but it's all about soft power now. Maternity flight suits. I haven't seen these. You should link one. We'll suddenly see a lot of deadbeat dads in their kids' lives to beat a dad, to beat a draft. Have I looked at Patrick Lancaster's channel? He's lived there for 8 years. Reports from Donetsk. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. I'll take a look actually, because I've been trying to find more stuff in Donetsk because it is hard. I had a CBC article actually at one point. I was gonna go through that. Might be just a wee bit of lag for a second. Just pulling up the stuff that I want to. We'll probably go through a video that shows like a brief history of this conflict, actually.
Afterwards,
sorry about that. Navy Times link. This is also bizarre. You don't know what is real anymore. Yeah. That's war. That's war. That's how this goes. Oh, this is the flight suit. Sure. 1 second. That means pregnant air crew won't be subjected to maternity khaki air uniforms or larger flight suits that could jeopardize their safety given the longer sleeves and hemlines, if not properly altered. Why can't you just properly alter them rather than spending $1 million to make them? The maternity flight suit not only makes our pregnant workforce more comfortable, but it alleviates the potential safety hazard. Oh, you wouldn't want safety to be hazarded. Sorry, safety is important, but they're overstressing it these days. Of extended hems and seams, Blade said. Also, flight suits are uniforms that are earned, and the women who have earned them should be able to wear them. Oh, this is all, yeah, of course, this is all about rights and stuff, of course. Yeah. The right to continue to die. Oh man, they really want women to die in battle, don't they? They don't give a crap. What's it like? Man. I wonder how they feel when there's going to be drafts for women. When we go to war with Eurasia. Well, we were always at war with Eurasia, remember, but like, do they not see that coming? are they fine with it coming, or what? Pretty ridiculous. He's a traveler to those type areas, and it looked like a war zone. I might play that CBC one. Hopefully, I won't get taken off for it. But it was from about a month ago. It was actually pretty good for CBC. The devil is the prince of the air. Yeah. The archons. Yeah, that's an interesting verse, isn't it? Definitely worth a few deep dives. Airwaves. Yeah, airwaves is really is what I think. It has to do with like psychology. I mean, yeah, it's a spiritual level, I guess, but how he manipulates is the big take, I think, anyways. That's how I interpret it. Yeah, now you got no excuse if you're pregnant, guys. Pregnant women, no. Pregnant women have the privilege to fight now. Or not the privilege, the right to fight. Women's rights, that's what you always must keep in your mind. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with using the populace. Rights are always good. Got to use the correct terminology, you know. Yeah, it's supersonic speed. Sounds awesome for fetuses. Yeah. All the symbolism with kneeling in public and stuff is programming. The beast wants us to bow before him. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, the beast is still not here. The Antichrist either. Or neither, sorry. He's still chained down in the abyss. He did something far more worse than the devil to be locked in the abyss. Yeah. I think it's more the system. The system is still in the abyss. My personal... it used to be quite agreed upon that the Antichrist was not necessarily one person. Like, it used to be pretty agreed upon that it was the Pope. And I think we're losing that because there has been considerable effort to make it look like Catholics are just a little bit, or Catholicism is just a little bit of a kookier version of Christianity, but still Christianity, rather than what it is. And like, that's what I mean by saying it's not necessarily one person. It is someone who tries to take the place of Jesus or God, which is obviously the same thing, right? Like, I mean, the guy, one of his terms is like literally in the place of the Son of God, Vicarius Filii Dei, the vicar of the Son of God. I mean, like it bleed, and I don't know if you've seen this before. I've shown it to people. I'm sorry to those that have, they come back after 4 months and I'm still saying the same thing. Look, Vicarius Filii Dei. I think I spelled it correct. Yeah. Okay. And now I'm going to go 666 just so I can find a picture real quick. Yeah. All right. So if you make that U in Vicarius, there's no U in Latin, right? It becomes a V, right? So because it becomes a V, it gets the numerological value of 5. And you add up all these numbers, all of these letters that have a numerological value in Roman or Latin, and it becomes 666. And I mean, that's not, I know, like, you could say it's just a coincidence. He has a whole bunch of other names, right? But there's a whole bunch of other things as well that, like, I mean, this looks like the Orphean egg. There's a whole bunch of different things. You can the hat that he wears is like the I just had the name in my head. Marduk hat. Or is it Dagon? Yeah. Mitre. That's the name of the hat. Yeah. All right, so this is Babylon here. Hold on. Right, that's a Babylonian priest. Well, the priest would wear it. This is actually Dagon or Marduk or whatever, Milcom. And that's the Pope. There's like so much, right? It becomes like super, super clear. Those G-forces can't be healthy for a pregnancy, but just flying is okay. Yeah. Imagine a birth and flight. Oh, that dude. Can you... Like, I mean, I can't imagine a birth anyways. But, like, the pain and pressure, stress, tension that you have to go through, even without being, like stuck in a tube flying through the air. Dude, that must be... Oof. Up until the 1600s, well documented that the papacy was the Antichrist. But we are also told there are many Antichrists, yeah. Now, I mean, there's the one. It's the one that would rise, right? I guess that's, the one of Revelation that would rise. I get that, and I think that it could be Francis. It could be. I don't know. I don't know this yet. But he's, I mean, everybody kind of loves him, and he's been pushed as a rock star pope. And this is what cracks me up. Why? Why is he the rock star pope compared to any of the other ones? I don't get it. So, because he washed some dude's feet in the beginning? Like, that's what makes him a rock star pope? Like, I remember that being, hand in hand, the story about him washing someone's feet. He's like, oh, he's so awesome, he's the rock star pope. It's like, has a rock star ever done that? No, a rock star is off getting plastered stone and hitting up roadies. There's nothing that really convinces me that he's that cool. But everyone in the media says he's that cool. I don't, you know what I mean? There's nothing that is really that great about him. He's not that particularly charismatic. It's because he loves degeneracy. Yeah, well, he's a Jesuit. It's his thing. It's his thing. There's a ton of pagan and satanic symbolism around the papacy, especially the snake on the ceiling of the Hall of the Vatican. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That is some nuts stuff. Like, the building is shaped to look like a snake. Like, that's crazy. It's not a coincidence. MW Troll, good to see you, and welcome to the channel. And I look forward to disagreeing with you in the future. You were great to have around. It's a pleasure. He's been commissioning 3 buildings in the Middle East for major religions. Yeah, I saw that. I forget what city it's in. But yeah, and they look really globo homo-y. Yeah, very much so. Do a quick update. See what we got going on here. Then we'll go into that video for those that want to learn a little bit more about this. He does a pretty good job. I got about halfway through, and then I started up this. Thought it would be pretty good to do. This looks new. One sec. I don't know who's doing some of these. According to the Ministry of Defense, during the 3 days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, more than 210 civilians were killed, including 6 children. More than 1,100 people were injured or injured, including more than 100 children. These guys are like really desperate to just pump out whatever they can. What is the source? I'll have to get back to that. Kharkiv, an apartment block destroyed, but no picture. Three hours ago, sorry. Explosions, Kiev. Kiev right now. Fire scenes. This might be the city one that we saw earlier. No, we already saw this one. Okay. The most powerful shelling of all time. I bet this is what we were hearing. Kiev. This is just to the southwest of Kiev.
Взрив красним паливом все до вікна, тут все бачимо, що там горить. Це десь одеська траса, походу, або нефтебаза.
Sorry.
Десь там, палає все, вогонь, воно горить, щось зірвало.
Fire at oil depot. Uh-oh. That's not good. Although they're usually mostly personnel. But still, you need your oil. Moment of the explosion at the oil depot. Oh. Dude's filming like with a potato. There you go, yeah. That's thick. I don't think we can really tell how far away that is either. Arabs stuck in Kharkiv report. Ukrainian civilians armed to confront Russian forces. I mean, that sounds good, but they don't have, you know, most of them likely don't have proper training. I mean, it sounds good for morale. You can talk about like resilience all day, but at the end of the day, when you're overwhelmed, and you want trained people, not untrained people in these times. And Russian troops targeted gas pipeline. So they're probably trying to knock out oil superiority, air superiority, I'm guessing at this point. Because that really is their problem. They can't get in with close air support.
Горит газопровод. Посвящает полданиловки реально.
Mr. Spaps, nice to meet you, my friend. Good to have you on. And look forward to seeing you again. Been hearing a lot of Catholics say they're not fond of him. Yes, yes. To be fair, so when I'm saying, you know, Catholics, like I'm talking about the heads of the church, right? The administrators, right? I don't have anything against, you know, your average Catholic. I think there could be saved people in the Catholic Church. I think that it'd be rough. It'd be rough to be saved and have to listen to the doctrine that comes out of the priest's mouths. At some point, you're going to oppose it and find something that's wrong. But, you know, who am I? I'm sure there's situations where you just be stuck in it, maybe. But you know the difference. Yeah. Rockstar because he was was he actually a nightclub bouncer? No, I doubt it. Doubt it. Stuff is moving now. I have to go. Yeah, it was good to see you though, Mr. Spaps. Welcome to the channel. My mom thinks Macron is going to be the little horn from Revelation for obvious reasons. Here's the actual good feed. One sec, thank you. Let's see what we got here. Oh. Yeah, this is a good one. Let's replace that. Thanks, man. Yeah, but you see, here's the biggest thing with that whole, the Catholics that are not fond of that Pope, they believe that the Pope has been infiltrated, or the papal seat has been infiltrated by like evil from the outside. Like they think that this is some new thing that has happened over the past, whatever, like Vatican II kind of thing, right? Or maybe in as far back, like even if you were to say like upon the foundation of the Jesuits, which was what, like 1521, something like that, right? Like, it was something that they let in and it took it over. But no, the church has always been corrupt for like ever since like the Roman Empire turned into it, like obviously there was a church in Rome, like Paul like ministered to it, right? Hold on, let me pull. I'm the worst multitasker, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for giving me that chat. Who was that? Give me that. Verquix. Is that how you say it? Thanks, man. They think that the church has just gone downhill over the past few decades, or maybe even just a couple centuries, maybe even centuries, right? But no, it's always been so corrupt, and they still believe that if the Pope was a real Pope and this is not the false Pope, that the Pope can't err, like that the Pope has a special connection to God that we could never have, when there's nothing in the Bible that states that, right? Yeah, that's the issue. Like they're so. Hold on, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here. Let me get a better place to put this. I think those little small ones can go for a moment, right? Let's move this over here. Alice, come on. All right. Give me a sec, because I don't want to like. This is a YouTube channel but I don't want to like drive people there. But I actually wanted to cover this because he did this guy was like talking about Mary for Protestants, like why Catholics are about, like he's against Jesuits, but he's still a Catholic. Like he's still like a diehard Catholic, and he's very nicely explaining it. Yeah, okay. I don't want like people to go over and say, you're wrong. Not that I have, many people watching, but he's also a smaller channel. I think like YouTube has a big issue with like people going to like a larger, like a channel that's larger than another talking about them. So I just gotta be careful. Yeah, I think he's legit, maybe. You know what I mean? It's not my place to say. But just real quick, there's only 2 minutes anyways. We can go through it.
Jonathan Black. This video today is in response to many Protestant Christians that I've interacted with online lately. I've been denounced for praying the rosary and encouraging others to do so in these difficult times.
Oh, it's a little bit low, isn't it? Hold on. Turn it up.
The universal response that I've received from Protestants is that the rosary is not scriptural and that it is idol worship.
Oh, it is. It's from Hinduism. So,
in order for me to do my part in clearing this up, I believe it's important to point out exactly where the rosary prayer is drawn from in Scripture. The Hail Mary prayer is drawn directly from 4 verses in the Bible. In the first chapter in the book of Luke, verse 28, the angel Gabriel hails Mary and tells her that she is full of grace and that the Lord is with her.
Okay, full of grace. The word that is grace in Greek, it translates better to favor. It's not that she's full of grace as in she's perfect, right? It's that, like, to say full of grace means like holy, right? Like when you say it in that way. But what it really meant was it's full of favor of God, that God favors you. And it was more of a greeting. It's not that she's like the perfect specimen.
In verse 42 of the same chapter, Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist, says to Mary, "Blessed are you amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb." In verse 43, Elizabeth calls Mary the mother of God, and in verse...
Okay, blessed are you amongst women. That's okay.
35, the angel Gabriel calls her holy. It is very important for Protestants to understand that calling a saint who is the mother of Jesus an idol is blasphemy by any Christian standards.
Even if it is called holy, just because... I can give him that one. Just because that may be the case doesn't mean that the prayer of the Hail Marys, something that are repeated around each bead of the rosary, right? This is something that you just repeat over and over. You can take anything from the Bible and misuse it. This doesn't make it scriptural to pray to Mary. Right? The angels are speaking to Mary, right? We are not to commune with the dead. She's not a goddess, right? It's just that the angels have a message for her. That doesn't mean that we pray for her. Or sorry, of course we pray for her. I mean, we don't pray to her. Right? Like it doesn't make it scriptural just because you can find the words spoken in Scripture.
I feel like I should warn you not to do this. Calling the mother of God an idol is grave mortal sin and should not be done. The next item that I have is a question for our Protestant friends out there who maintain that they practice their faith following Scripture and Scripture alone. My question is, why aren't you following the instructions depicted in the Gospels in the book of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 26 to 28?
I forget. I don't know the verses off by heart, and I forget what this argument is going to be, but I can't wait for this straw man.
Right there, Jesus is giving the apostles the instructions for the Mass. In verse 28, he says, "This is the blood of the covenant which is to be poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." Not just the apostles present in the room, but for many. Corinthians chapter 1, verse 23 is another part of the apostles present in the room, but for many. Corinthians chapter 1,
I apologize, guys.
Jesus is giving the apostles the instructions for the Mass. In verse 28, he says, "This is the blood of the covenant which is to be poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." Not just the apostles present in the room, but for many. Corinthians chapter 1, verse 23 is another part of Scripture.
He's talking about himself, though. He's talking about himself. This is the Last Supper. It is his blood that is poured out for the forgiveness of sins. Right? Not wine that a pope says a prayer and then transubstantiates that wine into what they believe is Jesus' blood. Right? And then drink it. That's not what he meant. At the very least, you have a lot more explaining to do in order to come to that conclusion. And then say, we're not following the Bible. Right? It's a big jump.
That Protestants have decided they just don't need to follow. You need to participate in the Mass and receive the Eucharist to follow Christ's instructions.
No, see, I believe that Jesus shed, the blood is already shed. That's the thing. It was already shed for us, for the forgiveness of sins. I don't need to keep doing it over and over. I need to believe that the work is already finished. That's why the veil was ripped when the blood hit the ground. It's like... It was a very hasty conclusion there. Anyways.
All of the current problems that we are having in our society can be traced back to the Protestant Reformation. When you
this one gets a little heavy, doesn't it? Let's say that one more time.
Society can be traced back to the Protestant Reformation. Instructions. All of the current problems that we are having in our society can be traced back to the Protestant Reformation.
That's bold. That is bold. And so those pedophiles in the Catholic Church, that's the Protestants, I suppose. It's the Protestant Reformation that does that. Oi.
When you receive the Blessed Sacraments in good faith in Jesus, the Bible comes alive. Protestants need to undo the damage and the heresy that they...
The Bible becomes alive depending on you taking the sacrament? No, it's... The living word is the living word. And it has nothing to do with a work. It is... The reason why it's a living word is because it speaks to you directly as you read it and convicts you of your problems, but shows you a better way. That's what makes it the living word. It's what makes it very hard for people to read. It's because it convicts you. But as you go through it, you gain much more of the mind of Christ. I'm not talking about the whole Christ consciousness cult stuff. I'm not talking about that. But you don't need to drink the wine and eat the bread for the Bible to do that to you. That's like you're saying that you need to do, your human body needs to do a work in order for that Bible to come alive. Yeah, it's a big problem.
They have caused. Come back to the one true church, the Roman Catholic Church. We've got major problems in the Vatican that we need your help. No,
you've had major problems in the Vatican since like Augustine of Hippo. This is back when Africa was Roman. You know, and guys, don't go to him, and you know, please don't look him up, all right? Like I'm not trying to. I was actually gonna like make a video about this and like kind of cut him out so that you couldn't identify him because he's a smaller channel. I kind of think he believes this, and he does a good job to actually expose the Jesuits, but he could be controlled opposition. I don't know his heart, but I do think I think he legitimately believes this, and this is just how legalists are. This is just how works-based salvationists are. This brainwash is very strong. So don't bother him, pray for him, but the arguments are flimsy at best.
In cleaning them up,
See, we have to come back to you. Let's just one more time. I'm sorry I'm repeating this.
Come back to the one true church, the Roman Catholic Church. We've got major problems in the Vatican that we need your help.
We need your help. Bro, you know who tried to clean up the Catholic Church? Luther. That's what he was trying to do. He didn't try to break away. Martin Luther didn't try and break away. That's why it's called the Reformation and not the secession. Right? He was trying to reform the church back to something that was far more biblical. And what did you do? The Diet of Worms and the Council of Trent. You tried to kill the guy and all his followers, like you did in the Inquisition, right? Like it wasn't the first time that happened, right? Like, yeah, we know you got major problems in the church. That's why we're Protestants. It's not us that caused the problems in the church. They've always been there. We're not going back to them. That's what. Okay, so this is the crux of why I brought this up, actually, because they truly think that it's just that the church is losing its way. They don't like most Catholics I know, and I grew up Catholic, right? Most Catholics, just the ones that think that there are issues and genuinely believe it, right? They just think that the church is losing its way and needs to find itself again. But a true Protestant that knows the church and has seen its depravity knows that this goes far deeper than that. And we as men and women, just as men, we are not going to be changing this anytime soon. This is not for us to change. Kings and countries go before the Catholic Church do, or before the Catholic Church does, right? This is not our fight. That is, God will deal with it when in his good time. We're not cleaning it up. There is no possible way that it could be cleaned up.
In cleaning them up, I urge all Protestants to receive the sacraments and with them proof of the Bible, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ.
How about no? No, I'm not going to be receiving the sacrament. The sacrament is nothing. It takes away none of my sins. It takes, it gets me no closer to heaven than I am right now. I am either accepted or I am not. Right? There's no, all of its premises are false premises. Yeah.
Praise be to Jesus and Mary.
Praise be to Jesus. But giving praise, glory to Mary is the reason why I don't go back to Catholicism. Because there's one that I give praise to, and that's God. Yeah, anyways, enough of that. But, you know, someone mentioned that he might be a Jesuit shill. It's possible. It's possible. But Buckwheat Clark, welcome to the channel, by the way. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. It's possible. I don't know his heart. The thought had crossed my mind that it's like there's a sizable amount of people, I don't know if it's growing or not, that are clearly against the Jesuits. They found out Pope Francis is a Jesuit. At the very least, Catholics are starting to clue in that he's leading people further astray than what the Catholics normally do, okay? Or whatever, you know what I mean, right? He's even more depraved than what we normally see. So they're reacting to it. And maybe there should by all means be a contingent of Jesuits that are trying to become the controlled opposition to rein those people in. Maybe he is one of them. But I think it's very possible. I think it's very plausible, and in my opinion, likely the case that he's just another soul that has yet to learn what it is to be saved. And he thinks he's doing what's right. He knows, quote unquote, that the church is true, and he needs to make sure we know. Right? Yeah. Yeah, very sad. Very sad. Sad stuff. All right. Let's get through this is the Donetsk. I think I should be okay playing it like this. And I'll cut it through. So I got a video. Hold on. Sorry, what am I missing here? He's brainwashed and doing Satan's bidding. Possible. Yeah. Well, no, it's not possible. That's what's going on here, right? He's doing Satan's bidding in any case. Whether he's brainwashed or Jesuit shill, it doesn't matter. Jesuits are just brainwashed, right? Like they're just brainwashed MK Ultra style. The One True Church says the First Reich, he's not worth addressing. Well, I gave him like some discussion, right? Let's see. As a Protestant, my issue with Catholic Mary is that she is not the Mary of the Bible, but rather the Queen of Heaven as found in paganism, mystery religion. His answer. Oh, I just said his name. Dang it. This is why I was going to do this in a video. Because it's not him. I'm not against... it's not about the person, okay? I'm actually like really... I'm really appreciative. I've never heard a Catholic be this straightforward. I don't think I've ever heard it, because usually it's always done with like guile. You know what I mean? They try to sound like they could fit in with Protestants, so that there's like a link, whereas this guy just straight out, bam, he's like, you're a heretic. Get back here, you know? He wouldn't be the first person to, you know, call a Protestant a heretic, but usually they're much more like diplomatic in the way that they respond, right? This was like super hit you over the head with it, right? And the response was, that's Jesuit Satanists trying to destroy the church from within. That's not Catholicism. Don't believe everything the Seventh-day Adventists say, although they are right about the Jesuits. That would be a guilt by association fallacy. I won't get into the whole diatribe. You know where to find him, I guess, at this point. Just be nice to him, okay, guys? Don't, you know, if you want to read that further. But I won't bore the listeners that don't want to come into this any further. But, yeah, sad stuff, though, hey? Sad stuff. The Pope will usher in the one world religion. Yeah, well, I mean, he's certainly trying it. I mean, you know, like ecumenism, right? That's straight from the Pope. We don't need sacraments, Mary, beads, a pope, or even a church. Just God, Elohim, Abba, Yahweh, or whatever you wish to call him. Yep. Yeah, it's the personal connection. It's what they miss. They don't get it, right? They're still stuck in the ways of man, right? That it needs to be something of this world that gets you to heaven, and he's not of this world. That's what made it different. It's what made Jesus different than us. If pop culture Jesus is Dionysus, who was Jesus before? The Jesus of the Bible. So he most likely would have followed the laws of his hair. So he would have had short hair, right? It likely would have been more like a Greek's hair, or like, you know, like the ancient Greeks, they had like curly hair, really thick. He was a carpenter, so he probably would have been more built. Like a stronger looking guy, rather than the little, like the little Twinkie. This is whatever, like the twink that the Catholics make him out to be. And like, you ever notice like they stop like, or they're so hyper focused on him being a baby, like they're obsessed with Jesus as a baby, when like very little of the Bible, like there was, I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think only Luke really, I'm probably wrong. I think it's 2 of the 4 books of the Bible. Like my point being is that very little time of the 4 Gospels is spent talking about him being a baby. You know what I mean? Like they're everywhere you go, you see Mary holding the baby in a Catholic church. Like they love showing the baby. If he's not up on the cross, he's a baby. Or he's got the burning heart on him. That's the only time you see him as an adult and alive. He's got the burning heart, which is the Dionysian thing, right? Yeah, he would have been darker. He would have been darker. He certainly wouldn't have been like, you know, dove white. Yeah, they focus on him being a baby because they want to take away that authoritative. When you read Jesus of the Bible, he's like first off, he's commanding with his words, and he doesn't have to be aggressive, even though there are times, right? He is like the debates, okay, when they were trying to, okay, Russia loses to Ukraine, yeah, okay, bye-bye. You could have said it once. That's just lazy propagandism. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, okay, so the scribes and the Pharisees were trying to trip him up, right? And he was super authoritative. He was super authoritative in his words, but he wasn't aggressive, right? And he, like, you know, he owned them, I guess you could say, you know, with his words. But he didn't need to be aggressive. But then there's other times too, like, you know, when he's like whipping people out of the temple, throwing over tables, you know, the money changers or whatever. Yeah, he could be tough too, right? He wasn't a weak guy. But if you don't read the Bible, which most Catholics don't, other than just listening to the priest read it out, or you read out your passage for the day or whatever, or like the mass, I mean, your passage that like I used to read in the mass or whatever, and they give you like just like a page of scripture for you to read out in their translation. So if you don't read the Bible on your own, you don't get these places. They're not telling you about those types or those parts of the Bible. And you're constantly just all the images around. It's just baby Jesus, Jesus on the cross, Jesus who is almost looks hermaphroditic and has like a heart on his chest, and he's pointing to he's pointing to it. You know, you think of this he's just like an ethereal character, you know, like almost so brittle that if you were to touch him, he'd shatter. Right? And you know what I mean? Like, was he Hercules? No. Hercules he was son of Zeus, right? That was Hercules in mythology. He was not attractive, so that his followers weren't simply following him due to his appearance. Huh. Where does it say he's not attractive? Now, I'm not saying, not like I'm offended, you know what I mean? Like, chapter and verse, or you're a heretic, man. You just said he's not attractive. I don't mean like that. That's interesting. But I don't remember where that's stated in the Bible. Is it like in like Isaiah or something like that? It sounds like something would be in Isaiah as it called for him. I remember the Hercules back. Sorry, I don't mean to get off track, but I remember the Hercules. Remember like that 90s show with Kevin Sorbo? And like they made Hera out to be like, yeah, sure. Hera did her share of bad things or whatever. But they made Hera out to be like the evil stepmother Hera. Like talking about Hercules. That was like in the introduction. And it's like when you read like what Zeus does, it's like you can't expect Hera to be a nice, patient woman. All right, I'm going to just take a real quick break. And actually, you know what? I'll start up this video that I was talking about, because actually this is a really good recap. Like I don't know if you guys, I'm not like pro Russia, pro Ukraine or anything like that, but we got to admit we're being sold a bunch of BS, on both sides, I'm sure, but like we're not hearing the actual, even if you don't agree with the justifications that Putin is doing, we're not even hearing them. We don't get any of the background as to why this could be seen by them as justified. And I think that is intentional. I think it's meant for us to not be able to communicate with each other. And I think this is really important for us to learn. It's like there's so many people out there that they're just going off at the mouth. It's just like Putin's crazy. Putin's got to die. Putin this, Putin that, and you're just like, shut up, man. Like you can't even point to Ukraine on a map.
Favorite presidential candidate of?
Hold on. Oh, I was calling him Yuskevich. Like that's a hockey player, I'm pretty sure. Yanukovych was the name of the guy, the pro-Russian guy.
In this video, we'll try and understand the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Oh, there is. I've been boring you for a bit. Let me get you something good. Hold on. I gotta go to history. Hold on. I'll play this and then we'll go into this. We can have a chat together while this is going, because I'm starting to lose my voice actually. Zen in the word. Okay, yeah. So this is how like people on Reddit sound when they're talking about, like, they're all losing their minds over Ukraine. Like they know where it is.
That's empty and
all right, so this is a guy like imitating people on Reddit right now.
Yes. It's day's end. I was busy today, so I'm a bit late with the video, and I don't have a huge amount of battery power left on this phone, so we'll run as long as we have power. So I'm very disturbed about developing situations in the world today. I'm really in a bad way about current events and current things. When I heard the other day that Apatiania was invaded by Nunfornia, it really made me worried. I've been on the news non-stop, alt media and mainstream media, watching it non-stop. Poor Apatiania. I've changed my profile pic on social media to the flag of Apatiania, which is a picture of an empty sandwich bag and an empty Ziploc bag, and I want to support those people in Apatiania from Nunfornian aggression, and that president of Nunfornia, he's out of control. Cancer max strangulation. That cancer max strangulation. The president of Nunfornia, he's unhinged. I've replaced my Trump derangement syndrome with a cancer max strangulation derangement syndrome. I mean, I just think about it. He'll stop at nothing. He's out of control. He's an enemy of democracy, and when we stand by the people of Apatiania, we stand by democracy. We stand by freedom. And we've got to help those people. We've got to get our troops on the ground in Apatiania and send a message to cancer max strangulation that, this is as far as he's going to get. And, and if it wasn't for the fact that my pension fund is being paid by mining assets within Nunfornia, I probably would want nuclear weapons used on Nunfornia to teach cancers, because they're not human, those people. They don't have the same values as the people here or in Apatiania. I've never been to Apatiania. I know nothing about it. I've never met anyone from there. I just know that their flag is a Ziploc bag that's empty, and I've changed my profile picture to it, but I'm passionately devoted to these people. Justice for Apatiania. Pray for Apatiania. And, we don't stand up against Nunfornian aggression. you know, the next country will be inconsequential land. You know, I mean, just think about that. You just think, you know, imagine how people in inconsequential land are currently feeling right now, looking over the border at Lithuania and knowing that just on the other side of the border are non-Fornian defense forces who walk through that country. Will they be next? Where do we stop them? You know, cancer max strangulation. You know, if you get him and say, well, you know, where does the beginning and the end of non-Fornian aggression end? And he'll laugh at you and say, the whole world. So we got to stop. We got to stop that. But, you know, we have to be careful because
we already had that argument brought in here. It's like, he's not going to stop there. And it's like, I don't think that's what this is over. We're going to go into that video that talks more about what has caused this rift. But it's insanity. It's just like pure unbridled seething at something just to see. It's like the 5 minutes of hate in 1984, right? Like, they're just looking at Putin like they're looking at Goldberg and freaking out, you know, and only NATO can save us, like it's Ingsoc, right? That it's just so crazy to say he's not going to stop there. He wants to take over the world. Like, this dinky country. Like, we used to make fun back when NATO took Kosovo from Serbia, and Putin wanted, or not Putin, Russia, I think it was Yeltsin at the time. They wanted to join in, and like, we used to laugh at them saying, what are they going to have? What are they going to send? Like, people with forks and knives? Because they were like broke. They were so broke after the USSR for 10 years. And like, they still are not that powerful that they could take over the world. They're not like Germany in World War II. Germany was powerful as heck. Like, they were broke because of Weimar, but they still had tons of production. They were still a very rich country, even though their economy was in the toilet, you know? They still had a lot going for them. Russia does not have that influence, right? Yeah, maybe they would go for Georgia, but a lot of these, there's a lot of Russian speakers in these places. It's much more of a culture thing. It's not like Hitler was using that as an excuse. I don't think so anyways. And I don't think that he has the means to do it anyways.
Pension fund is tied up in non-Fornian mining operations.
The beginning. This point is great.
And the end of non-Fornian aggression end, and he'll laugh at you and say, the whole world. So we got to stop. We got to stop that. But we have to be careful because my pension fund is tied up in non-Fornian mining operations. So,
ding, ding, ding. That's what's going on here. That's what I was talking about. Like, the sanctions stop at them not being able to produce the oil for us. It's so shallow, like this craziness against Russia, and they just don't care until it gets to the point where it's like, well, we can't really step on the oil. And that's how you know that NATO has no teeth in this case. In this case, anyways. I don't necessarily think NATO is totally weak and just a sham, but like, when it comes to taking on Russia right now, they're too embedded now. It's not like the Soviet times. That's why NATO should be dismantled, honestly, because it was meant to counter like Soviet aggression, right? And that time has sailed, right? Like, by our own hand. It's not like just times have changed and things have naturally evolved. No, we have tied ourselves to their economy. That goes, which is like, they push for globalism and multilateralism and all that stuff. It's like, well, why did you tie yourselves to Russia? Why did you start depending on Russia, right? But you still want to boss them around. And it's like, well, now I see why. Now I see why they have a problem with you, like, and why you're pretty obsolete.
We can't nuke them. We should normally think about that. So we got to vote for politicians, and I've been watching the Enforced News Network all day, and all these experts on foreign policy talking about how dangerous cancer max strangulation and non-Fornia as an evil empire is. And I just I had my kids terrorized. It was like last week they were terrorized by coronavirus. Now I have the kids in the family terrorized by cancer max strangulation and non-Fornia. It's just pray for apathy land. Pray for Apodiania. Pray for Apodiania, and, you know, we need to get troops in on the ground in inconsequential land, just in case Cancer Max Strangulation tries to move his troops over the border out of Apodi land and into inconsequential land. Because, you know, this has been keeping me up all night. And alt media, all I've been talking about is this, you know, all these people, you know, to say things like it's a holographic matrix and all is love. And, you know, while that's true, all I can think about is the invasion of Apithania. That's all I can.
Okay, I think the point has been made. But this is like, I don't know if you guys have been following on like Twitter or Reddit, like those two places specifically. This is how people are talking. This is, and like they don't even know where it is. Like it's they've been riled into a frenzy against this, right? And they don't even know what has started this. They don't get it, right? So yeah. Let's see what you guys are saying there. Sorry if I missed anything. Isaiah 53:2 had no form or comeliness that we should look upon him, nor appearance that we should delight in him. Boom. Nice. Good memory, Mouse. Thanks for sharing that. That's a good. Yeah, it's actually a, something I overlooked and shouldn't have. Thank you. Sadly, over 57% of Dems think Ukraine's border is more important than our own. Yeah, well. None of them are much better. It's like, I'm pretty sure Mitt Romney also has his ties in Ukraine, right? Like, we got to get away. I'm a right winger, okay, but we got to get away from this this Democrat Republican thing, all right? Because this is what's like fooling us all. It's getting us caught up into this fight against each other, rather than saying, hey, we got a bunch of like people that want to be like. They want to bring in a new chase system, right? And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat. We're all going to suffer. And the Republicans are rhinos. They're all like, which ones aren't? Which ones aren't rhinos, right? I bet you start looking into Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and all these guys that we're supposed to be adoring if we listen to Forbes and Fox. Like, these guys are awesome, right? In their ways. And same thing with Trump. Like, Trump was saying stuff that we were longing to hear for a long time, and that's why he was being listened to, right? But when you really start looking into, you know, like, he sent three out of his 4 kids to a Jesuit college. He went to a Jesuit college. He went to Wharton as well, which is not a Jesuit college, but it's had Jesuit priests in there teaching, right? He's saying all the same stuff, like get the vaccine, and he's saying, oh, I'm against mandates, but all of his buildings are doing the mandate things by their own choice before it was like, you know, you got to do it in New York, right? He's doing all the same things. Like, he was pushing Pfizer and J&J, and he went to school with the heads. Well, not one of them was a head. I think the J&J head and a vice president of Pfizer, right? We got to start looking at this and like I would be more than happy to get it back into the politics game and start saying, you know, leftism is crazy and stuff, but like, this is what they want us to fight over all the time. And but yeah, still the point stands. We have a large contingent of people right now that care far more about a border that they don't know where it is. Right? They wouldn't be able to point to it on a map unless there was like geographical lines on it. And even then I wouldn't trust them to be able to do it. Right? Then they do their own borders. Right? I'm not trying to like, you know, say that what you're saying doesn't mean anything, because I get it. This is insane. This is insane what's going on in the world. Trump calls himself the father of the vax. Yes, he does. Yeah, bragging. And the Operation Warp Speed. And it's like, oh, it just popped out of nowhere because of him. No, it was being researched by CIA, USAID, through predict programs, NIAID, right? That's what all of these bio labs all around the world have been doing for years and years. Help. Here's what's one good thing I could look up. Peter Daszak interview. We're not going to go through this today, but you can just hear this guy. This was before. I believe that this interview was before the pandemic. Ron Paul was controlled opposition too. I don't doubt that for a second. I don't have enough information to just say it, but I'm pretty sure I've heard the information before. And you're just, he was saying the things we wanted to hear, right? But he wouldn't have ever had the microphone if he wasn't one of them. We've been at that point for decades now. If they weren't one of them, he would have never had a microphone. He would have been shut down immediately. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. Just real. I'm not going to get into it.
This diversity.
But this scumbag who was working with Bat Lady over in Wuhan, right? He's the head of EcoHealth. I've covered him a few times, but anyways, they take him as like the expert of this stuff, and he was, what's this? President of EcoHealth Alliance, a global non-profit organization dedicated to protecting wildlife and public health from the emergence of disease. Like, how they're talking about climate lockdowns and they all seem so tied together. Ask yourself that. Why is that? Well, we got a whole bunch of companies that are working under the doctrine of what's called conservation medicine. Look into it. Conservation medicine and conservation veterinarianism and nature conservation. The three of them are tied together. It's a global initiative, and the three it's like the unholy trinity, man. And I know I sound like some tinfoil hat theory. Go look it up. There's a reason why all these things are being talked about all at once, and it's because the CIA, through NIAID, USAID, the PREDICT program, have been funding companies like this to start pushing this stuff. You can also now go look up, there has been a whistleblower, another EcoHealth. He was a vice president. I forget his name now. He's been on Twitter. If you go onto like the ghetto, the info ghetto video websites, they've been talking about him a lot over the past couple of months because he's now whistleblowing that this guy, Peter Daszak, right here, has been in confidence with him asking whether it was a good idea, whether or not he should start working with the CIA. Okay? These are things that lefties hate the CIA, right? Because the CIA screwed with communism, right? We could be chatting about this all the time if we can break through, but we're too busy like pointing at each other. Oh, well, you and your rainbow flags or whatever. And then, oh, well, you and your horse dewormer. You know what I mean? Like these stupid arguments that I'm guilty of it too. Like I still do it. Every now and then I fall to it as well. But like these are things that we could easily be uniting on if we could actually communicate with each other. And it's like they've done us dirty. They've done us so well though. Let's see. Ron Paul never attacked Mitt Romney during the debates. He always attacked Romney's opponents. Gingrich, Santorum, Rick Perry, Michelle Bachmann. He never said a word about Romney at the debates. Yeah. Didn't Fauci also say Trump would be dealing with a pandemic soon? That was before the CV came in. Yes, I think he was quoted saying that in 2017. I think that any mouthpiece with a big enough platform is controlled opposition. Otherwise, they would shut them down. Absolutely. You just wouldn't hear of them. You wouldn't hear of them. Or they would just, oh no, this great person died of a heart attack. Oh no, this guy got cancer that finished him off within a month. CIA Wild Bill Donovan and the movie rating system. I've never looked into this. Ted Kaczynski, interesting name. Welcome. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on a links. I cannot read your name out, Mr. Russian Flag. I don't think. I'm gonna be careful on this one. But I'm not necessarily in disagreement with it. Anyways, evidence on Twitter account Africa Fact Zone of Ukrainian army not letting black folks to board a train to run from the battlefield in Ukraine to Poland. They only allow whites. I don't know. I haven't seen that. It would make sense that they would hide that, since, you know, Global Homo has no morals. It would also be possible, because I mean, like, they have no problem with the Azov Battalion. Like, you guys know about this? One second. Azov Battalion Nazis. They probably scrubbed this, but yeah. These are the guys they have terrorizing the Donbass region and Crimea. Here you go. Here's your Ukraine flag. Here's your NATO. Now, in all honesty, this looks like a glow op, right? But they are, in fact, the thing. This is not false, right? There they are with a swish sticker in the background there. We got the guy doing the Roman salute. And that's what it was before it was the Nazi salute. You guys know that, right? It was the Roman salute. That's where they got it from. We Are Change is controlled opposition too. There's no way you can get close to so many high-level people. I did a video with We Are Change. Well, I didn't do it with them. I mean, they were pushing some new age dude. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Alex Gray. I'm not going to do this because it's so off the beaten track, but I'll give you the links for it anyways. Hold on. You can watch that on your own. But he had no problem shilling this stuff, right? And like they're obviously like hippies. And like if you know anything about like symbolism, like We Are Changed should. I mean, they talk about the Illuminati and stuff like that, right? He was just like, "Oh yeah, this is awesome. This is great stuff." It's like, you know, see, this is what it is. It's like they're trying to push the left as far as they can, and they're trying to make us more collective, right, and more emotional, right? If you're a right winger listening, I've probably scared away all the lefties by this point, tuning into this. But yeah. Anthony S. Fauci, MD, said there is no doubt Donald J. Trump will be confronted with a surprise infectious disease outbreak during his presidency. The fact that they could say this and just get away with this, right? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, and here's the issue. We know these guys, their labs, right? Their track record is one outbreak every 10 to 15 years, right? So, like, I guess you could kind of say that, you know, let's say that he was in office for a while, and we haven't had one in a while. Statistically, it's probably going to happen, right? But no, he says, oh, it's going to happen within the next, like, 3 years. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Fauci, well, I mean, for those that don't know, Fauci's a Jesuit, right? Like he was Jesuit trained through and through. Event 201 funded by the Bill Gates Foundation, John Hopkins University, and the World Economic Forum was proves to me this whole thing was planned. Yeah, that's something we should be pushing out more. We can connect the dots on this. But I wonder, like, you know, I think just people are too far gone at this point. Like, I've just been talking to people, and they're totally brainwashed. And I don't think that it's necessarily since Trump. I think this is, like, since at least 9/11. Like, just this, like, bashing people over the head with terrorism. Just all day, right? I don't think there's any going back at this point. I don't think people are going to clue in. I don't mean to be, like, black-pilled or whatever, but, like, the propaganda is just too strong. It's just way too strong. Anyways, for those still kicking. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do this next because I just want to, like, say, you know, chat with the people in chat for the that I haven't seen in a while, and say hello to the new people coming in. So actually, what I'll do another one tomorrow. Probably start at the same time. I think I start at like 4:30 Eastern. Maybe I'll go a little later because we're back into the weekdays or whatever. Oh, Kitty, come on. And what we'll do, we'll go through like what has caused this to break out, because like we're so much there's so much just like, oh, you must be pro-Trump or pro-Putin or, you know, anti-Russia, all this stuff, and no one's actually like talking about what's caused this, right? And there's plenty of stuff out there, but like people are going, so like, yeah, maybe we'll be a little bit more focused on it next time. We'll just finish off the conversation in the next little bit. We got how deep am I in here? What do we got, like 4 hours? Jesuit trained, definitely. So Klaus Schwab came out of Freiburg University, and that was started by the Jesuits. They don't just leave schools, right? They might privatize them, right? But they don't leave them. I mean, the writing's on the wall. I mean, like all of these leaders say the exact same thing that the Pope does. Like that's not a coincidence. The head is a little hat. Yeah. But again, yeah, he went to University of Freiburg, Klaus Schwab. Oh, sorry, the word virus means serpent venom. Does it? Let's take a look. Poison, sap of plants, slimy liquid, potent juice, pyrute ues, to melt away, to flow. Bird lime. I'm not getting snake. And if it was snake, I think we would see, because virus is definitely like, that would come from Latin, right? You would see something like serpent, some form of SER, something, if it had snake. I'll give you one, though. Give you one. Fauci etymology. Let's see. Oh, go away. So this is 2013. Oxford University Press is the source. Southern Italian, it's actually Sicilian. And Cosenza or whatever, that little part that's the tip of the boot. Metonymic occupational name for a sickle maker or someone who used a sickle. That's what Fauci means. Sickle. You know who else had a sickle? Saturn. Saturn used a sickle. Kobe and COVID rhyming, or at least being assonant. Is that the word? Assonant. Yeah, same vowel sounds. Yeah, it's definitely close, isn't it? Definitely. I wonder, do you think that it was just like a sacrifice of coincidence, like a signal given out or something, or just obviously it's theory and it's fine to theorize? What was this thing I was seeing before? It was like Robot Chicken Kobe. Hold on. I think it was Robot Chicken. Was it Robot Chicken? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Robot Chicken. Maybe I was watching something else with Robot Chicken with like something that was like predictive. But it was before he died, I think, anyways. And some cartoon had him like a helicopter fell on him, I think. And he died with that. But I'm not sure. How long has it been muted? My cat's starting to get a little, what do you call it? Impatient with me. He wants to play. And so I turned it off because he was rubbing against the mic. Oh, you got the cartoon? Thanks, man. Finding Freedom. You got the resources. I'll give you that. Thank you very much, guys. Sorry. How long was I muted? Oh, am I still unheard? No, I can be heard now. Oh. Oh wait, why is this doing this? Something I've pressed incorrectly?
Vacation!
Okay, 2017, there was one episode of the cartoon Legends of the Chamberlain Heights, where Kobe died in the helicopter crash explosion. I just wanted... Not predicted, planned...
Trophies and we'll pull you out. Pass. These were shit.
So that's that. Yeah, 2017. 2017. Thanks, Finding Freedom. Team Retard. Hey, man. We're all on Team Retard every now and then. Have a link. You can pass links out. Just please follow the YouTube rules. Castrati male children castrated before the age of 9 in barbershops by the thousands every year. Up to 3,000 a year. Most used for male prostitution, dead before they reach 30 years. Sheriff of YouTube says, I love war. I hope USSR nukes NATO. So, no, I don't know. So first of all, I've always found war interesting, but I don't love it. Not saying that you were saying I do. The strategy behind it is so interesting, but then, you know, there's real lives here, you know, people that don't deserve death. Oh, cool. Yeah, we'll go into the link now in just one sec. But, you know, I hope there's as little casualties as possible. And there is a part of me that, like, it would be great to see, like, Joe Biden and all of these guys, not just Joe, whatever. There's a whole bunch of them on all sides of everything. I would like to see them have their money laundering operations and their, like, you know, their sons being in as oil execs and all of these guys, right? I would like to see that taken from them. Just as, like, it would be fun to see Russia win that, just to see these guys cry. Just see how they would cry about it. But then I realized that, like, I'm pretty sure that, you know, Putin and Russia are just as much WEF and global homo as the rest of them. They just can't be outright about it, right? Only those who have never seen war talk like that. When war is on your doorstep, let's see how much you love it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. I got a feeling that, you know, his comments are to be taken with a grain of salt. But Sheriff is a little sarcastic a lot of the time. Although, you know, I don't want to speak for you, Sheriff. If that's how you really feel, let me know. But I see that a lot, actually, that type of talk. I've been on Reddit for the past few days, and when you see people talking about, like, Russia, Putin, they preface it with, it's not the Russian people we hate, but very quickly it becomes the case. It becomes the case. They say they hate Russians. And on the ones that claim to be Ukrainian say it very much so. And that time is up for Russia and stuff. Like, it's very weird stuff. Like, they're cheering for the, like, economic demise of a country, where, like, a war often kills tens of thousands or whatever. Economic demise means that a massive portion of your country is going to starve. I see a lot of people cheering for this. But welcome to the channel, Jeff. I think, did I give you have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. What else am I missing here? Thank you for passing that on again. I know I probably forgot about this like 4 times already. Hold on. That is the Azov Battalion. I don't like swastikas. I'm just replacing it. Oh, also, there was someone saying that there were Russians that were killing Protestants, I think, earlier, and I forgot to address that because I went on a tangent. Sorry if I missed any of your messages there, guys. That doesn't surprise me. I don't, like, you know that, like, Orthodox is basically just Catholic light, right? Like, the same thing is there. It's like they replace God with their saints and their leaders. You know, it's they're not Protestant. Like, they did protest Rome, but they're not, it's not biblical Christianity. All right, where are we at? The Event 201 scenario. Event 201 simulates an outbreak of novel zoonotic coronavirus transmitted from bats to pigs to people that eventually becomes efficiently transmissible from person to person, leading to a severe pandemic. The pathogen and the disease it causes are modeled largely on SARS, but it is more transmissible in the community setting by people with mild symptoms. The disease starts in pig forms in Brazil, quietly and slowly at first, but then it starts to spread more rapidly in healthcare settings. When it starts to spread efficiently from person to person in the low income, densely packed neighborhoods of some of the mega cities in South America, the epidemic explodes. It is first exported by air travel to Portugal, the United States, and China, and then to many other countries. Although at first some countries are able to control it, it continues to spread and be reintroduced, and eventually no country can maintain control. There is no possibility of a vaccine being available in the first year. There is a fictional antiviral drug that can help the sick, but not significantly limit the spread of the disease. Since the whole human population is susceptible, during the initial months of the pandemic, the cumulative number of cases increases exponentially, doubling every week. And as the cases and deaths accumulate, the economic and societal consequences become increasingly severe. The scenario ends at the 18-month point with 65 million deaths. The pandemic is beginning to slow due to the decreasing number of susceptible people, The pandemic will continue at some rate until there's an effective vaccine or until 80 to 90% of the global population has been exposed. From that point on, it is likely to be an endemic childhood disease. Johns Hopkins, the Bloomberg School of Public Health, to be more specific, World Economic Forum, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, ain't that something? Ain't that something? And this was indeed before the coronavirus. Yep. Let's see. Castrati appeared emaciated, near starvation, and feminized their appearance. Sounds real MK. That sounds like some MK stuff there. Yeah, MK Ultra. It is funny that people who actually practice freedom of speech in YouTube chats are not Americans. So I appreciate it very much. Yeah. Yeah. We don't always like I do it to an extent, right? If I start seeing like spam propaganda, then I start cracking down on it now, because it's just like there's only so many times I can address it before it gets like super annoying, I guess. But for the most part, we try and keep it open here. I have a super link. Hold on. Okay. The last time Germans poured through Ukraine, they got through into Russia, and 2.5 million folks died in Stalingrad over 3 years. That's just one city right behind Donetsk. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of bad decisions made, though, in that offensive. I mean, the offensive itself was probably a bad decision, number one. But they screwed up. They ran out of oil. And they let themselves get surrounded. That's why tanks are not a good idea in that area. Ugh. Did ancient Babylon have actors and plays? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I want to say that started with the Greeks, right? Good question. I'll get to that link now in just one sec. Babylonian theater. I'm just going to get a whole bunch of stuff from Hollywood. Theater has always been gay. Yeah. That's why they made their women men. Yeah, the theater inscription. This is probably the... If there was theater back then, we probably would have got a hit on it. I'm going to look it up a little bit more later. But yeah, this is just talking about a theater in Babylon, which was later repaired, but was made by Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, but I suppose that's Greek. What was the video? Is this Ukraine on fire? The real story? Okay. Now, if this is really good, I will probably play this at a like a later date, like in a new video or whatever, because like we're at the end of it now and we're just kind of like shooting the, for lack of a better word, since I started the idiom, shooting the shit at the moment. But like at the beginning, like to keep it like, you know, on track and pertinent and stuff like that. If this is a good documentary or whatever, then I'll probably play it again. Oh, it's about an hour and 30 minutes. This one is a bit long. We can start it. I can't promise I can be here for the whole time. I'm probably going to finish up soon. I want to keep these short, a lot shorter than like 6 hours or whatever I was doing before. But since it's the first time that I'm back in a long time, then let's do this. Just want to make sure. Stefan.
Here in Kiev in recent days, the Maidan, Independence Square, has turned into a full-scale war zone.
More clashes in Ukraine's capital, Kiev.
There is absolutely no doubt that snipers are working here. I've counted 10 bodies.
Мы и сегодня не знаем, кто стрелял в людей. Это проблема.
Now on the brink of a civil war. At least 70 dead so far, and the death toll rising.
Эти технологии, еще раз говорю, от них не застраховано ни одно государство.
What we saw here today was a revolution.
Хотите узнать, что происходило на Украине?
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
The focus has to be on not allowing this crisis to turn into hot war between Ukraine and Russia.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Сегодня спокойно никто не должен себя чувствовать.
I don't think Poland fell in 6 days, though. Didn't Warsaw take like 2 weeks? Oh, what's going on here? I don't know why that just stopped. I mean, I didn't press anything.
Ukraine. It's an ancient and proud land with a rich history filled with much beauty, heroism, and sacrifice. Ukraine is a borderland, a place where East meets West. This is the flag of Ukraine. The blue represents the sky. The gold, its seemingly endless fields of wheat. Ukraine is a prize many have sought, and much blood is spilled in the quest to possess it. Ukraine has been the pathway for Western powers as they attempted to conquer the East in World War I and World War II. And every time, the Ukrainian people ended up paying the highest price for these grand games of power. History doesn't repeat, but it surely rhymes, said Mark Twain. If one looks closely at the history of Ukraine, one will notice many rhymes. Being surrounded by stronger powers, Ukraine has needed a lot of cunning to survive, and the art they truly mastered with time is the art of changing sides. In the middle of the 17th century, Ukrainian leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky broke a truce agreement made with Poland, siding with more powerful Russia. Just over 50 years later, as the Russian-Swedish War was raging, another Ukrainian leader, Ivan Mazepa, broke the union with Russia when he switched sides, joining forces with the Swedish invaders. Many times, Ukrainian history was written by third parties. Seeking to keep the gains of a revolution at any cost, Russia agreed to the humiliating conditions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of 1918, which turned Ukraine into a German protectorate. Another historical document that changed the fate of Ukraine was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939, one of many such agreements being signed between European countries and rising Germany. Attempting to protect his nation from the approaching Nazi threat, Joseph Stalin negotiated a treaty of non-aggression with Adolf Hitler. While promising each other peace, the Soviet and German foreign ministers Molotov and Ribbentrop realigned the map of Eastern Europe, splitting it into German and Soviet spheres of influence. No sooner had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact been signed than Poland was split. And in September of 1939, Eastern Poland awoke to be Western Ukraine and a part of the family of Soviet republics and the USSR. But even this bold dividing of lands and nations only delayed the inevitable. Germany broke its promise to the USSR. On June 22, 1941, Germany invaded the USSR, launching Barbarossa, the largest military operation in world history. Barbarossa was aiming for St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, Ukraine, three destinations of major significance. Ukraine, with its rich lands and resources, was an important industrial and economic source for the USSR. To cut it off from the Soviet Union would strike a big blow indeed. For most of the Soviet Union, the Second World War was about fighting the invaders of their land. But it wasn't quite so simple for Ukraine. The truth is, Ukraine has never been a united country. When World War II broke out, a large part of Western Ukraine's population welcomed the German soldiers as liberators from the recently forced upon them Soviet rule, and openly collaborated with the Germans. The real scale of collaboration was not announced for many years after the war, but we now know that whole divisions and battalions were formed by Ukrainian collaborators, such as SS Galician, Nachtigall, and Roland battalions. Just in the beginning of the war, more than 80,000 people from Galician region voluntarily enrolled into Division SS Galician in a month and a half, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards the Polish, Jewish, and Russian people on the territory of Ukraine. Members of these military groups came mostly from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the OUN, founded in 1929, This organization had an ultimate goal of creating an ethnically pure, independent Ukraine, and considered terror an acceptable tool for achieving their ends. Their official flag was black and red, land and blood. It will remain in Ukraine's history long after the OUN will cease to exist. In early 1940, the most radical nationalistic part of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists got its own leader, Stepan Bandera. Severely anti-Semitic and anti-communist, he proclaimed an independent Ukraine in 1941. His German allies frowned upon such an act of self-will, and it landed him in prison for nearly all the Second World War. Not participating in the events physically, Bandera still managed to successfully spread his ideology. Many independent historians estimate that the OUN militia exterminated from 150 to 200,000 Jews on Ukrainian territory occupied by the Germans by the end of 1941. The most notorious and outrageous massacre took place September 29th and 30th, 1941, in Babi Yar, Kiev. All kikes of the city of Kiev and its vicinity must appear on Monday, September 29th by 8 o'clock in the morning. Bring documents, money, and valuables, and also warm clothing, linen, etc. Any kikes who do not follow this order and are found elsewhere will be shot. 33,771 Jews were killed in this two-day operation of the Nazis and Ukrainian militia. Another outrageous massacre was carried out by the Ukrainian Insurgent Army and the Bandera faction of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists in German-occupied Polish Volhynia and eastern Galicia between 1943 and 1944. This genocide of Poles was led by Mykola Lebed. 35,000 to 60,000 people in Volhynia and 25 to 40,000 in eastern Galicia fell victim to this massive ethnic cleansing operation. Sensing the inevitable loss of the German troops, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their former ally and began fighting equally against the Germans and the Soviet forces. In January 1943, USSR troops started pushing the Nazis back, liberating one part of Ukraine after another. Western Ukraine was the last Ukrainian region held by the Germans, finally being liberated in October of 1944. Bandera's bands continued to wage their guerrilla war against the Soviet regime, carrying out bloody raids on Ukrainian villages and towns, and leaving behind chaos and casualties. This war went on until the middle of the 1950s, when the last collaborators were either detained or fled the country. On May 7, 1945, Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allies. Ukraine remained a part of the Soviet Union. The peace after the Second World War was short-lived. The United States and the Soviet Union, nations who allied together along with England to defeat the Nazis, tragically became foes as the Cold War began. The era of political and military tension between the US and the USSR lasted for nearly 45 years, keeping humanity under the constant threat of nuclear war. In this battle, the United States never lost sight of Ukraine's importance. U.S. intelligence kept a close eye on Ukrainian nationalist organizations as a possible source of counterintelligence against the Soviet Union. CIA documents that just recently have been declassified show strong ties between U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian nationalists since 1946. From the CIA agency report, it is clear that they were not mistaken about the nature of Ukrainian nationalist organizations or their leader, Stepan Bandera himself. According to an OSS report of September 1945, Bandera had earned a fierce reputation for conducting a reign of terror during World War II. After the Second World War, Bandera and other Ukrainian Nazi leaders fled to Europe, where the CIA helped them hide. The CIA later informed the Immigration and Naturalization Service that it had concealed Stefan Bandera and other Ukrainians from the Soviets. The operations involving Ukrainians continued for many years. The Nuremberg trials of 1945 and 1946 brought the political, economic, and military leaders of fascist Germany to justice and revealed to the world the monstrous face of Nazism and the crimes they committed. But the Ukrainian Nazis were spared the same fate, and some were even granted indulgences by the CIA. By 1954, the agency excused the illegal activities of the OUN security branch in the name of Cold War necessity. In 1949, Mykola Lebed, the man responsible for the massacres in Volhynia, was moved to the United States, where he died in 1989 without ever being investigated or pursued as a war criminal. The CIA moved to protect Ukrainian nationalist leader Mykola Lebed from criminal investigation by the Immigration and Naturalization Service in 1952. Perhaps Bandera lost his use to the US, or maybe KGB agents outsmarted the CIA, but in 1959, Stepan Bandera, the leader of the Ukrainian nationalists, was killed in Munich, where he was hiding under the name of Stefan Popel. It would be fair to say that Bandera became a major symbol of Ukrainian nationalism by sheer chance, for he was neither its only leader nor its most powerful one. Dmytro Dontsov was the father of the far-right totalitarian doctrine in Ukraine. Andriy Melnik was the leader of another faction of the OUN. Roman Shuhevich was a general of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and others contributed greatly to the movement. Bandera's dangerous ideology, suppressed by the communist authorities, but supported by external forces, never really died. The seeds of Ukrainian nationalism were passed from generation to generation. Unfortunately, it was just a matter of time before they would once again blossom. In 1954, Ukraine's territory was expanded even more when Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the USSR, and a Ukrainian himself, generously gave the Crimean region to Ukraine. Historians would argue about the legitimacy of this transfer for many years to come, and 60 years after Khrushchev's gift, dramatic new events would take place in Crimea.
The eyes of the world are on Ukraine as the crisis in Crimea continues.
Dozens of heavily armed men seized government buildings in Crimea.
Should Ukraine just shrug its shoulders and say, okay, Crimea, it's lost?
And the old arguments would heat up once again. The Cold War would heat up and cool down by turns, while both rivals were obsessively building up military capacity. The turning point took place when the new era, perestroika, came to the USSR with its new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the middle of the 1980s. Perestroika meant restructuring towards liberalization and democratization. It certainly had a positive impact on the international situation.
Astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore.
But inside the USSR, the weakening of Kremlin control had different consequences. In Ukraine, a nationalistic political organization, Narodny Ruch, or People's Movement, emerged in 1989 due to this new openness. They advocated for independence of Ukraine from the USSR and became an incubator for leaders of Ukrainian neo-Nazism. In 1991, one of them, Oleg Tyagnybok, founded Svoboda, an openly radical nationalist party, preaching the good old principles of Bandera.
Вони готувалися і боролися з москалями, боролися з німцями, боролися з жидвою і з іншою нечистю, яка хотіла забрати в нас нашу українську державу.
Purge Ukraine from the Jews and Russians, Ukraine for Ukrainians, and so on. His statements got him 5th place in the Simon Wiesenthal Center Top 10 Anti-Semitic World Leader Rankings of 2012.
Слава Україні!
but also, sadly, attracted numerous followers. Dmitry Yarosh founded another extreme right organization, Trizu, or Trident, in 1994. In April 2013, Yarosh became an assistant to a member of parliament from the opposition party Udar. Later that same year, he would become the leader of the most radical Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector. Andriy Paruby would soon appear leading a whole army of ultra-nationalist warriors. And the torch marches would once again light up the streets of Ukrainian cities. The world drastically changed in August 1991, when the USSR de facto ceased to exist, and the global political map welcomed many newcomers, Ukraine one of them. In modern history, it was the first time Ukraine was truly independent and all on its own.
The red flag came down over the Kremlin tonight as President Gorbachev resigned and brought to an end 7 decades of communist rule in the Soviet Union.
The years after the disintegration of the USSR became known as the Crazy 90s in all the post-Soviet territories.
He's leaving behind 15 independent states which share only a disastrous economy and an uncertain future.
After having been under a government-controlled economy, the free market dramatically changed the rules of the game. New businesses emerged instantly, and the first oligarchs were born overnight. The former country with no class division suddenly became stratified. The chosen few became rich, while the rest had to fight to survive.
Сразу же после получения независимости началась еще более дикая приватизация и растаскивание имущества, государственной собственности, понижение жизненного уровня населения сразу же после получения независимости. И причем, какие бы власти не меняли друг друга, для жизни рядового гражданина ничего не меняло. Там происходил просто систематический грабеж населения, грабеж граждан, грабеж украинского народа. И, конечно, люди уже устали от этого произвола, от этой совершенно сумасшедшей коррупции.
The people's growing discontent made Ukraine more vulnerable to outside forces, and a new kind of warfare was launched, one not known before, the color revolutions.
Demonstrators clashed with police, hundreds of thousands protesting the results of the election and calling for a new vote.
Ukraine has had 2 color revolutions in its 24 years of independence. In 2004, crowds of people descended upon Kiev, marking the start of the Orange Revolution. At that time, Ukraine became once again a battlefield of 2 forces, the Russian and Western governments. The culmination of this conflict took place during the presidential elections in November of 2004. The 2 major candidates, Western-backed Viktor Yushchenko and Russian-leaning Viktor Yanukovych, almost equally shared the votes of Ukrainians. By the way, calling Viktor Yushchenko Western-backed is not an exaggeration. His wife, Katerina Yushchenko, is a former U.S. State Department official and worked in the White House during the Reagan administration. The division was along geographic lines. Traditionally, Russian Eastern Ukraine voted for Yanukovych, while Western Ukraine chose Yushchenko. By the announced result, Viktor Yushchenko lost to Viktor Yanukovych, but thousands of people didn't agree with it, and they came to the central square of Kiev on the 22nd of November. The situation received wide news coverage.
The country's election commission ignored reports of fraud, declaring Kremlin-backed Viktor Yanukovych the winner.
International politicians, such as former General Secretary of NATO, Javier Solana, became frequent guests in Kiev, initiating negotiations between parties.
And I hope very much that the goodwill of everybody will be able to overcome this difficulty.
The results of the negotiations, however, were often reached only on paper. Thus, Yushchenko never told the supporters to stop blocking government buildings in central Kiev. Therefore, these non-violent and very orange protests lasted for a month, during which time the previous election results were annulled, marred by massive corruption, and new elections were announced. An important nuance: just 3 months before, Viktor Yushchenko became a victim to a mysterious and still unsolved poisoning. But it didn't prevent him from winning in the new election. Though, as we shall soon see, there was much more than just the people's will that led to this victory. This peaceful revolution and its leader were warmly welcomed by the international community. But the euphoria didn't last long. Yushchenko's government completely failed with reforms and lost its chance to establish democracy, instead descending into infighting. Viktor Yushchenko was not re-elected for a second term, but at the end of his presidency, he had the time to make one last gift to his supporters from western Ukraine.
На завершення я хочу сказати про те, що чекали мільйони українських патріотів і багато років. Я підписав указ за незламність духу у відстоюванні національної ідеї, виявлені героїзм і самопожертву в боротьбі за незалежну українську державу. Постановляю присвоїти звання Герой України з удостоєнням ордена держави Бандері Степану Андрійовичу. Слава Україні!
The hero status of Stepan Bandera was short-lived. In 2010, Viktor Yanukovych was elected president. This time, the international community had no doubts about the legitimacy of the elections. In January 2011, Viktor Yanukovych repealed the hero title of Bandera. Almost 4 years into his presidency, though, another revolution shook Ukraine. Unfortunately, this one was anything but peaceful.
Mr. Yanukovych, I'm an American. I'm an outsider to this situation, and it's very complicated. But I would like, as a filmmaker, just to jump into the action and go to those moments in November 2013. You're president of the Ukraine. You've been president for 3 years at this point. The country is in bad economic shape, very bad. You have a trade agreement with Russia, and now you're seeking to make a better agreement with the EU, with the European Union, and you are negotiating. Can you bring me to that moment and what you're thinking?
Действительно, это был очень сложный период времени для Украины, и нам нужно было найти решение проблем в 2013 году. Поэтому у нас было 2 партнера. Прежде всего, мы рассчитывали на Международный валютный фонд. Но Международный валютный фонд на протяжении года, когда мы вели переговоры, нам предлагал неприемлемые для нас варианты решения. Значительное поднятие тарифов для населения, прежде всего на энергоносители и на газ, то есть значительный рост расходов населения, при том, что доходы оставались прежние. Мы на это не пошли. Мы предложили другие варианты решения вопросов. Мы получили официальный отказ Международного валютного фонда в ноябре 2013 года. Оставалась Россия. Россия нам сказала, что мы готовы с вами работать как партнеры, если вы учтете наши интересы.
Того, что экономика Украины и России зарождалась как единая экономика, сложились абсолютно уникальные, особые экономические отношения. Рынки в России были полностью открыты для украинских товаров, а при этом наши границы с Украиной там уже полностью раскрыты. Таким образом, Евросоюз как бы заходил со всеми своими товарами на нашу территорию без всяких переговоров.
И когда мы начали считать балансы, мы увидели, что соглашение, которое подготовлено Европой для Украины, требует больших экономических расходов, компенсаций потерь, а Европа компенсации не предлагает. При том, что российский рынок при этом для Украины частично сокращался или прикрывался.
Сказали, конечно, если Украина решила так поступить, это ее выбор, и мы уважаем этот выбор. Но мы не должны этот выбор оплачивать.
Наши переговоры с Европой не увенчались успехом. Поэтому на этом пути мы предложили сделать паузу.
Violent clashes erupted in the Ukrainian capital Kiev as more than 100,000 people protested against a government decision to delay an association deal with the EU.
Vitaly, you were Minister of Interior Affairs for the Ukraine during this period, and you were Chief of Police, essentially, of the country. Can you tell me your version of what happened from November protests through February protests?
Мы располагали информацией, что протестные акции в любом случае массово планируются и начнутся в 2015 году. Но оппозиция воспользовалась тем фактом, что в начале Кабинет министров, а затем и президент приняли решение временно отложить подписание ассоциации с Европейским Союзом.
Arseny Yatsenyuk, leader of the opposition party, Fatherland. Oleg Takmanov, leader of the opposition nationalist far-right political party, Svoboda. Vitaly Klitschko, leader of the opposition party, Udar.
Both EU and Ukrainian officials said on Thursday the suspension of talks on closer ties could be revived after the two-day meeting. But officials said the deal was off the table for now.
Expected more of this.
Pro-EU protests on the streets of Kiev enter their second day. The crowd of around 1,000 protesters were joined by the leader of the opposition, the reigning world boxing champion Vitaly Klitschko. He called on the demonstrators to maintain pressure on the government after it decided not to sign a major trade deal with the EU.
You go back to Kiev the next day after the meeting with Merkel, and the protests are up, am I right? Can you take me through that period?
Если у меня в самом начале было понимание того, что это мирные акции, и во время мирных акций можно вести диалог, и я к этому был готов. И говоря о протестах ноября-февраля, необходимо обязательно учитывать динамику их развития, которая происходила на Украине заранее до того. Огромное количество общественных организаций, которые финансировались из-за рубежа, огромное количество журналистов, работающих на гранты.
Robert Perry is a longtime investigative journalist based in Washington, D.C., best known for his major disclosures about the Iran-Contra scandal in the 1980s. He is the founder of Consortium News, where he has reported extensively on the crisis in Ukraine and the forces behind the unrest.
An NGO is a non-governmental organization. Now, many NGOs are quite legitimate. They represent good causes. Maybe they help people in a country feed or deal with water problems or deal with various kinds of social problems. But there are some NGOs that have become funded by government entities and serve more the purpose of that government rather than trying to serve the people that they are ostensibly working for. One thing we saw in the 1980s, at that point the Central Intelligence Agency had been largely discredited because of scandals that had been exposed in the 1970s.
For 15 years, the CIA has secretly financed overseas activities of the National Students Association. But then there came to light a fantastic web of CIA penetrations.
So when the Reagan administration came in, there was this concept that instead of having the CIA, which traditionally would go into these different target countries, funding their media, funding NGOs, funding different political operations, that was essentially farmed out to a new organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which was created in 1983. And it would do pretty much what the agency used to do. It would go into one of these countries and it would support various political groups, train activists, deal with journalists, business groups. and try to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, sometimes against the interests of the host government, the target government. And beyond that, they received financial and other logistical help from the National Endowment for Democracy and other U.S. agencies that helped them training activists, working with journalists to get their side presented more favorably. They work on things like, how do you get traction? How do you get things to go viral? How do you then use that to generate support for your cause?
And support was generated. Mustafa Nayan, a founder of one of Ukraine's new media outlets, Hromadske TV, knew very well how to make something go viral. It was his notorious Facebook post on November 21st, 2013, that brought the first crowds to Maidan.
Я це написав просто, щоб почути, чи є ці люди, чи просто ми поговоримо десь у Фейсбуці.
If you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you are misinformed. To deliver your message efficiently enough in the modern world with so many different technologies and means of communications, you must embrace them all. As the disturbing events of Euromaidan started on November 21st, 2013, 3 new TV channels went on the air and suddenly became stunningly popular in Ukraine. Spilno TV, November 21st. Hromadske TV, November 22nd. And Espresso TV, November 24th, directly from opposition protest. These channels went viral, supporting the protests and encouraging more and more people to come to Maidan.
И первые выступления массовые начались 21 числа, 21 ноября. Сначала акции проходили мирно. На эти акции пришли люди разных категорий. Это были молодые и пожилые люди. Приходили с детьми. Явно было понятно, что с их стороны есть доверие к власти, в том числе и к правоохранителям. Потому что свободно выходили. И никаких намеков на то, что будет в отношении этих манифестантов приниматься какие-то меры воздействия, силовые и так далее, просто не существовало. Значит, соответственно, на охрану общественного порядка выходили правоохранители без огнестрельного оружия. Но среди митингующих уже замечены нами радикалы, которые относились к правым партиям, неофашистским организациям. И 24 числа, 24 ноября, они осуществили первую агрессивную акцию. – 24 числа первое было нападение на кабинет министров и первое нападение на сотрудников правоохранителей, которые охраняли. Второе нападение на правоохранителей службы безопасности Украины произошло 25 числа. Затем небезызвестные события 30 числа.
November 30th of 2013 became the first turning point of Euromaidan, and one of its most reported and mysterious events.
Я тогда немножко расскажу, как видел эти события я. Был звонок мне от Попова, глава администрации города Киева. Он говорил, что давайте вот сегодня мы хотели бы завозить оборудование для новогодней елки на площадь. Я ему объяснил, что до тех пор, пока люди находятся на площади, то этого делать нельзя. В районе часа ночи, когда вот массово люди начали расходиться, разъезжаться, значит, я поговорил по телефону с руководителем службы безопасности Украины и спросил его точку зрения по развитию событий. Он сказал, я считаю, что, слава богу, все закончилось. Вся информация идет о том, что все закончилось. Потому что фактически с 21 числа, я вот в кабинете просто жил и спал там какое-то время, может быть, 2 часа в сутки удавалось поспать. Около 3 часов ночи я приехал тоже к себе домой. Завел часы на 6:30 утра, включил телевизор сразу же, когда проснулся. Он у меня был настроен на 5-й канал. И 5-й канал демонстрирует большое количество скорой помощи. И там побитые люди.
After riot, police attacked peaceful protesters with clubs.
Happened in the early hours. Eyewitnesses that were there said that the police did use truncheons.
Меня, честно говоря, пробил просто холодный пот.
Моя первая реакция на то, что Майдан пострадал от действий полиции, была мгновенной. Нужно было расследовать, кто дал приказ разгонять митингующих, применять к ним силу. Я был противник того, чтобы к митингующим применялась сила, нарушали права людей.
Решений таких Попов самостоятельно принимать просто не мог. А кто для него был самый высокий руководитель? Для Попова был самый большой руководитель, это глава администрации. Сергей Владимирович Левочкин.
Coincidentally, Sergei Lovochkin is a close associate to many U.S. politicians. The security service of Ukraine had evidence that on that night, Lovochkin was in contact with opposition leader Yatsenyuk, where they discussed the clearing of Maidan on the pretext of installing the annual Christmas tree. News media reported that the riot police cruelly attacked the students peacefully sleeping in their tents, but scenes from the event seem to tell a different story. It appears that the protesters were waiting for the police. Additionally, there were dozens of journalists and cameramen from all the new public TV news outlets prepared to cover the events. And most ominously, a group of well-trained young men arrived to Maidan almost simultaneously with the riot police. They infiltrated the crowd and began provocations with insults, stones, and torches.
The right sector in Ukraine represents a part of the Ukrainian population that has often favored fairly extreme right-wing positions. They had militias that came especially during the Maidan protests. There were groups that were being shipped into Kiev where they would provide the muscle, in effect, for the demonstrations. So the demonstrations went from being relatively peaceful political protests to being increasingly violent.
The first step in any detective work is to establish a motive. It is now said that Sergei Lovochkin is held in high esteem by his powerful U.S. friends. Outraged by what was reported in the news, the Ukrainian people came out in force on the next day to vent their anger with the police actions.
The violence started to take off when?
Фактически жесткие противоправные действия начались уже в декабре 2013 года. События, которые проходили в тот период в Киеве, они были очень радикальные. В них принимали неонацистские организации, молодые люди, которые были вооружены различными средствами. Металлические прутья, биты. В том числе использовалась техника, например, дорожно-строительная, грейдерами, и они грейдерами наезжали на работников правоохранительных органов, на милицию, которая защищала и не давала захватить правительственные здания и здания администрации президента. Как президент мог в такой неуправляемой толпе выйти и с кем говорить? Технологии, которые применялись в тот период времени, они были заранее спланированы.
As veiled and masked as the color revolutions can be, an attentive viewer can see subtle patterns and similarities revealing their true nature. To make crowds act as one obedient group, they have to be united at the unconscious level. The masterminds of color revolutions know this well and have perfected the art. Symbolism is one of the most powerful tools to achieve this end. Revolutionary political organizations with surprisingly similar names and even more similar logos have appeared time and again, almost as omens marking the countries that would be hit by the colored plague next. They are often described as being aware and active, when they're actually trained and radical. They are the ones who take the first shot, literal and metaphorical, to transform the peaceful protests into full-blown coups d'etats. Their fingerprints can be found everywhere on the map of the color revolutions. Using all the experience of past generations, simple but effective tools like catchy sing-alongs and chanting are employed. Well known for exciting the crowd and creating a group identity, they depersonalize individuals and make them easier to manipulate.
Конечно, без денег здесь не могло быть. Такое количество не государственных, различных общественных организаций, грантов, которые выделялось на Украину, это не есть секрет.
Incidentally, one such organization, Hromadske TV, received generous donations from the Dutch and U.S. embassies, as well as from the Renaissance Foundation, an NGO founded by George Soros.
I set up a foundation in Ukraine before Ukraine became independent of Russia. And the foundation has been functioning ever since. And it played an important part in events now.
I like criticism, but it must be my way.
Did you see any evidence of U.S. involvement? Did you feel their presence from the U.S.?
Очень частыми гостями были представители Соединенных Штатов, конгрессмены, были госпожа Нуланд, приезжала очень часто, у нас были с ней дискуссии. Но после этих дискуссий она шла на Майдан и поддерживала протестующих. И обвиняла правоохранительные органы, применялась чрезмерная сила. На самом деле эти все месседжи мы видели на Майдане.
To celebrate with you a Ukraine that stands with Europe and stands with the United States.
Well, members of Congress were visiting Ukraine during that period, most famously Congressman John McCain. So some of the people who were challenging their government, their elected government at that point, were being told by the senior U.S. official, a person who ran for president and a top official in the U.S. Congress, that the U.S. was with them.
I'm Senator John McCain, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Ukraine.
Senator McCain was, in a sense, giving the people in the Maidan a feeling that they had the backing of the most powerful country on earth.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
Делегаций много приезжало. Я говорил, что нельзя говорить, во-первых, неправду. Нельзя становиться на сторону митингующих и отстаивать их права, создавая тем самым и углубляя конфликт. Когда митингующие захватывают правительственные здания и учреждения, скажите, допустимо ли это в любой другой стране, например, чтобы посол Украины пришел к митингующим в Фергюсоне и раздавал там пряники или пирожки и обвинял полицейских Соединенных Штатов Америки? Я считаю, что это недопустимо ни в одной европейской стране. А почему к Украине было такое отношение?
Who was your highest level contact with the U.S. government in this period?
Я постоянно имел контакт с господином Байденом, вице-президентом. У меня были частые с ним телефонные переговоры. Но дело в том, что господин Байден говорил одно, а в Украине делали другое.
And the U.S. ambassador?
Посол Соединенных Штатов в Украине постоянно принимал представителей Майдана у себя в посольстве. Мы это очень хорошо знали, мы это отслеживали. И создавалось такое впечатление, что в посольстве Соединенных Штатов существует штаб, который управляет этим процессом.
In early February of 2014, as the Maidan crisis was getting more violent, there was a phone call that was intercepted. It was a call between the Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt.
Questions of credibility are being raised after a private chat between two top U.S. diplomats was leaked online.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Klitsch and Tony Book on the outside. I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
Sullivan's come back to me, VFR, saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
Okay.
Biden's willing.
So you had this remarkable phone call where you have these two senior officials of the U.S. government apparently talking about a coup or how they were planning to restructure the government of Ukraine.
Fuck the EU.
No, exactly.
I'm not saying the whole U.S. government feels that way. There is division on this, but the neoconservative element wants very much to change the strategic dynamic in Eastern Europe. The neocons are very smart people, and they've been at this for a long time. They came in around the issue of propaganda. They studied how to create hot buttons for the American people. They had this experience when they were getting the American people to get excited about Central America back in the 1980s.
Sandinista regular army. The ground force is being equipped now with Russian artillery.
And they've been applying those same strategies ever since. They remain very dedicated to achieving their goals. They still want to get rid of certain governments. They wanted regime change in Syria, for instance, regime change in Iran. They're very skilled at this, and they have a lot of allies now inside the news media, inside the government, and that means that they can do a lot to control the narrative of any story.
I think in America these days, we have somehow told ourselves that there are a lot of ways of dealing with these problems other than hard power. Vladimir Putin cares about hard power.
The neoconservatives can now demonize a leader of a country. That sells with the American people. So you don't just sort of argue a policy. You attack the leader. So the neoconservatives became very skilled at picking out leaders, finding their ugly traits, and then highlighting them. Yanukovych, you might say, was a rather clunky political leader, but you make him into a devil. He's totally corrupt, and he's evil, and he wants to kill people in the Maidan, these wonderful white-hatted demonstrators. So you've got a black hat versus white hat. You keep repeating that basic scenario, and it works with the American people.
We've got to realize what Vladimir Putin is. He's an old KGB colonel that wants to restore the Russian Empire.
You make them into demons, and the American people find that the way they can understand the world. Once that happens, it's very difficult for journalists or anyone else to say, you know, hold it, that guy, he's got more of a gray hat than a white hat or a black hat. And if you say that, you're a Yanukovych apologist or you're a Putin apologist, and then the attacks come on to the person saying it, the journalist, the academic, or whoever.
Any good director will tell you that tempo and rhythm are the most essential components to hold an audience's attention.
Сама технология, которая применялась Майданом, состояла в необходимости сакральных жертв. Это часть технологии.
It can also be called a method of betrayal, when the allies and followers are relentlessly thrown into the revolutionary flame. The idea is simple. When the preparation work is done, the trigger just needs to be pulled to set the machine into full motion. The murder of politician Rafiq Hariri led to the Cedar Revolution. Looking back at the mysterious poisoning of Viktor Yushchenko right before the Orange Revolution of 2004, we see now that he became a sacred victim himself. Most political analysts believe the compassion of the Ukrainian people at that moment tilted the scales, giving him the presidency. The number of victims among the protesters during Euromaidan totaled over 100. They are called the Heavenly Hundred. All the sacred victims were immediately mythologized. The beating of students on November 30th, 2013 was the obvious trigger of Euromaidan. Those who sent trained provocateurs to the square very well realized that peaceful protesters were the ones who would get hurt the most. It's hard to keep protests going for months on end. Tensions subside, and people inevitably get tired. Holidays are also a big danger for revolutionary masterminds. People want to be home with their families and friends, and one needs to get inventive to keep people in a cold, tense city. On Christmas Day of 2013, tabloid journalist and political wannabe Tatiana Chornovol was chosen to become the tool to whip the protests on Maidan back up.
A civic activist and journalist known for investigating corruption among senior officials was beaten outside Ukraine's capital on Christmas.
Her heroic deeds as a reporter looked more like petty crimes, trespassing on the presidential residence of Viktor Yanukovych, leading a rioting crowd to seize the Kiev city administration building, breaking into a car of the security service of Ukraine. It looked like Tatiana was more interested in making news than reporting it, and gaining name recognition that could be turned into votes for her struggling political career in the opposition party Fatherland. She gave the world media a Christmas present in 2013, when she was cruelly beaten by unknown assailants on the road. Despite the fact that in just 3 days all the suspects were arrested and confessed to beating Tatiana during a road rage incident, world media kept insisting upon the political background of the crime. Instantaneously, Tatiana became a heroic martyr, uniting people around her image.
The beating coming amid political turmoil in Ukraine. This has drawn a protest.
Euromaidan was once again center stage, and Tatiana, in less than 2 months after the assault, she was already healthy enough to attack the office of Party of Regions, the party of Viktor Yanukovych.
Звідти виїжджали ті машини, які били мене. Тобто тут не те, що навіть гніздо цієї злочинної мафіозної влади, ескадрони смерті теж керуються звідси.
One of the staff members, 65-year-old IT specialist Vladimir Zakharov, was killed during the attack. So, where is Tatiana now? Well, she finally got her position of power in the new government. 1 month later, the time for another act in the play came. Armenian-Ukrainian protester Sergei Nigoyan was one of the first to arrive at Maidan. He wasn't radical or violent, but instead naive and full of hope. Watching Sergei read a patriotic poem is like watching a casting tape for the role of a sacred victim.
Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. За вас правда, за вас слава і воля святая.
Unfortunately, Sergei got the part. Betrayed by his brothers in arms, this video would eventually go viral after Sergei was killed early in the morning of January 22nd, 2014. The circumstances of his death remain unknown to this day. Even though the whole area of protests was heavily filmed at that time, there were no records or witnesses to help the investigation, and his body was moved immediately from the scene of the crime. Sergei became the first killed martyr of Euromaidan, and in a heartbeat, the police officers were appointed as his killers. Almost 2 years later, the official investigation would still deliver no results. Now, it is widely believed that Nigoyan's murder was staged by provocateurs to escalate the conflict. God speaks to people with the language of signs. On January 26, 2014, Pope Francis prayed for Ukraine, addressing thousands of people at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City.
Et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus.
After the prayer, 2 white doves were released from the papal window and were immediately attacked by a crow and seagull. Those who understand the language could easily read the meaning of this omen. Soon, great forces, the seagull and the crow, would be tearing apart 2 Slavic nations, the white doves. This omen gave hope to the Ukrainian people, saying that by God's will, the doves would be saved. But it also predicted severe hardship and many victims. The events which could enter into the history of the color revolutions as the most massive human sacrifice yet arrived right on schedule, 1 month later.
For weeks, this European capital has been the scene of a violent uprising. Today, the bloodiest day yet.
The protesters are pushing up towards the government district, armed here with Molotov cocktails, but we saw handguns and shotguns too. There are casualties on both sides.
Well, she's just said that there are 6 dead people up there, not just injured, dead. They said they've been hit by snipers.
20 февраля начали расстреливать сотрудников милиции.
Я получил информацию, что начали стрелять снайперы, и есть жертвы с 2 сторон.
Консерватория, откуда прозвучали первые выстрелы, это то, что было под контролем у сил Майдана.
And here again we meet our old acquaintance from Narodny Ruch, Andriy Paruby, who is at the peak of his glory as self-proclaimed commandant of Maidan, which basically means the leader of the radical opposition.
Ми попередили їх про те, що Майдан може вдатись до більш активних дій, якщо в найближчі дні ми не побачимо виконання наших вимог.
В том, чтобы посеять хаос, но Янукович точно не был заинтересован в том, чтобы хаос разрастался.
The protesters were filmed leading a long line of riot police away. It's not clear where they were taking them. 67 officers are currently reported to be missing.
14 policemen dead and 43 wounded.
Было погибших 20 человек и более 150 раненых огнестрельными ранениями.
Тогда уже было понятно, 20-21 февраля, что начался вооруженный переворот.
Earlier, from inside the protest camp, the opposition leader Vitaly Klitschko urged his supporters to stay put. Each of you here should stay strong in spirit, he said, because we're not going anywhere.
Мы вели в этот период времени переговоры с оппозицией и очень часто договаривались. Но, как я позже понял, что это была игра. Та часть, оппозиции, которая не принимала участие в переговорах, радикальная часть, она не обращала внимания и никого не слушала. Они выполняли свою работу.
Like in 2004 during the Orange Revolution, international leaders felt it necessary to intervene and bring both sides to the negotiating table.
Приехали 3 министра иностранных дел европейских стран в Киев.
Laurent Fabius, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, Radoslav Sikorski.
Приняли участие во встрече президента Януковича и оппозиции. Договорились о том, что будут проведены досрочные выборы. Договорились о том, как будут строить отношения между оппозицией и президентом.
The Ukrainian president and the leaders of the anti-government protests there have agreed on a truce.
The truce was to give talks between President Yanukovych and the opposition a chance.
Just like in 2004, the opposition, or at least its radical faction, the right sector, headed by Dmitry Yarosh, had no intention on fulfilling its part of the bargain.
Ті домовленості, які досягнуті, не відповідають нашим з вами прагненням. Правий сектор не складе зброї. Правий сектор не зніме блокаду жодної з державних установ, поки не буде виконана найголовніша наша вимога – відставка Януковича.
Я подписал такой протокол, но немного позже я понял, что какой бы протокол мы ни подписали, сценарий захвата власти и государственного переворота, он был запланирован и он был неизбежен. То есть фактически это не зависело от наших действий.
The opposition leaders left saying they may have found a way to end the bloodshed, but they wanted to take the conclusions from their meeting to the people.
It was soon apparent that the people were not happy.
И на следующий день господин Янукович уехал во второй по величине город страны, в город Харьков. Как только он уехал, захватили и его резиденцию, резиденцию администрации и правительство с помощью оружия. Как это называется?
Дело в том, что я вылетел туда вертолетом. Машины, которые меня должны были сопровождать, выехали самостоятельно. Но этого никто не знал. Ехали президентские машины, и по этой колонне президентских машин был открыт огонь. Также была информация у нашей разведки, что были специальные наемники, которым была поставлена задача не захватывать президента, а расстрелять. И я обратился к президенту Путину, чтобы он разрешил мне выехать на территорию России. Я получил согласие, и мне было оказано содействие. 24 февраля я попал на территорию России.
At the same time, Kiev was saying its last goodbyes to the victims of the massacre. It was also welcoming those who came to power at their cost.
Ukraine's parliament has voted for the new Speaker of the Assembly to become interim president. Alexander Turchinov called on lawmakers to form an interim government by Tuesday. These latest developments follow the dismissal of President Viktor Yanukovych on Saturday.
And they removed Yanukovych, not following the constitutional procedures for impeachment.
Процедура импичмента не была соблюдена. Для этого должен был быть привлечен Конституционный суд, Верховный суд. Этого не сделали. И голосовать в парламенте должны были 3/4 депутатов.
The parliament of Ukraine consists of 450 deputies. The constitution of Ukraine requires at least a 3/4 majority to vote. In other words, 338 votes in favor of the impeachment, but only 328 deputies voted yes.
3/4 не проголосовали.
The U.S. State Department almost immediately said this was a legitimate government, and that was part of this effort to get regime change. Instead of trying to find some way to revive the February 21st agreement, where maybe you could bring back Yanukovych in some titular way, that became not a possibility anymore. Then you had eastern Ukraine resisting, you had Crimea wanting to break away, and things rapidly escalated.
Voters will decide Sunday whether they'll leave Ukraine and join Russia.
The campaign with the slogan "Together with Russia" has the backing of Moscow.
The Crimea situation, the referendum, is also happening during this period very quickly.
Крымский референдум инициировали жители Крыма. Это была их реакция на попытки представителей Майдана устроить такой Майдан в Крыму. Это не секрет, что население Крыма всегда было пророссийски настроено.
Crimean authorities, sensing the mood of the populace, fully supported Viktor Yanukovych's decision to postpone the 2013 European Union Association deal and side deeper ties to Russia. As the events in Kiev took their course, Crimean authorities issued a declaration, putting into words the fears of its people. Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors began spreading in Crimea that the new authorities would be merciless to those that oppose them.
Slava Ukraini!
This led to the pro-Russian demonstrations rejecting the new government in Kiev. On February 27th, the government buildings in the capital of Crimea were seized by pro-Russian protesters. The current Crimean government was dismissed, and the new leader, Sergei Aksyonov, was assigned as the leader of the Crimean Autonomous Republic.
У них, конечно, надежда была, и они обращались к российскому руководству, чтобы их защитили.
On March 16th, the Crimean referendum was held, and the people voted to leave Ukraine and enter the Russian Federation.
The situation in Crimea is being presented as a Russian invasion. And again, nobody who looks at this seriously and looks at the poll numbers, some of the poll numbers done by the U.S. government agencies themselves, showing that the people of Crimea preferred being part of Russia. In the U.S. news media, it has all been presented as the Russians invaded, they then staged a sham election, with people with guns at their backs. Somehow they faked the ballot boxes to get 96% approval for rejoining Russia.
The idea of a referendum in Crimea is just quite simply unconstitutional.
It does raise questions on whether this vote really is free and fair, especially given the heavy military presence in Crimea right now, Errol.
So that's how it's been sold to the American people. The reality is very different.
The atmosphere here certainly is electric. Thousands of people who've gathered in the capital Crimean city of Simferopol. All of this following a referendum held last Sunday in which the majority of people here overwhelmingly voted in support of being reunited with Russia.
Я бы хотел спросить, что такое демократия? Демократия – это политика, основанная на воле народа. Как выясняется воля народа? В современном мире с помощью голосования. Люди пришли свыше 90%, и свыше 90% проголосовали за присоединение к России. Нужно уважать выбор людей. Не подстраивать каждый раз под свои геополитические интересы, международное право и принципы демократии. У нас не было там никаких боевых действий. Там никто не стрелял. Никто никого не убивал.
What is described in the West as a Russian invasion of Crimea is, in fact, the presence of Russian soldiers in Crimea. Can you clarify that?
Российские солдаты в Крыму, как говорят, были испокон веков. Потому что база Черноморского флота была в Крыму.
As long ago as 1804, Sevastopol's naval base became the main military port of the Russian Empire on the Black Sea. During the Second World War, the heroic defense of Sevastopol lasted almost a year and took hundreds of thousands of lives. Therefore, the naval base in Crimea has a legacy of historical pride for the Russian Black Sea Fleet, as well as being of huge strategic importance.
Those of us alive back then remember when there were Soviet missiles put into Cuba, how frightened Americans were and how angry, and how we almost went to a nuclear confrontation over having weapons of that kind of destruction placed that close to the United States.
If the United States considers Cuba to be in its backyard, then Crimea lays at Russia's doorstep.
The consequences of a U.S. seizure of the base or a NATO base?
Очень тяжелые. Потому что сама по себе база ничего не значит. Но вот чтобы я хотел отметить один нюанс. Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко может появиться все, что угодно. Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и, если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
If we are attacked, we would certainly respond.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не всегда понимаю логику наших партнеров. Иногда складывается впечатление, что нужно держать в повиновении и наладить дисциплину в своем собственном западном, так называемом, атлантическом лагере. Для этого нужен внешний враг. При всех опасениях Иран на это не очень тянет.
I am concerned about the expansion of NATO. NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Вообще, война между Россией и Соединенными Штатами вообще это безумие.
In early spring of 2014, eastern Ukraine was also buzzing with protests against the new authorities in Kiev. This region, with the population close to Russia geographically and culturally, feared that the ultra-right leanings of the newly formed government would bring neo-nationalism to their lands. And they had their reasons. The status of the Russian language in Ukraine has been a stumbling block for many years.
Implementing Russian as a second state language was one of the main campaign promises of President Viktor Yanukovych.
In 2012, the Yanukovych government passed a law making it the second official language in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine, the areas where the Russian-speaking population makes up a majority. Ukrainian nationalist groups initiated massive protests opposing the law. An observing viewer might see some familiar faces there. On February 23, 2014, the very next day after the regime change, the new government voted for an annulment of the official status of the Russian language. And even though later this decision was vetoed by the acting president, Alexander Turchinov, it still sent a message, and a powerful one. This alarmed the Russian-speaking cities of eastern Ukraine, and people took to the streets to show their disagreement. In response, pro-Maidan groups conducted their own demonstrations. When the two parties would meet, it was always tense, and eventually it led to tragedy. One person died and over 50 people were wounded in clashes during a pro-Russian march protesting the new government in Kiev. On April 6th, the Crimean scenario began repeating in eastern Ukraine, where protesters seized government buildings. And the next day, April 7th, they proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic. Kiev replied by announcing the beginning of an anti-terrorist operation in eastern Ukraine. By that time, the international media was screaming about a Russian invasion in Ukraine.
Russia could now be on the verge of invading Ukraine.
But strong words stayed only in the media. The Ukrainian authorities never announced a warlike situation. Why? IMF cannot give money to countries engaged in ongoing war. Petro Poroshenko.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
Too much money was already invested in Ukraine to stop halfway.
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals that will ensure a secure and prosperous and democratic Ukraine.
На развитие какой демократии тратились эти деньги? Как называли установление демократического режима? Я думаю, что это вот как раз тот режим, который сейчас насаждается на Донбассе.
Obviously, the funds had to keep coming, and the conflict had to keep going. Getting more and more bloody and deadly.
Мы завалили все вместе.
As parties from both sides were using more sophisticated and lethal weapons.
Господин Турчинов, который фактически начал войну, он несет огромную ответственность за это. Он начал войну против собственного народа. Он послал войска в Донбасс. Они сделали то, чего не делал я. И они начали кровопролитие.
The world seemed too busy welcoming this new democracy in Kiev to notice what was being done as it spread its wings over the country. Many in southern Ukraine had been viewing the revolution with concern. And an anti-Maidan movement formed in the city of Odessa in early January 2014. The protesters set up their camp in front of the Trade Union House, a building which would soon become a monument to a massacre of its own. It's difficult to overestimate the importance of Odessa. It is strategically located on the Black Sea, and it's Ukraine's largest seaport. It's not surprising that Ukraine's new authorities were watching the situation unfolding there with growing alarm. More and more of Odessa's people were joining the anti-Maidan movement at the same time as events in eastern Ukraine were heating up. The new Ukrainian government didn't have the power to wage war on too many fronts. If Odessa were to join the growing uprising in the eastern regions, it would seriously complicate the situation. This rebellion had to be extinguished immediately and at any cost, and that cost was high. On May 2nd, 2014, soccer fans flocked to the center of Odessa city for the Ukrainian championship match. Surprisingly, a great number of these fans who descended into Odessa just the night before also turned out to be fighters from the Maidan self-defense units. along with members of radical organizations from all parts of Ukraine. These fans, masked, armed, and shouting nationalist mottos, began disturbances in the center of the city as they marched to the anti-Maidan tent encampment, where they attacked. The anti-Maidan protesters sought shelter in the trade union house, but it was a trap. Maidan supporters started throwing Molotov cocktails into the building until it was engulfed in flames. People burned to death inside, or, trying to escape, jumped from the windows. Although a fire station was less than a mile away, it took almost half an hour for firefighters to arrive. When they finally did, the damage had been done. But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to Odessa. It's an interesting coincidence that some of the people he met with in Odessa were seen at the scene that fateful day. But not everyone was mourning. On the popular political talk show, Schuster Live, the news about the people burnt alive in Odessa was welcomed with a long round of applause.
Из погибших в пожаре в Одессе 15 граждан России, 10 из Приднестровья и ни одного одессита.
On its Facebook page, the right sector announced the events of May 2nd, a proud moment in national history. An official investigation into this sad event has been going on now for nearly 2 years, and it's yet to reach a conclusion. But it seems the experts had all the information they needed from the very beginning.
Звичайно, провокація була з сторони путінських бойовиків, які почали розкол української демонстрації.
It looks like Odessa really is a very important piece of real estate, as it was honored with a very special new governor appointed on May 30th of 2015. Mikhail Saakashvili, an old friend of the United States and born and raised in Ukraine's neighboring country, Georgia.
A little hoedown there in Georgia.
A quick look at his biography gives one an understanding that he's been groomed for a special mission. Mr. Saakashvili received a U.S. State Department scholarship, and he worked for a New York law firm which represented the organization Kamara, a group that appeared earlier when we learned about the color revolutions.
We are dealing with democratic, bloodless revolution.
This is the Revolution of Roses, and this is Mikhail Saakashvili with Kamara, busy overthrowing the legitimately elected president, Eduard Shevardnadze.
Remove the government by peaceful means. That's classics, you know, you're really European, I'm sure.
Soon after the Rose Revolution blossomed fully, Georgia announced its intentions to join NATO and plant fresh NATO military bases in the fertile soil right on Russia's border.
Never ever we will give our freedom and independence. Never ever will give any piece of our territory.
Saakashvili's mission was accomplished, at least with his friends in NATO. The Georgian populace wasn't quite as happy, though. In 2007, they took to the streets to voice discontent, and Mr. Saakashvili responded with force. The people's discontent grew. Saakashvili's party lost parliamentary elections, and the opposition took control.
He said this means that the parliamentary majority should set up a new government and me as the president, according to our constitution.
Mikhail decided not to wait for the results of the president's election and fled the country in October 2013. In 2014, Saakashvili refused summons to appear in court as a witness in several criminal cases. Later that same year, he was accused of misuse of power and embezzlement. Saakashvili wound up in the U.S., and soon his friends in Washington found him a new assignment. Mikhail actively supported Maidan, and very soon was rewarded with a high position in the new Ukrainian government. First as the president's counselor, and then as the governor of Odessa. The day before taking this position, he renounced his citizenship to Georgia, the country of his birth, and became a Ukrainian citizen.
Я навсегда останусь гордым гражданином моей гордой Родины. Гордым гражданином моей гордой Родины.
As they say, the battle is worth the blood, both literally and figuratively.
Я прекрасно знаю реальную цену реформ господина Саакашвили. Я прекрасно знаю то, что он на Украине на самом деле является частью проекта, который нужно осуществить Украине определенным силам.
Jeffrey Payet, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, paid a visit to Saakashvili just a month after he took office in Odessa.
But as long as the Oblast administration is delivering results on Ukraine, you are going to see a steady flow of embassy and Washington visitors coming.
The meeting was fruitful, and Jeffrey generous. No matter how well Saakashvili's job goes, it looks like he shouldn't be worried about his own finances. On his Facebook page, he posted an official document showing that the new governor of Odessa gets a pretty penny from Washington, almost $200,000 a year. For comparison, the governor of Maine gets $70,000 a year. So if Odessa became a new U.S. state, it would be at the top of the list. Mr. Saakashvili should feel right at home in his newly adopted country. He is best of friends with fellow color revolutionary leader Viktor Yushchenko, who's the godfather of his son.
Губернатором Одесской области назначен бывший президент Саакашвили. Это просто плевок, оскорбление одесситам, да и всему украинскому народу. И ему не дали даже рабочую визу в США. Университеты, в которых его пытались трудоустроить, не захотели его брать на постоянную работу. Значит, исполнять обязанности губернатора Одессы он может. А что, нет порядочных, профессиональных и способных выполнять такую работу украинцев?
A war, once launched, doesn't choose its victims.
We are just learning at this hour that Malaysian Airlines has now confirmed that it has lost contact with one of its planes.
The plane was indeed shot down by a missile while flying at a high altitude over eastern Ukraine near the Russian border.
298 revised number of souls on board, all feared dead.
It was a murder. It was a crime. There's been this odd nonchalance about pursuing the answers. There was a report, a very limited report, put out a few months after the event. But since then, they said the next report will be on the first anniversary of the event. But you deal with a criminal investigation before it becomes a cold case. So there's been this curious element of why is there not greater pressure from both the media and the Western governments to answer these questions.
But even without any answers, the fingers were pointed immediately.
That's not an accident. That is happening because of Russian support. Evidence indicates that the plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile that was launched from an area that is controlled by Russian-backed separatists inside of Ukraine.
И, безусловно, государство, на территории которой это произошло, несет ответственность за эту страшную трагедию.
The Malaysian Boeing wasn't the first plane to play a significant part in American-Russian relationships. On September 1st, 1983, Korean Airlines Flight 007 from New York to Seoul via Anchorage was shot down by a Soviet interceptor aircraft over the territory of the USSR in the Sea of Japan.
There was absolutely no justification, either legal or moral, for what the Soviets did.
The tragedy of the Korean Boeing was considered a perfect occasion to demonstrate the NATO military power within dangerous proximity to the Soviets. On November 2nd, 1983, NATO launched Able Archer, a 10-day command post exercise simulating a conflict escalation, culminating in a nuclear attack. It was followed by placing Pershing II nuclear missiles in Europe. What Reagan didn't take into consideration was the paranoid overreaction of the Soviets. A recently declassified U.S. intelligence report shows that for the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the world was that close to nuclear war. Just like in 1983, the Malaysian Boeing crash was leveraged against the enemy. a new wave of sanctions hit Russia immediately after the tragedy.
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors of the Russian economy.
Almost a year and 3 months later, the Dutch Safety Board published a report.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight MH17 crashed because of a 9N314M warhead detonated outside the aeroplane above the left side of the cockpit.
The report didn't blame any specific group or person and estimated a very wide area of 320 kilometers as a zone from which the missile was fired. At the same time, the Russian producer of Buk missiles, Almaz-Antey, conducted its own independent investigation.
Результаты эксперимента полностью опровергли выводы голландской комиссии о типе ракеты и месте запуска.
During the experiment, they blew up a retired airliner with a Buk missile and came to the conclusion that the Malaysian plane was brought down by the older type of missiles, not used by Russia anymore, but still in the possession of Ukraine. The company claims that the missile was launched from the territory controlled by the Ukrainian military. One would expect that these controversial results would again stir up public interest in the investigation, but the tragedy of Malaysian flight MH17 had already played its role in the big geopolitical game. Therefore, it was soon forgotten. The goal was achieved. After the third wave of sanctions hit Russia, the tensions between the two countries skyrocketed. So the question presents itself: are we truly witnessing the beginning of Cold War 2.0? And if so, what are our chances to survive at this time? In 1947, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists introduced the Doomsday Clock. It represents a countdown to global nuclear annihilation. In 1953, during the height of the Cold War, it came its closest to midnight as the superpowers were creating massive nuclear arsenals.
This is the story of America's ever-expanding atomic weapons program.
As the world began to grasp the insane danger of nuclear warfare and took measures to control the arms race, the situation steadily improved. In 1991, the Doomsday Clock was at its furthest from midnight, 17 minutes. That time of hope was short-lived, though, as the world has become more and more unstable. But in 2015, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the clock to just 3 minutes to midnight.
Today, unchecked climate change and a nuclear arms race resulting from modernization of huge arsenals pose extraordinary and undeniable threats to the continued existence of humanity.
The United States and Russia have embarked on massive programs to modernize their nuclear arsenals, undermining existing nuclear weapons treaties. The clock ticks now at just 3 minutes to midnight because international leaders are failing to perform their most important duty: ensuring and preserving the health and vitality of human civilization.
Thanks to Team Retard. That was a pretty mind-blowing documentary. Extremely well done. So now we know what Newland was up to. See if I got an update on the news. Although usually at this time it gets slow on the ticker. Oh, I gotta resize it. That's what's up. Okay. If you caught the tail end of that, and you want to watch the full thing, I have it posted up top for those that are just coming in. Oh, I don't mean to play this. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Extreme weather, planetary upheaval. Some global homo documentary. Clean some of this up, and I need to save this for later. I gotta watch that again too. I'm sure I missed a few things. That was like packed with info. That was crazy. Now this starts to make sense, hey? They don't need to psyop this at all, do they? For those coming in, this is the Azov Battalion. Azov is it's to the northeast of Crimea, like the big sea that's there. That Crimea is like in that sea. It's just like up in the top corner. And yeah, apparently, well, as this documentary just demonstrated, Ukraine has a huge Nazi problem. That is no friggin' joke, dude. Not just Nazis either, like all kinds of problems. All right, let me refresh this. Oh. Yeah, nothing updated. Global Homo doesn't have any propaganda to sell. They want to wait until it gets maximum impact before they start talking about stuff. Let's see. Ukraine in the membrane, yeah. European lava on the screen, yeah. This is what people. Someone made the joke that this is the lava map. This is the new lava map. Like, just look at this. 71 people were injured. 25 of them are civilians, in particular 3 children. Russia is also destroying the infrastructure of our cities. Aren't you guys the ones blowing up your own bridges? So what? I can show you like on this very thing where they're talking about they blow up their own bridges. I mean, like, I understand why they do it, but like, are you gonna blame that on Russia now? Like, hey, nice black kitty in that display. Oof.
The primary audio circuit for the Reuters Live.
Yeah, okay there, Reuters. Calm down. I don't know how loud I have it for you guys, but that just hurt my ear so bad. Ugh. It was disgusting. What's my prediction on this war? I think Russia will take. But I'm starting to wonder now. Odessa is right here. Yeah, it looks like I need to learn more about Odessa, what's going on there. Kiev says this is a bridge too far. It's Russia's fault. We're sinking it even while Russia brings their own mobile bridges. Yeah. That, you know, this is barbarism and savagery at the end of that as well. It's like they can't even like hide the bias anymore on this site. I think it like retweets someone, but it doesn't. Oh, you can't even get to the source now? Oh, here we are. Admin crying openly now. Oh yeah, no, I can't get to the source. Hold on, let's see if I can. Here it is, here it is. Yeah, it's a Twitter. And this is the narrative that you see. I don't know if you can read that very well. And again, like, I'm not pro-Russia at all. It's not about that. Just look. No, this is a quick land grab attempted by Putin and his inner circle. Well, listen, that documentary certainly disagrees. And then we get this twink here. Almost all of Russia condemns Putin's actions. We love to see it. Why? Because there was 1,000 people in St. Petersburg? Not even 1,000, really? All the pictures I saw, it was like maximum 800. And they're like, 1,400 people arrested. When you killed children for 8 years in Donbass? Who's funny, eh? Okay, actually, I can probably help with this. Hold on. Killed children for 8 years in Donbass. Who's funny, huh? No, nobody minimal nor nobody normal in the world believe you. And children of Ukraine Nazis will be exterminated, but not now. Don't be idiot. After capitulation, revenge. I mean, I guess we'll give them a break. String of numbers here, though. Might as well just say your name. Very morbid and for years. Your name is not Morgan Jackson, but whatever. Yet another American who thinks he is smarter than everyone else, but just falls for Russian propaganda. All right, hold on. Hold on a second there now. The first time I'll ever like want to watch a CBC article. Just check this out. And then we'll probably clue up after this, but just bear in mind what he just said, how it's just American propaganda. The video isn't available anymore? Hold on. Hold on. No, it is. Hold on. I was just watching it.
It's a rare look at the outskirts of Donetsk, where some blocks appear frozen in time. Scarred from a deadly 8-year war that threatens to erupt again.
Okay, so bear in mind, he was just talking about Donetsk. That is a part, it's a part of the Donbass. Just what that Twitter was saying. See, Donbass? Donbass is Donetsk and Luhansk. Okay, so this is the Donetsk region.
If you're going through Ukraine, the only way into this place is through a series of checkpoints and roadblocks. You need permission from the Ukrainian military, as well as from Russian-backed separatists, who frequently deny the scrutinizing glare of the foreign media. But CBC was recently given access to go over the control line that divides the Donbass.
We're finally driving into Donetsk after spending about 8 hours at the border crossing. It's one thing to get permission to come to this area, but actually going over the border is really like a gauntlet.
During our time in Donetsk, we were accompanied by an escort, including in villages near the front line, like Oktoberskaya.
Sorry, it might have been a little low.
This community saw some of the heaviest fighting, and in a nearly deserted street, we met Mikhail Kravchuk, who was on his way to feed some chickens. His house is on this block, but he and his wife don't live here anymore.
Yeah, because it got shelled.
They stayed as long as they could before they were forced to run for their lives during the intense fighting back in 2014.
Is your dream to one day be able to live in the house again?
Right? Like, intense fighting with who? They don't mention it in this, but I mean, you can put 2 and 2 together, right?
As he leads us into the yard, he points to more damage from a rocket that was fired nearby in 2015.
A rocket. So this is, for those tuning in and don't know about the Donetsk, sorry, maybe I should give a little clarification. Donetsk went independent from Ukraine, and they have the support from Russia. Russia is not shelling these places, okay? This is Ukraine doing it to their own people.
In the back, he shows us how he had to crouch behind a metal sheet during another attack. Scattered around are shell casings because even amid a war, he's a practical man, and he uses them to collect water for his garden. One of the ways he's trying to rebuild his fragile life. Inside his home, pictures of his sons. The oldest died while trying to flee during shelling.
You hear that, right? During shelling. This is not Russia shelling. Who is shelling them? Donetsk is technically a part of Ukraine.
Чтобы мы жили как прежде. Начинаю сомневаться. Чем дальше, тем что просто я хочу вернуться, чтобы умереть здесь.
Most of the destruction in Donetsk happened during the early days of the war.
It's funny, I didn't see this stuff plastered through Twitter over the past decade, but as soon as this invasion happened, or whatever you want to call it, all they can show you are the buildings.
The airport was an epicenter of one of the battles between Russian-backed separatists and the Ukrainian military. It still lies in ruin. More than 14,000 people have been killed on both sides of the 420-kilometer dividing line.
Both sides of the dividing line. All right, so they've killed people. People have killed them. I'd like to see those numbers, by the way. How many people have died on each side.
Next, we traveled 30 kilometers southeast of Donetsk to the community of Alexandrivka and met the Azorin family, where 3 generations live together in a meager house in a mining
Check out this guy now in a minute.
town. All of the
I'm pausing this so it doesn't screw it, and I just should double check to make sure that I'm still up. You guys can see this, right? No one's complaining. Looks good. Okay.
adults here say they've nearly died after being caught up in shelling. For Vida, it was in November as she was on her way to work.
Вот эта земля, она мерзла, оно вот это все сыпется. С этого огонь какой-то взрывается, и вот это сыпется. Я не могу вам объяснить, вот этот, ну это жутко, конечно.
Then a month later, her husband, 52-year-old Pyotr, was hit by shrapnel. He had surgery, but was told 20 pieces are still embedded in him.
Осколок в ноге, вот нога-то погано сгинается. Ходить не могу.
But some
Now, if that's an act, dude deserves a friggin' Oscar.
scars aren't as visible. 5-year-old Yaroslav doesn't speak much. His family believes he's traumatized by the war going on around him.
Перестала Украина стрелять. Та сторона тоже страдают. Те тоже страдают люди на той стороне. Там тоже так само мирные жители погибают, как и мы. Их тоже там жалко.
The war and border have divided families in the region and left Donetsk more isolated. The self-proclaimed republic isn't recognized by Canada or most of the world. 900,000 live in this city, where an 11 p.m. curfew is in place most of the week, but lifted on the weekend. On a Saturday night, young people take advantage of the extra hours at a bar downtown. While most wanted to enjoy their evening and not wade into the contentious topics of politics and war, a few told us they don't like living here and would leave if they could.
Самое страшное, это, самое вот то, что вот на обычных мирных жителей, да, это то, что вот нет перспективы, мы оторваны от мира, мы отстаем там на больше, чем на 20 лет, просто мы отстаем от развития всего мира. Россия играет, конечно, в этом роль,
Russia, of course, is playing a role in this, so I wonder what question it was that was asked to her.
Это просто мнение жителей, которые живут. Но Украина тоже.
But Ukraine, too. She made sure to put that in her answer. Won't just give up our republic. Our republic. Hold on, just I can't see what she says, or I can't hear what she says. I don't speak her language, but where does the truth come out, and where was she led to say something?
Нет перспективы, мы оторваны от мира, мы отстаем там на больше, чем на 20 лет, просто мы отстаем от развития всего мира. Россия играет, конечно, в этом роль, но это просто мнение жителей, которые живут. Но Украина тоже не просто так отдает нашу республику.
She told us.
See, it sounds like they were trying to lead her to say Russia bad, Putin bad. And she's like, yeah, but Ukraine won't let us go.
She wants to move to Moscow soon.
She wants to move to Moscow. Why doesn't she move to Kiev? So, now, I mean, listen, that's just one person, all right? But that sounded pretty real to me. And it seems to me like if you go online and you talk about Donetsk People's Republic, and you say that there was a referendum held in 2014 to say that they want to separate, and now they have their own place, right? You will immediately get the answer that someone, well, figuratively, put a gun to their head to vote to leave Ukraine. That does not sound like that to me. Why would she go to Moscow if someone put a gun to her head to leave Ukraine for the name of Mararusha?
And nearly every day of the week, buses full of locals return from Russia, where residents have picked up newly minted Russian passports. Here, the connection and influence are obvious and everywhere. The Republic's flag flies beside Russia's. Signs around the city boast of a Russian Donbass.
Yeah, Russian Donbass.
Абсолютно большинство наших граждан хочет быть как можно ближе к России.
The leader of the Donetsk People's Republic, Denis Pushilin, told us he wished the region went the same way as Crimea. By that he means voting to join Russia, even though most of the international community saw that referendum as illegitimate. We also asked what kind of help Russia is now giving to Donetsk.
So why is it illegitimate? We just watched, by the way, in that documentary, we saw them voting. That looked pretty legitimate to me. What about it is illegitimate? They just keep screaming, illegitimate, illegitimate, illegitimate.
самостоятельно защищать.
Like it's pretty hard to defend the West in any sense. Not the West. I mean, you know, like these NATO douchebags. Like, it's pretty hard to in any way really defend these guys, in my opinion.
Свои границы, но нам было бы это крайне сложно сделать, если не было бы гуманитарной, а позже и на протяжении всего пути еще и политической поддержки со стороны России.
He insisted there are no Russian troops on the ground here. As for the troop buildup near Ukraine's border, he dismissed fears of a large-scale invasion. Most here aren't panicked by the prospect either, because they've been resigned to the conflict around them. Before we leave Donetsk, we visit the apartment Mikhail Kravchuk and his wife Natalia are renting. The smell of fresh cake wafts through the air in their cozy kitchen. But beneath the smiles, the pain is still raw. After being married for more than 50 years, they just want to be able to move back to their home.
Вот закончу ремонт и будем перебираться. Если, конечно, не будет эскалации, которую грозятся сотворить. А так мы всей душой там.
Yeah, someone's mentioning Zelensky, like this comedian that they basically memed into office, like that activist reporter chick that we saw there in the documentary. I don't think he's ever held like a political position ever. He's just a comedian that gets in, and he's another rock star pope, right? Didn't Elon Musk accuse NATO of child touching? I want to say it was UN, but I could be wrong. It's been a while. I do think the tweet, if that's what we're talking about, was a link to UN in Africa. But it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, have you gone through the Hunter Biden stuff?
For now, he's left holding on to the memories of his family's life on the street before they lived.
Also, like, Belgium is like the head of like a lot of these organizations, and the Marc Dutroux case. That's something to look into. That's for sure. If you're unaware of that, someone posted Marc Dutroux here one time, and whoa, that was a rabbit hole.
In the shadow of war.
So Breyer, as we pointed out, this is a place that journalists usually don't have access to. What was it like to be there?
Yeah, it was also a rare point of clarity from the prostitutes at CBC. They probably didn't know how damning this would be later on.
Well, it was interesting, Ian, because we had permission to go, but even when we were on our way there, we weren't quite sure what to expect because we had this escort from the security services that was assigned to us. So
yeah, talk about your feelings.
We weren't sure whether he would be intervening or interrupting or questioning, but that really didn't happen. We had some
It really didn't happen, so a waste of 5 seconds of my time.
Restrictions put on us.
We're back to CBC as per normal.
Because we couldn't move into certain areas where there was active fighting going on, but we were...
Active fighting between who? Ukraine? So Ukraine's killing their own people rather than just letting them be their own republic, right? That's basically what's happening here, right?
Allowed to speak to people on the street and in the bars, as you saw there, and it is really quite something to hear people talk about being resigned to living in the middle of a conflict zone and not too worried about, you know, a troop buildup or potential invasion because war has just become a part of their life.
Why? Why don't you just let that new country be free, right?
And the other thing that I want...
Why would we just resign? It's just the way it is it? Net Interspace, good to see you, my friend. Welcome and have a good night. When you come back, you'll have a wrench and you can post links if you like.
To mention around that border, which I didn't get time to put in the story, is that the border restrictions make it very difficult for people to come in and out of Donetsk. Not only do they need permission from the military and the security services, but COVID has also played a role too. That border crossing that we were at in
the COVID. So before COVID, they had lockdowns here too. Couldn't get in or out of the place.
2019, there were 7 million crossings a year. Well, now with COVID, it's dropped dramatically, just 28,000 a year. And so you have people that are already traumatized and living in a conflict zone in a war that face the added isolation of being separated from their families.
Yeah, the impact of this pandemic everywhere. Thanks, Breyer.
Right. We're all in this together. You bunch of child fuckers. Excuse my language, but... all wars are papal wars, I agree. In all fairness, most countries disallow secession and will fight to prevent it. Well, then they should stop chirping on about democracy, because that word goes out the window whenever we have... I do see this discussion a lot, Jeff. And you are right. People don't want to lose the right to do so, or sorry, they don't want to lose the land. They don't want to lose the resources that they get from it. And that's, I get it. That doesn't excuse it. I mean, like, unless you want to just stop talking about democracy. How many times have I seen this? They call Putin the authoritarian, and he is. He is. I'm not saying he isn't. And they talk about democracy. I mean, you were just here for that. You saw how they pushed that Euromaidan, right? And it's just, oh, it's an affront against democracy to go against the protests. Well, look who's protesting. Look who voted to leave, right? Crimea did, DPR did, Donetsk, and Luhansk did as well, LPR. Right? So I think these people should really, really stop chirping on about democracy, because, yeah. Hey Socrates, why do you hate democracy? Yes, because the majority of people are retarded. Listen, I don't necessarily disagree with that either. I'm not the one that's always chirping on for democracy all the time. I'm really not. Because I often share that sentiment. I debate enough online. I argue enough online, and I'm sure we all do, to see that people are freaking retarded. At the very least, they're stuck to their own ways, and they're not willing to budge for others. But they expect everybody to do it for them. All right, so like whether it's stupidity or not, yeah, whether it's that or not. You know, I have my problems with democracy too, but I'm not the one shoving it down other people's throats all day, right? How many times do you have to hear, oh, it's an affront to our democracy, right? And these same people are killing people in Donetsk and Luhansk to keep the union together. And you're correct. That is probably the most agreeable answer and the most prevalent answer when you bring up DPR and LPR. No, the most prevalent is that this was all fake, like it was a fake election, it was an illegitimate election. You hear that the most, but the most, I guess, plausible answer that you get, and you get it a decent bit anyways, is that most people won't relinquish control of portions of their country. But that's not how democracy works. Sorry. I agree. The U.S. is a republic on paper, not a democracy. Same thing up here in Canada. I think someone else just said they were from Canada. Perry Didascalu. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Yeah, we're not a democracy up here either. We're a constitutional monarchy, which is, probably a little closer to a republic than an outright democracy. Most democracies aren't. But it's just a word that they throw around to make people feel like they're free, right? But when something like, I guess as existential to sovereignty as secession goes, then that word goes right out the window for the answer. It's either it's an illegitimate election because I said so, or most people won't give up their land. Yeah. for sure. I'll be right back, actually. I don't think we're missing too much. I'll take this these prostitutes off the screen. But you know what? Actually, I'll give credit where credit's due. She didn't do that bad. I did sense that you know, she was trying to poke at, say, hey, is Russia trying to mess with you? Is Russia holding your back? And then that chick, she was a good looking chick too. She was like, yeah, I suppose it's Russia, or I suppose Russia's holding us back, but Ukraine, good on her for having the guts to say that. It was great to see. Oh, the one behind that just went out. I'll do a quick scan through the chat, see if I missed anything. If you got another video, we'll go another half hour. I just need a quick stretch. Oh yeah, here's a good one. Oh wait, hold on. Joe Biden. Son of a bitch. Oh wait, no, hold on. I got the link here because it's almost impossible to find. I had to search pretty hard to get this. So Hunter Biden was a vice president for an oil company in Ukraine called Burisma. And the investigation, which okay, yeah. Okay, so there was an investigation into Burisma for corruption, and Biden gets the dude fired. So yeah, if you haven't seen this yet, check it out, and I'll be right back. Just give me like 2 minutes.
I remember going over convincing our team or others to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kiev, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was about 6 hours. I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
What's this noise? Oh, driving has recommenced. But yeah, ain't that something? Sorry, I know I'm a little bit late there. But yeah, he's there bragging about like getting them fired. Crazy stuff, huh? Alright, let's see what's in the chat and we'll probably clue up shortly. Let me just go back, make sure I didn't miss. Oh, I think Net Interspace asked a question earlier. What do you think is the end goal? Okay, so I mean, if we're looking at this on face value, I think Putin just wants NATO to F off from their areas. And he is right about that. You let NATO in and then they put in all kinds of stuff. They do it without NATO anyways, but then they have free roam once NATO is in. I mean, you can just see in like Ukraine and Kazakhstan, they have those bio labs like I was talking about before. There's all kinds of other things as well. We know where that virus came from. So there's that, right? In one thing. CBC is Bronfman, Shabbat, Lubavitch, Zionist controlled. I know I'm in Toronto. I'm more of the belief that Zionism is a Jesuit invention. I think that there are many little hats involved in many different things indeed, but I think they're a junior partner to the Vatican in that. Sorry, I kind of dismissed you earlier if that was the question I was referring to before. My apologies. All media is a giant stage full of actors. Sure is. Yep. The whole world is a stage, including Shakespeare. My college business teacher once brought up how bad Elizabeth Warren's plan to tax the rich would make the U.S. really poor. And once she rose up to state she believed in democracy and integrity. Yeah. Because it's just words. It's just words to them. That's all. That's it. Democracy. That's what I was trying to get at before when I was talking about democracy. Like, it's just this word to virtue signal, right? These people have no brain whatsoever. The ones that are like that, and there's many of them. That's for sure. I don't know if they're the majority, but they're amplified by the media and by social media. So it makes them seem like there's a lot more than what there are. Let's see. Have I ever read the Protocols of Zion? It's so ridiculously... Yeah. I was just about to say it's like the Tanaka report for Japan's plan, quote-unquote plan to take over the world. It's obviously forgery. The King of Spain is the King of Jerusalem. Modern Zionism is a whore of Babylon creation. Yep. Absolutely. Kim Jong-un keeps getting reelected in DPRK. Yeah. See, Democratic Republic. Right. What else we got? They live pretty well. When you can't see the greener grass on the other side, it must be nice. If you want reports from an English speaker, a Texan turned Donetskan, and Russian Orthodox, subscribe to Russell Bentley. Okay, I got the copy over the link. I'll check them out. Let's see. The Orthodox churches of Russia and Ukraine splitting was a pretty big deal. I have not looked into that before. I know that I think it was the 70s, the Orthodox Church joined the World Council of Churches, which is Vatican controlled. It's an ecumenical order, or organization, I should say, not order. That's something to look into there. We abstain even her most noblest deeds. Which ones for slave trade? Not sure exactly what you're referring to there, Josh. Endless wars, torture, murder. Russian Orthodox is a black pope puppet. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Go into the World Council of Churches. Look into that. The means by which they joined, I think, was particularly shady. It's been a while since I looked into that. Who was the person that I saw on that? She was some Jewish lady. She was a conspiracy theorist even before, what do you call it? Bill Cooper. Russell? I got a feeling her last name is Russell. I always forget her name, and I've gone through hours of her material. She was particularly left-leaning. That always kind of grinded my gears a little bit. But I mean, back then too, like this was like, after JFK was shot, and like the people, the ones that were looking into the truth back then, ironically, were pretty left. So I kind of, I didn't hold that against her, I guess. Russell, what was her name? Dang it. What if I go like JFK conspiracy Russell or something? Forget Russell Brand. We want to talk about control opposition. I'll get back to you guys on who I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time. My brain's starting to shut down for the night. Let's see. Wasn't Hunter... Oh, the Protestant churches are as well. Oh, dude, it's gotten so bad, hasn't it? So bad. Okay, so you got like the experience side with the NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation, which, by the way, I know I say this a lot. Sorry to the guys to repeat it. If you've been on this channel for a while, you have like one of the biggest guys in that group of New Apostolic Reformation. His name is Rick Joyner. He's part of what's called Morning Star Ministries, and he's a Knight of Malta. And you see a lot of these people stem down from him. And that includes Bethel, Bill Johnson. You can find them chatting it up all the time. What else? There's a few of them. Hillsong is another big one. IHOP, not International House of Pancakes, but International House of Prayer. I think that's a guy named Mike Bickle. What else we got? Todd Bentley, the guy who did the Lakeland Revival in Florida. What else? The Toronto Airport Revival. That is through those guys too. And one of the head guys is a Knight of Malta. And you can only imagine what other ties stem in through there. And then on the other hand, you have the Calvinists that are totally Augustinian Gnostics. That tulip doctrine is Gnostic to its core. Believes we have no free will, and they completely rewrite the meanings of the Bible using their own study guides and all that kind of stuff. And they're just as bad. They do a pretty dang good job at calling out the NAR and that charismatic nonsense. Maybe not all. I'm not, putting down all charismatics, but the vast majority of it is a load of BS. And these guys call it out, but that's what they're there for, right? Like that's what these apostolic reformation types are so unbelievable to those who are, in the mainstream line of logic, that you got to have someone to call them out, and they're right there to pretend that they're the voice of reason when really they're just as bad as any of them. What else do we got here? Daniel 2, the statue vision. Rome has two legs of iron, east and west. Yes, okay. Legs do not work against each other. They may dance for show, but they are not enemies. Yeah. It's a good point. Never thought about that, actually. Wasn't Hunter Biden's salary in Ukraine like 10 times higher than the president's? Yes, but don't forget, 10% goes to the big guy. First report of cyber attacks I saw was data wiping software sweeping through Ukraine's government offices, CIA. Oh yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of videos that I was just watching too in Ukraine where they were burning documents. So I wonder, and I mean that documentary we just watched was going through the National Endowment for Democracy, which is CIA. as soon as CIA stopped doing their operations after the fall of the wall or whatever, these guys swoop right in, along with, I think they also showed, at least, they didn't mention them, but they showed U.S. aid, which has its ties to the Wuhan Institute of Virology via the PREDICT program. So that's something to look into as well. USAID, USAID, NIAID as well, NIAID. They both have their ties to the Department of Defense and the CIA. It's just that, what do you call it? The CIA goes through the DoD in order to fund these groups. Let's see. Miry clay mixed with iron, Islam miry clay. What makes you think that? It's an interesting one. I'm not dismissing it. I would like to hear more about it. Yes, the Protestant churches are definitely infiltrated by the whore of Babylon. 100%, my friend. You came to the right place. we're of the same mind there. Rome is iron. Yes. Yeah. Honestly, I wish more people would think about the Daniel 2 prophecy. Where are we? I don't know, my friend. Clay is those who my eschatology, by the way, it's like my weakest point. Like I went through, like, since I've been born again or whatever, and it's been far too long for me to know so little about this stuff. It was my weakest point because I was just so focused on the on Christology itself, on epistemology, like the basics. Like I really focused on the basics, so I had it down well. And then what I got into was, like, once I knew the basics, I did this trip to Quebec City. Well, I lived in Quebec City for a while, and I went to visit the cathedral, and I started seeing some really occultic stuff. And I spent, like, I'd say the better part, about 5 months. Like, all my free time, I went in there to study each sector of it. And I found all the occult that was warned about in this stuff. So I wasn't really looking so much into end times as I was deceivers. So when I went through, like, Ezekiel, Daniel, things like this, that's what I was looking for. And I have a big background in cults and mind control and these things. So that's where I kind of sunk my time into with the, I guess, the more esoteric parts of the Bible. I guess you can put it, esoteric is a loaded term. Try to get what I mean there. Like the deeper parts of the Bible, that's where I spent more of my time, is into mind control, cults, and eventually I stumbled upon the Jesuit order because of this, because, well, the cathedral in Quebec City is Jesuit. So yeah, my eschatology sucks, dude. I'm not the best person to ask about the end of the world. So I'm always interested in people's thoughts on that. I think also another thing that kind of keeps me away from learning more is there's so much convoluted material and diluted material online. Like, I can't trust, like, the vast majority of people that talk about it on videos and online. And I mean, like, our churches today, they don't go into that stuff, so you don't learn about it there. Yeah, it's just so hard to find reliable material on it. And, like, a lot of the people that talk about it, I'm not saying you are one of those people, don't get me wrong there. I'm talking about, like, you know, the people who are on making videos about this kind of stuff. Like, it's like Revelation and Daniel, Ezekiel, like these, the more eschatological books. It's like it's all they know. It's like they don't go through the epistles. They don't, like, you know what I mean? And they always end up, like, pushing you into either the fake spiritual warfare. I know that there is spiritual warfare, but please understand that the term is co-opted. They will push you into that, or they will just into some of the weirdest culty stuff other than that as well. It's very hard to find someone who's A, well-read on this stuff, and B, not ideologically possessed in their own right. Let's see. Everyone thinks I'm crazy for talking about the Romans, says Josh Porty. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I mean, it's insane how little people understand. They've done a very good job in covering their tracks. Maybe not all throughout history, but especially during these times, yes. They've done a very, very good job in fooling the world into thinking that they're just some, you know, just another kooky religion. Let's see. Russell Bentley mentioned the bioweapons lab in Ukraine was destroyed with a sterilizing big ordnance bomb. Also, you know that the Kazakhstan, those riots or whatever you want to call it, that they say it's because of oil prices. Yeah, right. They just conveniently, they took over the biolab there as well. It's definitely something to take a look into. Russell sounds like misinformation or distraction at best. I haven't looked into him, so I will check it out. Maybe you can reiterate a little bit more on that, because I mean, if someone's bringing it up or whatever, just out of respect for them, if you can give reasoning, maybe there's something that they could look into to see, you know, maybe if that person is, in fact. Because, I mean, there's so much misinformation out there. We just got to be careful about, you know, not just automatically dismissing. Ukraine and Russia are controlled by Rome. Why blow up their own weapons lab? Right. So, they're both controlled by Rome, but what about getting rid of evidence? People are starting to clue into these guys, and they need to start wiping up. They got to start cleaning up. That's what a lot of like these what I believe to be controlled opposition protests, riots, whatever. People are cluing in that something is messed up with this. Everybody's talking about building back better. Oh, okay, yeah, we have to be all in this together. Yeah, you know what I mean. And I think they got to start cleaning up their tracks. Yeah, I think that. So I mean, that's one example. That's one example. Far more likely there are targeted assassinations going on right now. Why not both? Why not both? Net Interspace says, "What do you think about Kim Jong-un? What do you think Kim Jong-un would say about this invasion?" I don't know. You had Kim Il-sung that started the invasion on the south, but he was backed and, well, he was raised basically by, I want to say he was born in the Soviet Republic, but I could be wrong. And Stalin was the one that got him to invade. So he's probably chuckling, saying, "Oh, they think this is natural." Because this is what I'm leaning to right now, you know, is that this is a contrived war. And there is a face story for the public. And there are side issues that are being covered up. Am I thinking of May Brussel? Thank you. Yes, I am thinking of May Brussel. That is who I'm thinking of. Appreciate that. May Brussel. Yeah. She didn't have everything right. A lot of times I'm like, ugh, she's so close but yet so far away. But nevertheless, the information that she put out was great. She did it in a cold-cut manner. There was no emotion to it. She just spat all the facts she could. She died of cancer there. I think it was in the 80s. I don't think she died young or all that young. I think she was in her 60s or something like that. But I want to say that her daughter was killed, though, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. Kim Jong can't go to the bathroom without permission. Yeah, I try to say it a little more diplomatically, but yeah. Kim Jong-un was just on TV with Xi post-Olympics, reaffirming their alliance and shaking hands for the audience. Yeah. All right, tell me about it. I'm open ears. I'm so sorry. It's been so long. Or maybe you're just talking to him. Sorry. Hi, Avi. Good to see you back. Maverick Music. Good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. Yeah, it's really sad for the Orthodox Jewish Church. It's forbidden to read Isaiah 53 because of the evidences. Are you kidding? Are you serious? They forbid you to read Isaiah. That can't be true. Don't get. I'm not defending. Listen, like I said before, they are. Even if I don't believe, which I do, that they are controlled by Rome. Like they have the same mentality at the very least. Greek, Greek, I do it again. I'm gonna get some sleep. Greek Orthodox forbids Isaiah 53. The forbidden chapter. What? Jews do it as well? Okay, that's a whole can of worms. If you can give me some material on that, I'd like to go through it. I mean, they're always barking to the world with missiles and weapons. I'd like to see the reaction to another country really doing it. Oh, North Korea, yeah. And then, but you know what though? That's probably like part of the issue. Let's go into like, you know, what's really going on here is that people are, or war is being mongered by you know, elites, whoever that may be. You know, this guy is obviously a puppet for someone. You know, this tiny little country still allowed to exist, and it's just constantly barking threats. Yeah, like you said, like it doesn't make sense. They have to be there for a reason. Right. Daniel 9 as well. As for salaries higher than presidents, highest paid or public paid salary for each state in the USA is 98% college football and basketball coaches. Wow. I know their problem is a moral one. Ooh, sorry, I missed out. 2% college deans compared to 98% college football and basketball coaches. Wow. And a lot of the Psalms are avoided as well. They really shouldn't be allowed to call themselves Jews or call that Judaism. I know, okay, so I dated a Jewish girl once, and she knew nothing about the Torah or like the Old Testament, whatever. But she really wanted me to get into Talmud stuff and like telling me about the Hamza hand or whatever. Like she was all into this stuff, right? Right? But she couldn't, like, and at this point, I mean, I wasn't super well read on the Bible, but I was getting there, and like, yeah, she couldn't talk to me about any of that stuff. But she knew all about this stuff. She was, I think she was Ashkenazi. I don't know if that matters anymore, though. I'm pretty sure even the Sephardics and stuff like that are really, really, they just like don't read the written word. They're all into the oral stuff and like the midrashes, and that's basically all they know. I don't care about democracy. I don't care who's king. I desire to be part of God's kingdom. Amen. I was born into born American in Texas, but I will not fight any wars because I have no side. Fair, man. I mean, that gives a lot of peace, doesn't it? Like you can avoid a lot of stress in your life knowing who's really in control of things. Because you could go crazy. Like, I know I cover this a lot, and I think about it maybe too much, but it's comforting to know that God is in control in these things. I don't have to freak out and say that, you know, there's a scourge upon this world and we need to do something about it. You know, I've never really felt too much like that, except there was once that I did feel like it over the past couple of years, and it was such a crappy feeling. And then once I got back into the Word, I started, you know, I snapped out of it. That peace that you get from knowing that, and I'm not saying just ignore it. Don't, like, I don't think we're told to ignore what's going on in the world. In fact, we're told to expose it, find your ways to expose it. But at the same time, there is a lot of relief knowing who is truly in control. But, you know, the Calvinists that I've seen, like the ones, like the Protestant churches, like actual Protestant, like the ones that should be exposing, like the Vatican, like they take that and they abuse that, like, in my opinion. They often talk about, you know, God's in control, so don't worry about politics. Just vote conservative and you're good. You know, it's just like they have no interest in exposing the Vatican, well, because they're likely controlled by them. I believe the Bible, so I'm unwelcome in most churches. Yeah, that's how it feels, dude. That's how it feels. I've tried to go to all types of churches. To be honest, the best one that I went to in my area was a Pentecostal one, but they went NAR recently. One of the worst ones that I went to was a Baptist. Yeah, that was, I think I've been here before in this conversation, but yeah, like they were just fully ideologically possessed with Calvinism. And yeah. Oh, see, I scroll down a little bit and then I lose like all the messages after. I'm catching up. I'm getting there. Judaism is strictly Old Testament, though. So they're obviously not New Testament. You have the 5 books, the Torah or whatever, and then you have the other ones that are more like the stories afterwards, right? Well, I guess there's stories in Genesis and Exodus and stuff like that, but you know, the first 5 lay down the law, and the rest are kind of like the Chronicles afterwards. And you got Psalms and Proverbs. They have that as well. They don't do the New Testament. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying that they don't have that. They have the Talmud as well, right? And it's like, just like, I don't know if you know much about Mormons, but like the Mormons have the Bible, right? But they have the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price as well. And they focus on those latter 3 way more than they do the Bible. Right? Like they think that that's the true thing. That's what makes us the true church, right? And I got that feeling from when I was dating that Jewish girl. Like I thought we were like way closer, you know, because she was Jewish. It was like, well, at least she's, you know, of faith. She worships Yahweh or whatever. But no. They're all about the Talmud. And we don't do the Talmud, right, as Protestant Christians. The craziest, most occult show I've ever seen in my life was the inauguration of the super deep tunnel under Switzerland. Dude, that was crazy. Yeah. If you haven't seen that, guys, you should totally look that up. I believe in the Bible, so I'm almost... Okay, sorry. My apologies. I already read that. The church will always have goats along with the sheep. They won't be removed until the end. 100%. Always been that way. You see that in Corinthians. So first court. Pretty clear there. Galatians is a reference to them. People adding to the Bible. You had Simon Magus in Acts. Simon Magus was a Manichaean, I think. So was Augustine of Hippo before he, quote-unquote, converted to Catholicism. And he was the one that stuck in all that Mariology and things like that, too. Actually, he was like the start of where the Catholic Church really went astray. RickWellsTrueNews.com. So, the name is True News. There's something about that. It's a little, what do you call it? What's the term? I don't know, ominous is the right word for it, but there's something about it just doesn't rub me the right way, but I'm just being superficial here. I think True News did expose Michael Flynn for having the same, or doing the same prayer as some occult chick back in the 70s or 80s or something like that, wasn't it, where they were talking about the 7 angels of light and the 7 rays and that stuff, that thing on they did very good. If that's who it was, then they did a very good job exposing that and opened my eyes to a lot. I really appreciated that. After the Fellowship, I think, posted that. He was in here earlier. I haven't really, but I haven't looked into True News enough. I'm judging too hastily. There is something about TRU is true that I feel like someone's trying to mock me. I don't know. But again, I'm just being superficial. Sorry. Wake Up Call says amen. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying that about, but amen. Absolutely. God's will be done. Rick runs cover for the Scarlet Harlot in Rome. If this is true with what I was talking about with Flynn, they were a little bit too accepting of it. It felt like that whole, like when I was talking about Catholics that have been exposing the Jesuits, but they're just like, it's just kind of like the church is falling away. It's not that the church is a huge, massive problem and always has been, but it's kind of like redirecting the problems. It felt that way with this person. Again, I don't know if that's the one that was exposing General Flynn, but he was talking about the whole Jesuit thing and that this was not a Catholic prayer and stuff like that, but was not mentioning the problems with the Catholic Church. Now, it wasn't the topic at hand, but Flynn is Catholic, and I'm sure he's got his ties to Jesuitism. They get people going with Jewish hate boners. Yeah. Yes. And I haven't watched enough of those guys, if I am correct on who it is, but that is a massive problem. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be criticizing Jews. Okay, I think though that is a bunch of garbage in and of itself too, but there's a big problem with the truth movement. They do some, or whatever you want to call it. No, just for brevity, I'll call it the truth movement. They do some research. They find the little hats, right, and then they stop there, right, and they feel like they've got it figured out because there's enough people saying it's the Jews, and then you're like, oh my goodness, it is the Jews, right? But it's not. Right. I think that there's some part being played by many of them, yeah, but I think it's a fatal error to just stop there. You just got to go a little bit further, and you're going to find the Vatican underneath basically everyone. Let's see. In the 1800s, there were hundreds of books in the U.S. about Whore of Babylon, Rome. Edward Barrett Boyd, a Jesuit, normalized psychiatry in the U.S. Okay. That's interesting. I will be searching this when I get off. Toronto is a Jesuit town. Oh, sorry. Boyd Foe left the Jesuits and returned at his death. I kind of wonder if that's what Alberto Rivera did, because he went with like Seventh-day Adventists, right, when he was exposing them, right? I do wonder if that was a true conversion, although a lot of the stuff that he says makes sense, and a lot of it is easily verified. I wonder if that was very much the case of like that as well, a fake leaving. I'm seriously considering asking my Jew friend about Isaiah 53, but I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, I'm sure there's ways that you could bring it up diplomatically. Like, so just use me as a lightning rod, dude. Just say that I said it, and be like, man, I was watching this channel, and like some nut job that runs the channel was saying that Isaiah 53 is like forbidden to talk about by Jews. You know, I don't know why he said that. You know, just maybe like try that. Something and see what he does. Come back to me with the answer. Isaiah 53 is forbidden because of Jesus being the Son of God. Too many clues, maybe. Too many clues. Boyd led to Kisney, who promoted pedophilia mainstream science. Okay. I will look into that indeed. They were using it in Jesus' time for crying out loud. I think a psalm in the 20s is also forbidden. Wow. Imagine taking away from the Bible. No, that's what cults do, though, right? They either add to it or they take from it. They have to do one or the other, or both. Like Daniel was removed from the prophets. Really? It's also strange, bro. You know, I'm in Portugal. Stay away from all this, but it still is strange. Well, Portugal, dude, it was like that was like the stomping grounds, if ever there was a place for the Jesuits. I heard you have a cake called Jesuit cake, and it's like flaky. It's really good. Just on a side note, that's basically when I bring it up. I play video games or whatever with some people from Portugal, and when I bring up the Jesuits to them, that's usually what I get. they tell me about the cake. That's all they know. Beijing's guard dog, take the DPRK, and you're the 500 miles from China's capital. They're only their own country, so China can claim autonomy from their actions. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. They use them as a guard dog. Right, yeah. Freak people out, destabilize markets, things like that. Yeah, fair enough. Daniel is the prophet among men, if you ask me. Yeah, he was pretty dope, wasn't he? That was a guy that stuck to his... he stuck to what he believed was right. Yeah, he good example. He's a good example. Him and Job, the two of them were pretty, you know, of a book that I, like, you know, well, not a book, but the Bible's more like a library of books. But, like, the Old Testament is filled with fools that kept falling, you know, and keep making mistakes, just like me and just like most likely you. You know, I'm not going to judge you, but I'm pretty sure, you know, just like me, you make mistakes, right? We see that's why the Old Testament convicts us so much, right? But among the library filled with fools, Daniel is he's you know, he's up there with holiness. He's up there. Are they setting the table for Trump to return as a great savior? Just got this feeling that he's being staged to return and save the day. I don't know if you'd asked me that before, what they did for the January 6th PSYOP. Maybe, but I think it's just too stained now. It's too stained. I think what he was there for is to just make right-wingers look crazy, push the Overton window to the left because he really wasn't much of a conservative. He just spoke a lot of old school, you know, and to get people to accept, because I mean, like, people were on the right or under Obama, they were clicking in to New World Order stuff, right? And they had to do something about that, and they needed someone that they could follow so they would get on board for a lot of things. Say, oh well, Trump expedited the vaccines, right? I don't know how well of a job they did on that, but I do think that that's what they were going for, at least one of their objectives. There's a video on BitChute, says Ted Kaczynski. Sorry, I am pronouncing that right. Am I? Kaczynski. There's a video on BitChute that shows all the books and a library at the Wailing Wall. And they said, we have no king but Caesar. Huh. Okay. Disciple of the Messiah. Good to see you, man. Amen, brother. God is in control. Good evening, brother Avedon. Good evening to you. Good evening to you. Amen. Half the people on social media in uproar over Ukraine. Can't even find Ukraine on a map. Completely. 100%. 100%. The only thing we really need to watch for is if God allows a third temple to be built. Yep, that's our sign, isn't it? Half is a wild guess, as you can tell. Yeah. They'll be lucky if they hit it. In mine, it's not welcomed, or it's not unwelcomed. Let's see. Sorry, Mr. Spaps, your message got lost to the sands of time. I don't know the context. I love bringing it, he said. I'm not sure what that was. Josh Porty, because if he does, then you can expect great persecution for the fake futurist Antichrist. Yeah. Yes, with the temple. Yes, yeah. Set up the papacy to come in as the savior. Well, I mean, what is he doing now, though? Right? Like, that friggin' Jesuit. Like, he's the rock star pope. Someone confirmed earlier that he was a bouncer as well. Like, oh gosh. Massive Mormon temple opened in Rome a few years back. Oh, okay. And well, I mean, I don't know if you're up on the whole Mormon temples thing, but they always build quite grandiose in Rome LDS temple. They especially for, like, you know, the important cities. They would do it. Oh, huge grounds. But you know, this isn't, like, compared to some of their temples, this isn't as grandiose, to be honest. Actually, this is a little bit compared to some of them, it's pretty minimalist. Maybe its sheer size is understated by just looking at photos. Temple grounds are massive, that's for sure. There's a couple that are just like, whoa. Washington is one that I can think of. Like, look at that. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And notice that it is a 6 sides. Got 6 sides. 6 sides, 6 corners, 6 steeples. There's a couple other big ones. It's been a while. I don't know if you guys know, I'm an ex-Mormon convert, but that was like my first red pill. It was my first introduction to mind control, or, like, I guess consciously knowing mind control. I forget, like, a lot of it, but that was like my first little expertise on it. I think LA has a big one as well. Los Angeles. It's not so crazy looking. I mean, it is big, I guess. But. Okay. But yeah, their temples are different than the Jewish temple. There's only one temple, you know, like the Jewish temple. Whereas these guys, their temple is for their extra ordinances or ceremonies, whatever you want to call it. I think they call it ordinances. Once again, it's been a while. 2008 to 2010 was when I was a Mormon. Let's see. Honestly, there's a lot of roads now to world government, not just war. COVID is working well for the Jesuits. Yes. Yeah, they're making all the roads meet together too, aren't they? It's all coming together, or starting to, anyways. There will be a medical world tyranny. Well, that's what's going on right now. I don't know so much about will be. It's exactly what's happening. Best eschatology channel is David Wilcoxon's. David Wilcoxon's? Is that a name? I will look it up. Thank you. AI gonna step on all that, in my opinion, based on my own independent research. That's cool. That's cool. Updates on Ukraine. I was just looking earlier, and there really wasn't all that much. It's a slow go. They're not going to give out much information. Give me a second. If you're still there, Chi Girl, good to see you. Oh my goodness, I said your name right for the first time ever. Okay, we got some updates. Hold on. Airstrike sirens in Rivne and Odessa. We were just talking about Odessa. Fires at Hostomel's Antonov International Airport. That is the one just outside of Ukraine. That is like right here. That's it. Spotted by NASA's firm satellite. And the heat looks like it's all over the airstrip. They blow up the airstrip maybe? Or was that what the shelling happened? Was that the shelling from before? Head of Dagestan contradicts Russian Defense Ministry and expressed condolence after death of officer from Dagestan in Ukraine. Okay, woman killed as a result of high-rise, so their martyr worship. High-rise apartment block shelling in Kharkiv. Were they shelling from that place as well? Again, it sounds like I'm defending Russia. But after seeing what we've seen over the past 7 hours, then it's hard not to. Sean stops short of saying it condemns Russia attack on I don't remember how to pronounce this, Asian. It's the Asian Alliance. Choosing instead to say it's deeply concerned. There's still room for peaceful dialogue. Interesting, Russia not identified at all in statement. Myanmar, an ASEAN member, had supported Russia's actions. Sorry. Interesting to note, yeah. Google says it has banned state-funded Russian media from running ads on its services. Okay, nobody cares. Google is a joke. Google is a joke. Geolocation of the Russian column consisting two S-3 howitzers. Battery command posts. Ooh. V1 rockets, I guess. Hold on. Strela 10 air defense systems going towards the east. Presumably to Berdyansk. Okay, and this is the Mariupol region. They're not updating any advances towards Mariupol. Important to note that because this is Crimea here. And up here is the Donbass region, like kind of like the flashpoint that started this war. They are most likely looking to meet up and consolidate this front. So they have not solidified that yet, or at least that's what this looks like at the moment. What else do we got? Tanks in Boramya, Sumy area, which is up northeast, are uploaded this morning. So more tanks coming in on the northeast front. Oof, sorry guys.
На станцію Боромлі поїхали. І їдучи досі.
Church bells going. French President Macron has politely asked his Belarus. I'm just going to read it with a list because this is what it deserves. His Belarus counterpart to demand that the country, Ukraine's neighbor, quickly order Russian troops to leave. Macron denounced the gravity of a decision that would authorize Russia to deploy nuclear arms on Belarus soil. Go away, you cuck. Oh, they're so cucked out. I know they want me to hate him, think that this isn't actually a controlled war, but Russian troops targeted gas pipeline, and that's the end of the update, basically. Basically the end of it. That's all we got right now. This map, by the way, for those that are just coming in or a little bit new or whatever, you can find that in the description, and you can follow that along for yourself. You just got to do the refreshing on your own. It doesn't really refresh much for you. Sometimes it gets knocked out, but I assume that's because there's so many people looking it up. It's pretty popular. Okay, my opinion based on my own updates. Let's see. Macron really stirred the pot today. Yeah, he's been doing it for the past 24 hours, that's for sure. Thanks for keeping her up on that. You are correct. I look at Ukraine like this. It's next to Russia. If the U.S. wanted to invade Mexico, I couldn't stop it. And Russia couldn't stop it either. Yeah. There's a cake called Jesuits. I'm not a religious bro, but there are also some Portuguese foods that were invented by Jews here many centuries. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Trump was a registered Democrat for New York for decades. Yeah, for sure. Mr. Spaps, Avidan, you are awesome. You're awesome. Love you, man. I need to go. Bless you all. Hey, no sweat, man. It was good to have you, and good to have you in. Sorry that I'm late getting to that. Thank you for the compliments. All glory to God. I believe the fish and chips so widely consumed in UK and the Alhera, which is a stuffed sausage made with chicken. All right, I'll let you know. I'm actually from a part of Canada, Newfoundland, where you get the fish, the cod. Right? And Portugal taught us how to do the deep fried batter. Yeah. So now I don't know if the Jews made it. It's the Jews. But yeah, it's pretty simple stuff, right? But yeah, we got it. Oh, we got some gunfire going. Just in case, pull. Oh, we're all good. Nothing missing. Yeah, we got some gunfire. Just giving it a second. It's not heavy, but it's there, yeah. Jewish rabbis have claimed to have pronounced a curse on anyone who reads Isaiah or Daniel. Oh boy. The Jews did that so they could fake that they were eating pork, since it looked like a chorizo. Sorry, I can't speak Portuguese, man. Same thing with pork. Oh, cool. Oh, dude, it's the best. Battered cod is amazing. It's so good. So yeah, we gave you the fish, you gave us the recipe. And the Jews made up the recipe. How about that? My goodness. I wouldn't want to tell people that here. No, I'm just kidding. There's no real incentives here. They wouldn't believe me if I told them. I laughed so hard because that's my favorite book. Yeah, oh, Daniel. Yeah. That was a Alfred Kinsey on normalizing pedophilia in mainstream science. Or maybe I did read about him. All right, I should probably speed this up. I said it'd be half an hour. It's an hour now. Yeah, Judaism is just Babylonian garbage. They picked up in the Jewish ghettos. Yes. Yeah, so like the Talmud was originally the Babylonian Talmud. And they still refer to it as that. Openly. Maybe not so much. They just call it the Talmud, but like especially the first couple of books they refer to as, at least some of them do, refer to as the Babylonian Talmud. Yeah, Judaism is just Babylonian garbage. Yeah, I just read that. I'm sorry. I'm getting real tired. All roads lead to Rome, indeed. When I first became a Christian, I fell for Calvinism as a fresh baby born again. But you know what, though? It's close, right? It's well crafted. It's well crafted. That was one of Satan's better lies. You know? It sounds like it checks out at first, right? Once you get really into the Bible, and if that's what it does, right? It narrows your lens, right? So that you read the Bible in with this bias, so that you can't see what the Bible really says. But the Bible is filled with not only the ability but responsibility to choose and choose righteously. Whereas these guys with total depravity and unconditional yada yada, they make you think that there's no free will. And then that becomes really dangerous. Really dangerous. I used to have this meme. I just wiped my computer because I had way too much stuff on it. But it had a picture of Calvin. It was Calvinism. When thinking you're better than everyone else just isn't enough. And it's what it is, because if you think that you're elect, it was like God chose you to be elect, and all these peons here could never be what I am. That's some dangerous thinking. Some dangerous thinking, and the pomp that comes out of these guys, man. Have you ever debated with Calvinism since? Oof. Zohar and Kabbalah, as well as the Talmud. Yep. Yeah. Talmud's bad enough, you can just mention that and that's fine, be done with it. But yeah, you got the Zohar and the Kabbalah as well. Russian state TV hacked to play a Ukraine national anthem. Oh, Anonymous is at it again, aka CIA. The Mormons avoid the Bible, especially the part that says everyone who brings a different testament than the one he gave is eternally damned. And the Book of Mormon literally says another testament of Jesus Christ. What was the answer back then? I brought up Galatians 1:7 to them, which is, I believe, I might be off by a verse or two, but that's the one that you're talking about. And what did they say? They used Hebrews as being a later book and Revelations as a later book, as to Galatians, and they said add it. That's not what you think it means, because there's books that were added afterwards. That's what they say, because there was chronological things that came after these epistles and the book of Revelations. That was their excuse for it. Easily countered, of course. It's talking about a different message. And then you can go into many different things there. I'd say the best plan of attack there, if you want to witness to Mormons, is go look up how their first vision story of Joseph Smith, like how he saw God and Jesus, right, in the woods. He didn't make that story up. He was not alive when that story was made up. He originally claimed that he saw an angel, and it progressively got more grandiose over time. He changed it a couple times, but it never got to that point until its 7th version. So I would go with that as your next move on the chessboard. That's a big one too, because they don't like to talk about how the first vision is actually the 7th edition. Like they wouldn't, right? The nipple of Ukraine west of Crimea will likely be next secession to Russia to ceasefire. Oh yeah. And then they got the island here, right? That's the Snake Island place, I think. They'll probably take that. Yeah, maybe. Notorious C-18, there is no war. If there's a war, then why has no Ukraine cam shown anything in 3 days? Even the home cams. Well, they have. We've seen them. But okay, you're just not spending enough time doing it. Now, I'm not saying that the war is exactly what we're being told. And I don't think anybody should actually think that, because that's not how reporting on wars work. And once again, the first casualty to war is the truth. But to say that there is no war, no, I think you've jumped the shark there, my friend. When you're a global leader in cyber warfare, you think you can turn off a traffic cam to hide troop movements. Yeah. There's been a lot of times where, like, Kiev Square, the Maidan Square, whatever, that camera just went shoop. You can find very good handmade al-hayras in the north. Some are even spicy. Al-hayras. I will take a look into it. Maybe I got myself a new recipe, my friend. Thank you. Portuguese know how to eat. Notorious C8. In 1939, Ukraine and Poland fell, and pundits for 6 months called it the phony war or the fake war. Only when France fell did they finally agree, yes, it's World War II. Yep. I read that many Portuguese rejected Fauna Mahar. Great live stream. Thanks, Avidan. Hey, man. Thanks for coming. It was great to have you. And great contributions as well. Like the Rothschilds' Jewish Encyclopedia title, 1906, Guardians of the Vatican Treasury. Yes. I haven't seen that myself. I can't confirm, but that's what they are. That's all they are. Is this war fraudulent and homosexual? I see what you're doing there. Yes. I feel the same about Islam. Islam is garbage. Honestly, I prefer focusing more close to home. Apostate Protestantism. Yeah, they want us to focus on Islam, man. That's the thing. They want us to focus on it. And now I'm hungry. Got some kebabs from last night in the fridge. Nice. Go for 'em, man. Let's see. Josh, don't tell them that to their face. Yeah, that's what you were just saying. Bro, if you like that battered cod, you should try bacalhau com natas. It's cod with cream and fries all mixed and cooked in the oven. That sounds dope. We have a place called the Baccalhau Trail, and that's named after you guys. And we also have a place called Portugal Cove. It's just about 30 minutes away from where I am. We have quite the history together because of the old alliance between Britain and Portugal. Bacalhau Abraz. I will look into it. Oh, I got a feeling that's cod au gratin. Look up cod au gratin. That is so good. It's pretty simple. It's like cod, potatoes, and cheese, and there's sour cream in with it as well, I think. That one's really good. Okay, yeah, we are cluing up. Last couple comments there, guys. Just like I don't run up to the Catholics and scream at them for being in the Church of Antichrist. Yeah, I don't shy from showing that the papacy is the biblical Antichrist. Yeah, that's the way to do it. There's no reason to, you know, don't hate the people. Love the people, and love them so much that you want to show them, you know, that they're being fooled, if you can. I mean, some people refuse to believe it, and that's all you can do. You know, that's when you wipe your slippers off, right? But you do what you can. You do what you can. You find different ways. Find different ways. The Black Pope is the false prophet. My Mormon fan. Oh, you're an ex-Mormon? Knew it was coming, cut me off before I could confront them. Yeah. Oh, dude, the disconnect is quick, isn't it? Yeah. See, I didn't I didn't have to go through that as a convert, right? You know, and I mean, like the friends within the group, right, and like ones that like I kind of saw as like a big brother or father figure or something like that. I felt that cut off, but that's not the same. It's not the same as family. That's got to be so rough, man. And you see, I mean, I remember being in with like a lot of life. I remember being on this website. It was called Life After Mormonism. And I would meet, you know, people, you know, Utah Mormons that, you know, their whole world was just immersed. And then when they get out of it, they got no one. You wonder why they all go atheist after. Like, praise God that you found the truth and you were born again. Because that's not easy as a born and raised Mormon. Take care, Joel. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Google search for Black Pipe names. This guy says he's 57 years old and claimed he joined the Jesuits in 1927. Right there at the top of the first search result. So is that a typo, or is this guy a vampire? Black. Search. Okay, hold on. Black Pope, I guess you meant to say. Names this guy. Sorry, if you could clarify, I'd appreciate it. Could you rewrite that one more time? Just add a little context there, Jeff. Sorry, man. I didn't quite get it. 57 years old. The math. Sorry, getting too late. So the Black Pope is Arturo Sosa now, I think. America is my name. The one before him was Adolfo Nicholas. Maybe they mixed it up with him. Not sure. Not sure, my friend. I can't quite see the one that you were looking up, but look up Arturo Sosa. Does he have a wiki? I wonder. He was ordained in 1977. So yeah, maybe there's like a mix-up, because maybe that would refer to one or two before him or something like that. Black Pope is just the title for the superior general of the Jesuit order, which is also called the Society of Jesus. Right? So like, just like the Pope changes out, it's more of a nickname, right? Because it's well known within the church. It's well known within the church that the Jesuits are not only powerful but very subversive, and behind the scenes they make a lot of things happen. And so that's where they've earned the title, even among Catholics, many Catholics. It's kind of set on the hush hush or down low or whatever, but that he's referred to as the Black Pope. Yeah. So it may not be that specific one. But the land Fatima itself might have something odd. The place of the sighting supposedly has a microclimate. Could be. So Fatima is one of the names of like the Queens of Heaven, which was like an occultic goddess. I know it has like a whole bunch. There's a bunch of different ones named Fatima or whatever, but it was a popular name for like the sea goddess or whatever. So usually when you see that name around, you're probably going to find a lot of occult stuff along with it, or at least a group that were occultic that have some history in the area. Every year walk from all over the country there, some even on their knees. Oh yeah, sounds like some magical Catholic place for sure. Just went to search the foie gras, and it's got nothing on the. Oh no, not foie gras. That's the French stuff. Sorry, man. Hold on. I'll type it out for you. COD. Oh, gratin. You got some firing? It's in this one here. One of these three. I knew they were selling his crap up here, by the way. Sorry about that, guys. Kiev Square's camera is off. And it has been off for a long time. Got some gunfire here. And this is all Kiev. One of these three. Because I am cluing up, I will hook you up. That is the live stream I got for that one. That's a really good one, and it was hidden too. This is the 9 screen. Pedro Arupe. Yeah, probably some old website or old, they probably copy pasted in some encyclopedia or something. Alright, so yeah, the cod au gratin thing. Let's get back to that for a second. Cod with fries mixed with sauce. That also takes eggs and all mixed. Nice. That does sound good. Spicy roasted piglet cut up in little pieces. Ooh. Nice. Alright, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. It was great to have you. And I do need to clue up. It's getting late here. But I will see you on the next one. I will be doing some more of these. If you want to share these out, certainly can. If you haven't hit like yet, please do so. Helps build the channel back up, because once you go off for a little bit, it kind of like screws with your algorithm, so you can't be seen again. So I would appreciate that. Or you don't have to. There's no pressure. But I want to thank you guys for coming in once more, and we'll see you again. Thanks for everybody that contributed, and had a great chat. It was good to see you all, and to the new and the old. Thanks again, and see you tomorrow, or probably the next day, if not tomorrow. Okay.